2023 LPL 下棋赛。
这里还是你们熟悉的舞台，
这里还将不断出现新的声音。
The Power of Youth， 热血青春比赛正式开始。
下棋赛终于开始了！老家伙就安静点吧，赶紧坐下。燃烧吧，青春！
两位最佳新手，你觉得最重要的是什么？
在这里，每一次登场都很重要。
每一个操作都很重要，
还有信念和激情。
这些东西都准备好了吗？
每一次蜕变也很重要。
要敢抓住每一个机会，敢接每一波，
敢接每一波才战，我们敢接每一波才战，
敢孤注一掷。
没错，就在今天。我希望是今后的每一天。
这是一个永远不缺奇迹的地方。
第6赢第7不是应该的吗？
8年了，还能见证新王朝的诞生吗？
拿出你们的本事，阻止他们。
Winner we team is the best。
年轻就是要狂。
前途未定，一切皆有可能。我不言弃，我们在等一场金色的雨。
新的10年，看我们的！
来吧！
想成为这场比赛的主角吗？来打败我们吧！我们的时代才刚刚开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL. It is week 2, day number 2 here, and things have only just begun in the regular season. I'm Hysterics, back from a long holiday, signed up with Lyric this time around, just in case. So get a little bit of hair off the screen, just in case anyone wanted to know where we've been. And Sarah, it has been a while, considering that LPL started giga early this split, and we've already had, like, what, 20 series or something so far? I don't know, we're getting to that number.
Yeah, we've had a lot. I have been here for most of them, for pretty much all of them actually, except the first couple days. And yeah, we've had a lot of, I don't know, man. We've had some weird results. I know first we're gonna jump into yesterday, because we always jump into yesterday before we jump into the holistic picture. But I don't know. I just coming. I guess with the split coming so early, like you said, right? Things are still topsy-turvy for a lot of teams.
They really are. And again, we talk a little bit about yesterday. We do have highlights now of yesterday, which is pretty pog. You know what is topsy-turvy as well? The fact that, like, we've got NIP later today. We are looking at NIP highlights as they only just managed to claw it over LGD.
Yeah, another team that's played 2 days in a row. Still pretty solid showing from them, right? Initially coming into the split, losing to a team like EDG. Doesn't really say too much, beats IG, and then comes in. Really close game against LGD. I would argue LGD maybe should have won that series, but then especially this one, TT versus AL. TT really going to be kicking themselves as in one of the games, I believe AL stealing the Baron. UCal still looking like an absolute monster, but the rest of TT not exactly able to keep up the same pace.
No, it's a shame as well when TT with a team that made playoffs for the first time last split. Like, this team again has the expectations that keeping their roster, or at least the majority of, they should be doing the same again. A close series, as we were saying. I feel like for AL, though, they'll be happy with this one because they have been somewhat of a competitive team. We've seen
is that when you stood up and you're like,
so far. Ultra Prime taken to 3. WE weren't able to claw out one of those games, unfortunately, but getting their first win here means a lot when anyone's Legend have been a bottom tier team for what, 3, 4, 5 splits now?
Yeah, and I mean, even Shao's interview, Shao crying in his winner's interview, just, relieved, saying it's been so long since AL has won a series. I believe it was in March when they last did pick up a victory. So I just feel so relieved for them, right? They should have beaten Ultra Prime, to be fair, on the first day of LPL. Just their drafting really was not it. But hey, they were the first match of the split. If your meta read isn't on point, you know, then I understand.
And look, maybe it is the iBoy edition as well that helps smooth things out. Again, returning back to the league. Exciting here when this old EDG Classic has a lot to spruik about. So there you go, the scores. 3 full game series in both of them yesterday as well. As NIP, that won't be the last you see of them because they will be back again today. AL and TT, just note that AL is going to be versing NIP on Friday. TT on the other end of the spectrum, also there with the top esports series.
So it's nice to trust that Thorin and I Will Dominate is going to keep me in the loop about what's happening in the LCS.
Team has now played,
I still need to watch the double lift video.
We're still at like 2-3 series maximum for all these teams.
Yeah, I mean, you just know we're not that far in when, look at no offense, but Ning and Sword Art sitting towards the top of the league right now. Who knows? This might be them. This might be their split. I would love to believe, you know, Ning is going to be the main character of the LPL this season and go undefeated. Ultra Prime, we're here for it.
And this first place team now going to be tested by our 5th place. WE only with the single series played, but it was a win. We talked about it before. AL a 2-0 to debut. NIP and Top Esports coming up later. That'll be in Shenzhen. Hopefully, guys, we get through the first series in due time. Otherwise, that will be running at a delay as per usual, due to it being at another arena. But we do go to WE's home arena in Xi'an. Now, Lyric, I already mentioned, WE hasn't taken a loss yet. It is a nice start for them, especially when we look at this roster, and it is largely the same of what we saw in the spring.
Oh, Bruno Sangi, thank you very much.
There's a nice little
thank you
to add on to, which adds some strength. And I feel like outside of that, we already knew that this roster was going to be strong.
Yeah, I think WE have just solidly upgraded their roster, right? Like BBU had always been that guy who was kind of known just taking absorb a beating topside the best he could.
If the only leverage I have, if the only like turning point in the negotiation is the threat of like exterminating the LCS for Summer Split and canceling it, then I don't even like, I wouldn't even want there to be negotiations because that's so crazy. Like 50 people will literally not have a job.
Craziest thing is that he says 50 people. He thinks if the LCS is not running, 50 people is the instinct that like he thinks of the players.
All the LCS orgs are gonna have like super devalued, and the coaches are everyone like we just will not have a job. That's crazy. Like I don't think anyone wants that to be the leverage. McDonald's angle fast. What other leverage is there? I mean, I think it shows that overall majority players would walk out on the LCS. I didn't think anyone was like thinking that because we would refuse to play that the LCS would just be canceled indefinitely. That's crazy. You gave away your leverage. The only leverage you had is labor. If the only leverage I have, if the only like turning point in the negotiation is the threat of like exterminating the LCS for Summer Split and canceling it, then
more like 300.
Like,
bro. Double if the type of guys that talk to his shoes because they see Converse.
Last series against FPX of getting the better of Hacker and just taking over from there. And then no one on this team is afraid of going in. The thing that scares me is WE have very good
this
lanes.
is something that everyone kept telling me. One side asks for 100%, the other side offers 0. Both meet at 50% and negotiation is successful. I kept being told this. League superstar Doublelift does not understand what a strike is.
Especially with all that time he spent on RA. You have to put a lot of respect there. Team WE, there is a reason that this team was hyped up a little bit more in spring because they were showing development, they were showing potential. Hung especially. I like that we, talk about the aggression from spring, where his jungle part thing was insane. His flash over the wall in game 1, day 1 was just so memorable.
But this was kind of obvious. Let's be honest.
This team has
like
a low bar. We've got people like Ning.
When I read the statement,
aggressive last split, but struggled in his own right. Doggo and Sword Art a questionable bottom lane in their
when I read the statement from Riot that they're ready to cancel the LCS, it was done. It was GG. It was FF time. I knew every single player in the LCS reacted exactly the same. Doublelift is just saying out loud what every player is thinking. Obviously, he's saying a lot more. But it's like, imagine it's like going to war. It's like we're 50 dudes with sticks, and we're going to go to war against the US Army. It's like Riot is God, executioner, jury, judge, king, emperor. It's like, mate.
If Ultra Prime beat WE, in my mind, has to get less fluky, right? You're like 2-0, okay, bit of a fluke. Their first series against nailed.
She's wearing
but they come in
leather like that.
Game plan and they take
it's crazy.
They're a legitimate contender for those middle of the pack slots for playoffs.
And how crazy is it as like a warm-up, a ramp-up towards team like BOG?
Aren't you not supposed to say these things until the negotiations are done? Yeah, it's probably better to not say, yeah, my hand is 2-7, and then you reveal your hand, you know? That's what Doublelift did. Doublelift is like, here, this is my 2-7 hand offsuit. You're holding aces? Damn. But we went all in before the flop.
On the other side, Xiao Bai.
It's like
doing so well, Lyric, because we have pretty noticeable names in the coaching staff.
You're done.
Yeah, could be.
You're done now.
The one area where we did have
You're done now.
Coming in the summer. A lot
You're
of
done now.
Staff changes.
Send some ads before we start, yeah? So we don't have them.
Like people like Tabe joining BLG, right?
Holy shit. Sword Art ruined the LCS. Sword Art is holding the bag.
Just kind of changing around Weibo Gaming, changing the coaching staff. RNG changing the coaching staff. Just
wait, LCSPA said they are willing.
Why I feel like teams have been trading a lot more series unexpectedly, especially.
He said the LCSPA said we are willing to sit out summer. There's no way, by the way.
Who develops themselves in the top.
That's really true.
Quick draft note here. Still 13-10. We don't have anything banned away. I want to ask you about what you're looking forward to seeing here today, because so far from these teams, we've only had 1 series and 2 series respectively. But I will say, teams like Ultra Prime have showed us like the Rumble top. We've gotten a bit of the Nico, a bit of the Cogmore from Doggo.
The thing is,
what are your
it's
thoughts and
like
expectations running towards this?
For this, I'm just interested to see if Ultra Prime, if WE keep bringing out unique jungle picks, because I feel like there's still a lot to explore in the meta in terms of like what you can like put, and especially maybe open up more like AD options in the mid lane outside of just Jace when Maokai's up.
What are the winners?
JDG bringing out the Elise the other day, which was pretty cool. Right. Even in terms of priorities of meta picks, right? JDG first picking Cassante over Nico in their series when they were on blue side, something a lot of other teams aren't doing, but JDG did end up winning both of those games. So I think as we get more data, I think teams are going to have to question how they prioritize even the S-tier champions.
True, very true, especially when, you know, that S-tier is forever changing, but at the moment, we have a big list. We have a big list of what's so OP.
It's like fans.
Dude, Zeri gets banned away, okay. Nico, what else? I think
Cassante, Melio, like Annie. We have Gwen getting banned more often. Maokai's another one you see routinely. Vire, Wukong, one of them is typically taken away. Maybe thrown in a Felius or a Jinx ban. You just have so many picks that are considered, you know, at that upper echelon right now, which means some always go through, which typically favors red side, in my opinion, because, you know, you are going to get theoretically 2 as compared to blue side's 1. But I don't know. There's a lot of things I think you can do in bans to like make hard choices for either side. And I guess red side technically has the more OP like perma bans that you have to do, right? You have to ban Zeri on red side. You have to ban Melio on red side.
True. And when, as you said, when you have yourself so many OP picks as well, makes that red side so valuable. I'm curious to see as we get into draft very, very shortly. Ultra Prime versus WE, both undefeated so far. Now, the other thing to add in with this undefeatedness is the fact that we do have a couple of experienced players. You know,
thing is, thank you. We don't know what. Probably in the rules it states that Riot can do whatever the fuck they want.
Right? Well, we don't want a championship. Ultra Prime, you've got Ning, who was once on the IG roster, another championship player as well. Hell, I mean, Sword Art was even in a World Finals up against
Orgs.
2020. A crapload of
Orgs are heavy in the negative.
Kind of like hidden.
To expect Orgs to spend more is crazy.
Definitely would come out of left field, and funnily enough, also Sword Art going up.
Who can save?
Former coach of
who can save the LCS?
Years. that WE has with Warhorse. So
Players can get paid less.
Who know each other really well, but we're already seeing it, right? We talked about all the meta picks. Those are the must-bans from red side, the Zeri and the Melee off the table. Funnily enough, WE must have a plan, taking away Nico and Cassandra.
And then this, I don't know what the fuck Riot. The thing is, Riot are not revealing their information at all.
WE has up their sleeves.
Well, they don't have the Melee, they don't have the Zeri. We were already talking about it before.
Let's go to the actual fun part.
Surprising. You take away things like Gwen. Nocturne from Ning. Okay.
Fam, don't at me. If you're gonna chat shit, don't at me. Yo, David Poole, thank you very much for the tier 1. At 22. 22.
Yeah, I wonder if WE are really just trying to
Thank you very much.
make sure they get a first pick on one of the reliable junglers, which would be a little bit different from the fact that
I think a portion of all regional skin sales should go to orgs for competitive. The thing is, once again, it's like, saying something like that is so careless, right? But Riot has positioned themselves insanely well. Riot has all of the power. All of the power. It's like when the situations when Riot could have been fought was in before season 3 and also before season 8. That was when the fights could have been fought. Now it's way too late.
Time that IG was very prevalent, very much a Zac meta. But Annie was something that was also talked about here today. Expected that to be in some kind of rotation with the Belios as well. A natural for Doggo at this point too.
Yeah, Belios going to be locked in. Again, you would expect either the Wukong or the Annie here. If you wanted to lock in the Annie because they've already picked jungle, you don't need to of them taking this away, but still no.
Give us some Lucianami. Skibidi pop boom. Pretty pop pop boom. Alright. Jinx Ahri. Jinx Ahri.
For the fact that you have the vibe. And Ahri has a much easier time being able to follow up with that ult once Shanks, once Hung throws it out, to be able to just zone in on Doggo and take him out of a fight.
I love you mentioned that as well. I mean, Shanks in previous splits, great on some of these mobile mages towards mid as well.
I didn't see the film, though.
Locked in, as stated before. We've already mentioned the options of Annie thrown into the mix too. Things like Nautilus, we've seen higher rise of priority too, but is it really going to fit here?
It would be a flex pick if they did it too, which is even funnier in my mind, right? And who knows? Who knows all the roles that people are willing to play Nautilus in still? Because maybe you could throw it in the mid lane. Like Shanks has already played Cassante in their last series, but nope. We are just going to get the stock and standard with the Annie coming through.
All right, well, Gragas on the other side. Interesting here from Ultra Prime.
Dragoon.
They're going to put their support to the wayside instead.
Okay.
They could be trying to match either mid towards top. But tell me what's next. What are we looking at here? Because no support for Ultra Prime, no top laner or solo laner to throw that caveat
So they pick Dragoon because they have enough answers into Annie and they want to 5-pick support.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to try and ban out top laners. We know Gragas can still be flexed, right? You always could end up just playing it in the...
I mean, if Dota can have 40 million prize pools, why can Riot pay more? Well, they do the Dota companion, right? And sure, but you can make, like, sure, you can utilize the in-game shop to do more, but the regional sales, as an example, is absurd. It's like
in the LPL we saw that matchup the other night as well.
The issue of this all is we don't know how much Riot is making, we don't know how much Riot is spending, we don't know anything. All that information is just done. Riot prize pools have always been garbage. Yeah, but you guys don't know how many millions they spent on building arenas and maintaining leagues actually running. Dota doesn't have that overhead.
Ban away the Lulu themselves when I feel like that would fit their composition better, especially if you're going to put something like Gragas in the mid lane and just end up having more.
You think Rek'Sai will see pro? Maybe some Rek'Sai top.
Style composition. Having the Chanter would have been nice, but now this just means, hell, they're potentially just going to end up with even more engage and ways to get on top of Hope on that Jinx.
Another Secret Service agent added into the mix here for Sword Art.
Oh, please.
So, you know that he played this so much. This is how he hit high challenger. Janna's in. And yeah, a bit of a caveat and bloody great into Rakan as well.
Yeah, I mean, we get the Iwandi special, despite the fact that he's known for this champion. He really doesn't bring it out all too often.
A little Januni.
That I believe is sitting in a pretty decent place in solo.
No, I wouldn't play Rek'Sai jungle. I would play Rek'Sai top.
So we're gonna get to see what he does with it with the Echoes of Helia. That will for sure.
Yeah, winning worlds is dank, guys. Like winning worlds is calm. You're fine.
Nice pick options through mid jungle, but now it's for Ultra Prime.
Oh yeah.
Harry, I would love this too.
Oh, Graguno mid.
Right. All the ducks in a row.
Okay.
The President's going to have a lot of people darting forward and diving in. Lyric, round out Ultra Prime a bit for me because when I
honestly, I don't mind blue side here. I like blue side here.
This team is built on an engage.
Yeah,
but
yeah, seriously, this one's going to be interesting to watch because you already know what Ultra Prime want to do. They want to go in. It's all about getting on top of Hope, taking him out of a fight very quickly. The thing is,
I don't know.
Potentially leave Doggo exposed when you have 4 champions.
How good is Hope?
Sword Art always has the ability to jump back after he goes.
You know, some fights. Sometimes you play AD, and the best thing you can do is nothing.
And that might give Hung and Shanks easier access to the backline. So I think we're gonna need to see some really nice coordinated engages coming out from Ultra Prime to make sure that Doggo doesn't get left by himself.
Well, it's going to be interesting to watch at the very least. A lot of go.
What happened to Warhorse?
Here, Xiaobai and Warhorse shake hands. Folks, these teams are undefeated. You wouldn't come into a new split and say Ultra Prime and WE haven't bitten the dust yet, at least in a single series, but it is the truth. Now, you can look at their relative opponents and you can say they haven't versed anyone who was previously in the top 4 before. Ultra Prime, it was AL, it was FPX.
Yo, Carbon Tough, thank you very much.
WE, it was only AL on the other side that they took a win, but still, wins are wins and zeros are zeros. And right now, these teams are sitting with zeros in the loss column.
I actually have a pro player card of Shanks. Let me show you guys.
It is the battle for the middle of the table to start signifying
there
your
is
place here in the LPL 2023 Summer Split, the split that rolls into Worlds. As we got ourselves a lot of big-bodied men. There is at least 500 kilos of body weight between these two teams running into Game 1. Sorry, 5,000.
I was going to say, it's going to be a lot more than that. Like, my God, Malphites, Gragas's, Wukongs, Vi's, Scions. We just have so much going on right now. Ooh. I'm impressed with the Gyos.
You'd have to hope, because WE's arena, folks, bit of back context, 600 seats in Xi'an. So WE have the biggest arena, unless that's changed over the years of COVID. They have the biggest arena out of any LPL team. If they did not have sub-Gyos, I would be concerned that one, Ultra Prime has a lot.
No, I don't think so, Galliarmos.
Two, people came all the way to Xi'an to see WE lose.
I actually can't believe how loud the Ultra Prime Giles were, too, in WE's home arena. Here you are, expecting them to be in the Lion's Den. But a lot of people coming out to support Ultra Prime. But I guess Ultra Prime having some, you know, big-name players, right? You already hit on it.
Which draft is better here, Maro?
With his breakout performance at MSI.
I think it depends heavily on early, and I think early is largely inactive. But I like blue side more, honestly.
We know a lot of their action should be coming through mid-jungle.
I like blue side more because even though up have a good way of killing Jinx, I think that with the help of Gale Force and Janna that they can actually break the first initial engagement.
Well, I want to see if I1D can counter that because Howling Gales in.
And I don't think that up is strong enough early to actually do anything. I think early they actually don't have good matchups.
Folks, if you don't know, I1D in the past, this was his pick. This was when he got to High Challenger. He was known as a bit of a Janna OTP back in the day, and it was something that made him famous. So I1D.
But later on, right? If they can like Morphy Wukong ult and Rakan and kill Jinx or like Annie before the fight even commences, then things can get dirty. But I think matchup-wise, blue side is really smooth sailing here.
And it's just like their first series. It really felt like the place where they got the better of anyone's legend. It was just being able to.
This matchup is miserable, but
and right,
this is 13-10, so no affiliates nerves.
Have the range support matchup. We've already talked about how much of a
Tanky. It feels like I have known you forever, you know.
You're gonna have a lot that Hung is able to work with. Where for Ultra Prime, it's gonna be about just.
We've soon known each other for a whole year, Tanky.
Try and find a time where you can bring Ning down to the spot side. Because 3v3, that's where things like engage supports can try and do more and win out against the likes of an enchanter like Janna, but WE might never give them the opportunity with Hung already
Hello, Ichos.
in the bot side jungle.
Yeah, not going for the dive, but the wave wasn't there. However, regardless, that vision you mentioned is going to give a bit more information with the camp seen to be cleared out. Thinking that Wukong's going to be on the top side. Lyric, just a side note, we saw there, last time the Janna was played, I think it was with LNG, which would tell me that I1D played it last. Yeah.
Yep, it was
in
I believe
2021.
822 days. Yeah.
I won these visions.
Over 2 years since we have seen that one come out. Just over, as it looked like it was spring split when he played it.
This Howling Gale's dangerous, but a good return here from Sword Art in the bottom lane. Hung was spotted out trying to get that Vault Breaker into the lane, and that's how crazy it is. One Howling Gale, Doggo would have been in a lot of trouble with his summoners, but he survives to live the tale as Hung just goes back to clear his last cap. Now, Lyric, that ward you pointed out, I want to mention, Ning is going to be spotted over it as his Gromp respawns, so we are going to give a little bit of information over to WE. So that
Why does it feel like I've never seen the Sion Morph matchup? That's crazy.
Ultra Prime would want to look for a play on bot because you have a reset coming out from Ning.
And World Elite didn't get a base against before Blue Gun.
But there are so many
GG.
wards littered around that bot side for WE. It looks like they all did just time out, but the information's already come through.
Bro, there's no PvP no in Genshin Impact.
Have that slight window because
You can beat all the content with shit gear, no?
Now we'll just have to default to farming once again.
Farming's what we're going to do. Slower pace early gamers. I'm going to say that now, but Cube and Harry up in that top lane, that's going to be a fun level 6.
I've seen videos of people beating the game with shit gear.
Who can lift more at the gym. Now, at the start of this broadcast, I did say, or at least start of the game, Lyric, that we had a 5,000 kilo game plan here from both teams. I forgot, Malphite is rock solid. He's literally a mountain. I think mountains weigh, what? They're tons, bro. 5,000 kilos is more like 5 million kilos, I feel like, just in the top lane alone.
Oh yeah, 100%. I wonder where Sion.
They're getting blue gunned, guys.
On a scale comparison.
They're getting completely blue gunned.
I know there are pictures out there.
How is this blue gun balanced? What the fuck is a kilo? Kilo is
champion in League of Legends
means 1,000
I know. As we see Dragon approach here from Hung, 1.5 tons.
in Latin, I believe.
Sion is 1.5 tons, man. Oh my god, and he's almost 100 years old as Tippers makes her way out. Hung, not getting the Vault Breaker though. Forge.
Woody Fruity.
Cast gets him out of there. Lyric, unfortunate for Hung on the top.
All right.
Just didn't connect.
Yeah, sadly, just not having the range to be able to get that up, so a lot blown.
So, bot lane doesn't base. Bot lane doesn't base, and the enemy gets a Drake off of it.
Ultimately, Ultra
Up.
Prime just trading up, picking up a dragon on their side as well.
Hey.
I will say, as the game goes longer,
Hey, up
I still
dog.
think I probably favor WE. I mean,
Up doggo.
outrange. You have an enchanter paired alongside.
What's up, doggo?
A ton of disengage coming out against a composition that is.
I'm too tired, but there's a joke in there.
WE should have both the play pattern and slightly superior scaling to get through. But when you have so many go buttons, it at least means you have a lot of ways to punish mistakes.
As Ning, speaking of, going to be spotted out here, but not engaged on by Hung. Remember that flash was burnt before, so he lets him go.
They get the base on board, but they have a Dreadskin in the bank. Chemtech Drake.
Talking there to find out how heavy Malphite is. I'm very sorry to everyone. Sion might be 1.5 tons.
Sword Art's gonna 1v9, I can feel it.
Malphite is 86 tons and 36 feet tall. So he is the number one. He is really the unstoppable force, this website says. So that's, yeah, 87.5 tons just in the top lane.
Kind of disappointed we don't see him more often. Here this man is, could be like the heavwood champion of the world, could literally 1v1 any of you listening right now. And we only see him, I'd say, one in every, what would you say, like 20 games?
Alright, Fredzy, we moved on. We moved on.
We're seeing Sion more and more as well. Or at least more and more than the Malphiters. I'm going to pause
he's the second most played
conversation.
champion right now.
Oh, he is actually as well. For good reason, right? Not as
It's the first Blood King, still MVP jungler in LEC so far.
Hung is coming in level 6 on Forge.
I don't even know what that means. Summer hasn't started.
From Forge doesn't overstep as Hope gets the ulti out in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Doggo is safe for now. He's got Severin, but Hope and I1D continue to push forward while WE elsewhere are not finding much else.
No, but still turning this into a lead, right? CS advantage in top, CS advantage in bot.
Jankos is doing well, yeah.
Very much looking like they're.
But is he the first Blood King?
I'll break your heart a little bit because I was looking at some stats.
I don't know if I can call him that. But he's good.
Teams are bottom 5 in
If you want to call him first Blood King, you can.
So, despite the fact that
It's okay.
overall has been much slower.
That's all you, baby.
These teams have definitely been some of the primary offenders, but hey, right now with the pryos they have in min and bot, looks like they
Last season he won spring. Would he be streaming D4? Probably. I'm level 54, guys. I'm level 54.
Unlucky from Hung as well that he wasn't able to see that ward going to be moved away here as Shanks continues to push out mid, guys. As Lyric just said, it'll be a slow affair through the early game. But now that we have those ultis up and available, now that Dragon's 2 minutes away too, seems like we're trying to get a little bit more proactive, especially down this bottom side.
Like, yeah, big Jeff.
Vision, that's what we're looking at right now.
Yanko's not the guy that's good at hitting spears.
Over to WE. I'm wondering if they're going to move up there because it feels like in a game where
that's
you
him, yeah.
have a priority in a lot of your lanes, Herald should be the priority, but Hung's like, no, screw that. Every time it's about...
Did you see Spider Boy verse? Spider Boy.
I'm gonna see if Ning makes his way around. Okay, no action happens. I
didn't see none of that, man.
Ready to be able to drop just in case any action came through. But yeah, WE, they're the team that have all the onus to be able to pick up Herald. Maybe wanting to try to
Spider fellas.
Longer, knowing that Ultra Prime really
Bootleg Spider-Man.
And not wanting
Spider dude.
Where, hey, we're gonna go get Herald with our bot lane. You're gonna get some free plate spot. I would say
I want to see Spider mid beast.
Up and start this one off. But hell, if they don't go for it, looks like Ultra Prime might.
Alright, Januni is getting a little ardent sensor action going.
Punch as well. Forge moving on up, and that's a big overextended sign, but it is a sign nevertheless. Is TP going to be used?
Bro, a mosquito fucked me up yesterday.
Just turned into Unleashed Teleport 5 seconds ago, Lyric. So the timing
in fights like these, I think up is better.
That's the biggest thing. Explosive
this is way better for up, like.
The all-in from Hung to turn it around. I wonder though, not going to dive.
Oh well, this is
massive there. Somehow the Janna ult moves the 86-ton giant, but still, first blood goes over to Ultra Prime as a rocket. Flies, Forge. He's not going to be denied. Herald sitting there, taken away. I think in the end it does still go to Ning, but
the she.
Well, that's the perfect icing from
carry on my way.
Right, we just saw in that fight so much CC to be able to go through. Now we need to keep our eyes on Ning and see where he does end up dropping it. I actually don't know if this is one
second in engagement like that. Blue side needs a couple of items before they start winning, I think.
To have a need to drop it topside.
The target selection is just easier on red.
Same going for Grog.
Even if someone flashes.
Bot lane is getting pushed in, but Pele was really the only person where it would make sense to give any of that gold over.
Look at that Addy control, man. Shanks.
But at the very least, gold still given in some regard. Yeah, no assist kind of sucks.
We've got the summertime sadness.
Ning on the right summertime. It does feel like WE.
Yeah, this mosquito bit the shit out of me, man. I have a mosquito bite on my knee and on my elbow. Those are like some of the most annoying spots.
And all of it just coming from the
Morning, Angel.
that their laners are finding, right? I mean, especially Cube in that top side, doing a nice job sitting about 20 CS above his counterparts. We're going to see here exactly what went down. WE.
Why you don't talk about the game? I have talked about the game. What is it to say? I said this fight is very losing because the enemy has the buttons to press and Jinx is on bot, and they have the position.
It was from Sword Art as well, and
what else you want me to say?
Hung get taken down so quickly, and this is why I said, you know, despite the fact that the longer the game goes on, it might favor WE. When you do have so much lockdown, when you do have, you know, at least some bursts that'll come online later on, WE can't afford to make any missteps.
Well, this might be one of them.
You joined the sack today? I don't think anyone is awake, honestly. I think not anyone is awake.
Again here, WE hold steadfast.
But at least you got Mountain. Mountain's very, very big. Dom's there? Okay, Dom's there.
Those first items coming on board first. Luden's Echo now picked up, or Tempest.
Might just join Dom then.
Hope already had the Storm Razor as we went into that last replay due to all the plates he's taken plus the CS lead. The only other person who's really picked up their first item is Ning and Harry on Ultra Prime. So we'll have to see when Doggo and Forge can catch up on that boat.
Bro, what is that?
Ultra Prime's next move is with objective so far away.
Again, I think they need to find a time.
What the fuck is that, mate?
And like you pointed out, Ning having the Divine Sunder
is
the one person
adding it, I guess.
Stronger than his counterpart. We can even see here a level up over Hung. Is he going to stop Hung?
Did you feed the cats? Yeah, I fed the cats.
to steal it and get away. Oh, poor Ning.
It's irritating, man. I mean, Hung is great at this. This is what we knew him for in spring. That was his debut. flashing over walls, jungle ceiling, jungle.
I'm in the
sec.
sack.
You have to say one thing about this man is a no holds bar here from any time he plays in Summoner's Rift. But the biggest thing that Ning now wants to do, Lyric, seems to be towards
This red side is
as Herald is still in his hand.
on big spike.
Herald is now just going to be dropped down.
But I don't understand why you ever want to go loot in this game as any. Like enemy team is Gragas, Malphite. Woo.
For the first week of play, put in the middle of the lane.
I partially get it. I understand it. It's like the enemy's not gonna buy Amara. It's just solo AP. I get that, but enemy has so much HP.
Heralds right now in the league, so it's
So much
really
HP.
a team that both prioritizes them, knows how to use them well. So now for Ultra Prime, gotten pressure where they needed it. A ton of wards littered in the bot side jungle, so it should open up for Sword Art and Doggo to have a bit more safety as well as play more aggressive. Because look at the minimap. Forge and Ning just constantly hovering around this area.
Yeah, pulling the trigger is not happening, but still.
Did DSM win?
As you said,
Well, apparently they wanted to leave the LCS before all of this garbage was announced and the LCSPA started to strike, so I guess in some way TSM is winning. But then you see players like, but then you like get reminded like Sword Art just took the whole war chest of TSM with him.
not the kills per minute team that you want from an LPL game. But that doesn't mean
Where were the
things aren't
bands?
gonna be happening soon.
Milio,
Hovers towards bottom lane as Doggo tries to clean out the way.
Kesante,
Down for first
Nico,
blood. WE are just waiting towards this
Zeri.
rush where they know Ning is, where they know Sword Art is as well.
You can see that both teams, like, they want the other one to go, and they're like, hey, we are ready.
Chase Maokai. I don't remember which one was banned.
Ultra Prime finally going to do it, but Hunk should just be able to get this and walk away, so Sword Art just going to look to clear out some vision. Doggo?
I think coming into this Drake, I prefer blue side.
I told you were waiting.
Oh, that's the TP of Dragoon. Aye. Oh, the reverse one. Sword Art. Where was Sword Art? He was any auto. Malphite still has on.
Now try and progress forward.
Ultra Prime, the team that ends up losing a member, also losing out massively in their solo lanes. We see Shanks now, but in top side,
It's like Sion.
all the way proxy.
It is tough, man. It is tough for Red here.
Walk back, finish this turret off.
Gragas doesn't have TP too, the Drake is spawning, and it's a fat Drake too. It's a fat Drake.
Very damage heavy. So the
Malphite doesn't have TP and is gonna walk on top here, and then Sion has TP and there's no Drake.
that front line, as we see here, Ning goes in, but of course,
Can I get a woo?
coming out, great job for Serho. Just no follow-up, able to come out from Iwandi with the clutchest flash to make sure that he gets the hell out of dodge.
Alright, Wukong no ult, Gragas no ult. Gragas Road of Age is finished. Annie Tibbers is on cooldown, Violet is on cooldown. But Sion is here and he's ready to mingle.
Yeah, it gave so much to WE on the other side of the map, and now it's Dragon Spawn.
Jesus can walk on water, can he swim on land? I can swim on land.
A ham and a handbasket right now.
I'm not saying I'm Jesus, but I can swim on land. I'll show you later.
Doggo without his ghost as well. A couple of those ultis need time to come up in Nings. It looks like Ultra Prime
Wow, okay.
have enough though, as Death Rock's going to be flying through.
They just get it like that.
Ultra Prime strong enough to take this dragon.
Okay.
And take themselves to number 2, while WE just handshake, take the field,
Okay.
and go to Herald in the.
I thought... I blame Sion for this, by the way. Like, if Sion is pushing past the neutral, why doesn't he walk into mid and just fucking face check all of this while Malphite is catching top? Like, how is this a thing? It's like Cube is playing for CS record.
It's going to be really hard for them to find out.
Moder Ramza, thank you very much.
Best priority, which will just give WE free reign over the whole map. So this Herald definitely can be massively impactful. We're going to be looking at Ultra Prime to potentially look for picks with how much CC they have. Already looking right now towards...
And why is Annie pushing past the neutral like this when he has no vision on top side? Nah, blood. Shanks.
He doesn't want to burn too much. Tibbers will come out, but no flash. Nothing of the sort.
What do you think about the Rakan pick? I think it's completely fine because Lulu was out, but...
But it is still a kill. While I will say, again, trade it
Nice.
effectively, 'cause
Cube.
is
At this
playing
point, Cube.
World of Warcraft down here.
Cube, just fucking at this point, buy Hullbreaker and never look at your team.
Scion builds, you know, like you pick up Hullbreaker. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe even get some.
Just buy Hullbreaker,
I
Cube.
don't know what Cube's like brain's gonna be cooking up, but completely commit to the split push and be that annoying Scion and solo queue that just continuously dies but takes everything in the enemy base.
Pick Sion and doesn't fucking take Nash. Take Drakes.
a level 13 shredded.
Thank you, Asparagus. Alright, huge. Thank you, Ning. Thank you, Ning. You're far too kind. Finally, Cube connects. Cube connect!
Still ulti out of there with 4 just ulti in the mix and just chill.
I'm so surprised he even like thought he had to ult out of that situation. We saw, I mean, again, no one's gonna do damage to you, my dude. No one is gonna hurt you, Cube. Doggo only being on like first item. Sure, it's a strong item, but already having plated steel caps, now Radiant Virtue coming out on this Scion as well. Sunfire.
All right, look at when Scion connects with his team after pushing. What a G.
The LDR is hung here, does get the ult off before the clone.
That's some
really nice combo.
LPL traps right there, mate.
To make sure that they get this first kill, and you see again, no one.
Cube.
No one.
I just love that he walks up for one hit on the turret. He refuses to elaborate, leaves, and now has a Radiant Virtue.
My man bought Radiant Virtue. The way he plays.
Suddenly.
Ooh, cold. I like that.
Top lane Scion, who did well in lane,
Would he even die?
the only one in the game
Probably.
With a bounty.
Because we would get like eat and slowed by Gragas, and the turret would eat him, and then they would chase and actually commit with their spells, with the Philios ult and fight and ghost. And is Jinx doing well in this game? Yeah, she's doing fine. She's just farming. She's getting her Gale Force in preparation for Drake number 4, which of course is humongous dungus. Scion is finally grouping. Kupisz mi Diablo? Siemanko. Nie mam pieniądze. I ain't got no money. I ain't got no money. When I'm in need. Yeah, she's a trifling friend indeed. Oh, you're a gold digger.
Yeah, until then, everyone, what
way
kind of
over
blanket you
time.
got on, I'll tell you right now. I have a nice
The digs on me.
I've got this grey blanket. It's come from IKEA. It's about.
Angel
I'm not doing inches because I shouldn't.
versus Rookie the Cookie.
10, 15 centimeters thick, like thick as all.
The fuck is the caster saying?
And it is the warmest blanket ever because tonight.
Oh, he's talking about a blanket.
Degrees, even in Sydney, because we are upside down and the weather
Damn.
here is winter. You're in Arizona. Well, can I say that, Lyric? I've already said the first part of it. You're in America, a place starting with A.
I'm in Arizona, you know, like I've
go.
said that many times.
Go find him.
Please don't. You know what? I don't leave anyways. Oh,
All right, why is Malphite here?
wow, Harry, he's really tanky.
Yes.
Has to use the ult to get away.
Fuck this gameplay, man.
Didn't want to burn anything more than the ulti there.
So we might finally have some like a contentious situation. 2 core Wukong, 2 core Aphelios, 2 core Jinx. We're gonna have this crazy good fight at the 4th Drake. It's going to be super interesting. Finally, we get to see composition versus composition. What is going to happen to the Jinx? Will she get ulted? Will she get collapsed on? And then instead we have fucking Mr. 1800 for the new Rusty, like looking for mushrooms in the river, mate. And now there's too much of an imbalance. No, Cube, take the CS. Cue the wave, take all the CS from Jinx. Oh, he didn't do it.
I think Ultra Prime are really going to be dissuaded from even contesting the straight.
18 Henny for the new Rusty.
Hung has already started it off. They're making the switch towards Baron to threaten the rest of WE. Cube is face checking by himself as
Harry Spotter.
He's gonna get Gravitum.
Nah, bro.
No one, as you said, does damage.
We have blue trinket, man. We have water Nash, Cube. We need the face check. Oh, Doggo. Holy Doggo.
And just like that Dragonfall.
Doggo.
That's it. WE now have positioning over this Baron.
There's no good or evil.
And it's just.
There's only
The longer this game goes,
weight,
I wonder
and
what
those
Bronze
strong
is
enough
able
to
provide.
lift it.
Honestly, it's going to be like waiting for members of WE to show in sides and then trying to pull the trigger with Harry's ultimate in mid and just hoping you have enough damage there. The problem is that WE haven't been showing on sides.
I think Cube got yelled on, by the way, because now he's like overdoing it a little bit. He got yelled on. It's like, mate, fucking group, mate.
Shank's finally going to show now.
He's not even like catching waves on his side anymore.
Up there with her friend.
He's like, yo,
Is essentially just a bodyguard.
I reached 2 core. I've reached my purpose.
But
At this point, you know Sion can get a relic. Like, if he's playing like this, get some shoulder pads. The fucking shoulder guards. Share some filet mignons, dude. Alright, Shanks. What's up, Forge? Oi!
Yeah, they're going to take that every single time, but this is what we said. The second they show in sides, this is when you need to look to pull the trigger. Not wanting to do it, considering that Cube was the only one in the instance of like
Snack.
PC to be able to
Schmack.
but even heavy trading onto him is
Alright, we got the TP. Annie, are you okay? Got the Tiberski. Woo! Good flash from Updogo. He has Gale Force. Get some damage in. Shanks is low. Oh, you Gale Force those, doggo, man. Oh, never mind. It was Swordha that took it in the face. My bad.
Ultra Prime can't do a thing.
No, this one is just, again, no damage, a bunch of meatballs. Sadly, by Ultra Prime, I feel like it's only going to get
well played by Shanks.
But WE now going to be able to convert this into a Baron. We'll see if Forge and Doggo are even going to opt in to come, like, trying to do anything a little bit cheeky, but seems like no. I mean, it would be hard to try to steal away the Baron with, like, a Gragaskew or something, but it definitely won't happen. So I'm a little bit disappointed in you, Forge. Yeah, you could have done great things.
I mean,
Let's take a look at this game. What happened to the Signals? I need to see.
Slowly but surely going towards WE as we look at this fun replay.
Look at that teleportation device. Boom.
Engage comes through, but the big thing being Shanks onto the back line. 2 flashes forced out means Ning goes down right away. And then there he goes. Bam!
Did you ever coach against Ning at Worlds? It's in scrims. We scrimmed against Ning.
With things like the Ghost, the Flash, the Gale Force, everything having to be used.
Look at him.
And the second time he went to Worlds, I wasn't there.
Cube just TPs the bot side with Baron, and Ultra Prime have to leave.
You know, you used to love the Fridge saying, but I feel like Cube must be the next level evolution of a Fridge in this game. Which would be...
What is better than a Fridge?
Are you Googling that?
Yeah, Kogan, 362 liter, interchangeable chest fridge and freezer. With Afterpay or Zipper Pay, $600.
That's kind of the same thing, right? It's still...
My man just dropped an ad.
So I feel like we kind of want to move on to like a better household appliance.
The Shock's good at the game. I think she's like
Maybe is the house is Forge is TPing in. He wants to try
high Grandmaster.
apartments that bridge off the back end. Not sure what neighborhood we're in anymore, but Forge,
Alright.
he's going to be trying to get him away.
We ult that hang. We ult that. We ult that baby. Ult that baby. Boom, Tiberski.
Goes the dynamite. There ain't no bomber there. Instead, the explosion's first to come as WE with Baron in the bot side. And meanwhile, Ultra Prime might just have to leave and go running home scared to their base.
And it seems like WE have just found a style that suits them in this new meta. Like, they're happy to play out slow. They have strong laners, and they're able to deliver and really just slowly whittle away at their counterparts. Just recreating what they did in their first series beautifully here again.
Well, I have to say, this series, or at least the start of it, has just turned into like an LG advert because their sponsored post on Google is saying, entertain like a baller.
I'm kidding, by the way. I don't think she's GM.
But I feel like that's the first step. So LG...
I don't even know how much League she plays nowadays.
Oh, the reaction time from Hope is gorgeous. You know, Harry wouldn't have got much...
Sucks to be Mo fight. Sucks to be Mo fight when enemy has flash.
WEAD has just had a chill out game. Along with the rest of WE here in this game, it's been steady, but we know in the end, the tortoise.
What should Mo fight do though? It's like they need to create some imbalances where like Jinx uses sums, because as long as she has sums, they will never win a fight. And they're gonna slowly lose her base anyway. That's Gale Force. Jinx finally used both of her dashes, guys. Can we win? No, we cannot. It's all ogre now.
If the next game looks anything like this, WE are chilling here as they can up against
You know, I've thought about it, and I feel like the upgrade from a fridge should probably be a rice cooker. I feel like if you look, you can probably find some really nice... Is there anything more useful than a rice cooker? I'd argue no. And Cube in that game was incredibly useful. Chilled in top lane.
Honestly, rice cookers are so broken. Like, it's unbelievable how insane rice cookers are.
The rice is done.
It is actually nuts.
Like egg fried rice, and you know, here we are.
It's insanely broken.
I mean, some people don't keep eggs in their fridge.
They are OP.
Probably wouldn't be able to have eggs without
Well,
the fridge. I'm not sure how
so and then I wanted us to buy a rice cooker. And I was like, let's do some research. Let's buy the best one online, whatever. She's like, no, I want a fucking rice cooker today. We were in the Asian shop, right? Asia market. And then they have a rice cooker for 25 euro. I'm like, I'm looking at it. I'm like, this is going to be complete garbage. A waste of money. We buy this fucking 25 euro rice cooker.
Yeah, like,
bro, it's popping off, man.
Overview of that game, it's
like, completely right, popping off.
Ultra Prime ended up out of draft with losing lanes, like trying to bring in some of these flex picks like the Gragas. And you also had like lower damage. You were indexed only to engage. You're going up against something like a Janna. Just, I feel like they had a lot of issues coming out of draft already that made this game WE favored. But then once they felt the pressure, they're like, okay, we need to try and make plays. We need to try to go for aggressive dives at bot lane, which I agree with. They need to find a lead or they will get outscaled. It's going to get incredibly hard. Problem is, those plays got botched. Mostly WE outplayed them, like we said, like these flame chompers able to come on that bot side, deter the dives. And then the whole time, Cube is just getting huge in top. So it's like draft was a problem. Because of draft being a problem, they're forced into a haphazard game plan. And then when that goes awry, there really is just nothing Ultra Prime can do.
I wonder he did more.
Microwave? Nah, blood. Microwaving rice? I don't know about that, mate. I don't need none of that in my life. Sometime I think about is you. I was reading this is kind of stupid, but I was reading a thread on the new Apple announcement, and the top comment was, "Let Tim cook." I don't know, I'm reading that shit while I'm taking a shit on the toilet. And it's so stupid that I found it.
I need time to prepare that.
Who's our MVP for the previous game, guys? Let's talk MVP, guys. Who's the MVP? Who's the MVP of that game right there, man? Januni?
Not while I'm in town.
I want to say Shanks. I want to say Annie, are you okay? He had some impact. Annie, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? Mate. I don't want to die like this. Oh, this lag is really messing my flow up. Where is he? Oh, they removed it from the game or what? There used to be an elite here that perma respawns that people were farming. The parasite is gone. Have you not been enlightened by the rice robot? What the fuck is the rice robot? Is it like one of those rice cookers that talks? I don't know if the parasite's gone, but... I was watching Crash Landing on You, and basically... Why was chat in sub mode yesterday? Because JDG and JDG already started. So I could get spoiled with the game. And I trust my subs a little bit more than I trust the chat, because at least it shows me that you've made one good decision in your life, guaranteed. Damn, look at the turtle!
I'm out of mana.
Look at that turtle! Bruv, the mob density is awful.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I like turtles. I genuinely like turtles. But then again, who doesn't? Dzień dobry, dzień dobry. How is this even a game? How is this even a question? You're asking me how this is a game. Ravaged corpse.
I'm not ready yet.
This is Diablo 3. No.
I'm not ready yet.
This is Diablo 4. Yes, hardcore, mate. Jesus, guys, that was way too close. Way too close. My fucking heart hurts.
I need more time.
This game is way better than Diablo 3.
I need more time.
But I didn't play like older seasons of Diablo 3, so... Someone's gonna tell me, Season 24 is the best Diablo game ever. Then... You know, that's all you, baby. My heart hurts too. Did 180 kilo deadlift. Your heart hurts after deadlifting. Lithium. Thank you very much for the Prime game. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for the Prime. Cyberpunk, you're giving Blizzard ideas on how to monetize the game more. If you want to ride a turtle, they're gonna put that behind the biggest, thickest paywall you've ever seen in your life. The biggest and thickest paywall you've ever seen in your life. I assure you, mate.
I need time to do that.
Yeah, of course, Diablo 2 is a goated game. Hall of Fame game. Legit one of the best games ever. One of the best games ever made. Hands down. Yo, what's the rest? Alright, this is a good place to stop. Actually, we will do this one too. This is a multiplayer, yeah. Mate, soloing Uber Tristan is easy, mate. Wait, it disappeared. Alright. And before I die, because I exited the game in a random location. Right, back to life, back to reality.
Just to kind of get us into it and ready for it, I found out, you know, your comparison was pretty aptly thrown out the window, thinking that you could compare rice cookers to fridges, because I, in the break, found the most expensive fridge. Now, I told everyone in chat about $9 grand was what I found for a nice big cooler, but I have found the most expensive fridge in the world, which is a $41,000 Meneghini Aradamenti refrigerator that has
Meneghini Aradamenti.
doors, a coffee machine in the front, something
that's what I call my dog.
Up in the top so that the little sisters can get out, and it's
what a
spaces down
coincidence.
the bottom that comes from Alien vs Predator that refills water and probably has that little thing that comes out of it as well.
Look, I can already tell you there's a massive problem with this because it's probably one of those ones that you like can connect to your home Wi-Fi and you know stuff like that. But that means it could be hacked. So there you go. It's already deficient as compared to I've moved on from the rice cooker. Now it's all about the wok. And you know, I don't know how we get back on track from here. We do have game 2. I do believe teams opted into swapping sides, if I remember correctly, which would make sense. Teams still are choosing blue side these days, which even though earlier we said theoretically with so many OPs, red should end up with more. Red still has more must bans, in my opinion. Like, hell, just being on blue side means that if Zeri somehow gets left open, which it has quite a few times, you're going to be the team that ends up with Zeri on your team. Or if Melio gets left open, you should be the team that ends up with Melio, even though we have seen teams not first pick it when left open. But I think being over a week in, those days are behind us. The days of seeing Zeri Yumi on the Rift, they're gone.
Thank God. Dude, the fact that we got into week 1, and thank you for the redirect, the fact that we got into week 1 and we saw a Zeri Yumi, like, again, what rubbish. I think we all know by now that Jamada cannot be more tilted by bottom lane. Like, he got so tilted that he's having like a month holiday or something. So it's just crazy to me that Zeri Yumi exists. We have to ban Zeri again because that combo is so stupid. And then we're back to Aphelios, we're back to Jinx, Milio's ridiculous, Casante's ridiculous. Even
I'm currently
Nico
booked for 2 weeks of DLC.
Like, man,
as far as I know.
it feels like we're in the bloody, Lupin's class with the Boggart. Everything is ridiculous. And the rant might be over for now, but we all know that this has to change. So hopefully when 13, 11, 13, 12 comes around, we can all have a break and get out of this space, because League of Legends is a heroic, beautiful, fun-loving game only when there's balance in the Force.
I just love the idea that you sold us that, like, here Jamada comes, casts 2 days of LPL, has a bunch of, like, Zeris and Yumis, packs it up, gets the bowler hat, gets the nice, the nice suit and vest off the
Thoughts on
Colorado,
Double Lift takes on LCSPA? I didn't watch his full video. I will do it after this game, because usually between the matches there's a bigger break.
Like, I know we have Pogmore, but
We're gonna have a sniff.
we need, Dogmore, whatever the skin is, but we need
Rumble
a proper
ban.
dog in the game. Warwick doesn't count.
Rumble ban. What is
doesn't
that?
Count in the top lane either. That's Anubis. We need
Nico
a proper
out.
dog, someone that fetches a ball and probably kills the cat while they're at it. Okay, into that set draft. WE on red, Ultra Prime on blue. Now, Jace banned again. The Rumble against Hung makes a lot of sense. Against any of this team, realistically, we just want to see Cassante off the board, Lyric, and then what else? What am I missing? Milio. Milio could be left open here, either Cassante or Milio. What's it going to be?
I think Milio has to be banned here by
LCS will be fine.
At least, again,
No.
you couldn't pick like other tanks into him. Gonna function similarly, even if he does just do their job better. We also have things like the Jax that can always come out and go toe.
These are some dank blue side bans.
Ban out the Milio here, does let the Cassante go through. But again, with how Team Prios are shaking up, who even knows what Ultra Prime would end up
Cassante, baby.
True, I mean, it could be anything.
wow.
Holy.
Actually,
Cassante
just
versus
like,
Vi.
okay, whatever, let's just throw a Hail Mary.
But Gwen is open. So,
I mean,
just go
Swerve
Vi.
has already played the Milio once, didn't win in that game, and because hell, not even ended up going towards it, valuing the vibe.
I wanna see a
Like,
2-3
this could be
Gwen.
Milio Cassante right here.
Drop mid.
We could just end up with Milio Cassante. That would be
I
crazy.
think you do. It's so OP.
Or,
Milio Cassante,
if your bot lane is the GOAT,
surely not. Okay, lock it in.
Drop
And then
full
what do they do
bot.
on the other side, Lyric? Jinx, Aphelios.
Gwen, Annie.
One of those. Like, surely you take away the Jinx, right? I mean, we can keep theory crafting because it's so straightforward.
Gwen Ari.
Here comes Cassante. Cube loves it. Cube's a great Cassante.
Yeah, I think here you'd probably end up going Cassante. Then for Ultra Prime, like you're saying, you lock in one of the ADs. I would say Jinx, because again, Jinx typically does.
Gwen,
fare
Gwen,
better
Gwen.
For the Aphelios is more
Give me
likely champion in
Gwen.
their minds. And
Give
then
me
you have the question, do you
fire.
just outright pick the Annie, which I think makes a lot of sense, is at least having your own strong blind, or do you now, as Ultra Prime, feel pressured to look for an answer in that top lane and not get banned out in the second phase, because there's already been a ban thrown at top lane from the side of WE, and that could end up being 2 more.
Well,
Aphelios
tournament organizers.
I mean, yeah, look, if you do look topside.
Tournament organizers are fine, right? Because they are doing it independently, financially independently.
We've got a Lulu that looks like Sword Art's going to be bringing in, but
I do like this though.
Please.
Because I feel like teams just typically go over the Jinx so much, and they're just like, nope, we're just going to take the Aphelios, and then you just lead the Jinx, and then you're just on the wrong side of that matchup. Even win rate wise, Jinx doing incredibly well in the LPL so far, sitting at 63%. Aphelios sitting at 35%. So hey, at least they went with the statistical and even matchup wise, like, better champion.
And you see the direction change in our meta as well. Just on one interesting note, we used to have a bit of Lucian Milio propping up, but we've just seen the value of Aphelios, and Hope especially.
I like Lulu. Lulu terrible into Milio? No.
Before we saw the game itself, and
I think Lulu actually wins early against Milio.
One of the premier
They chose just Milio skills a bit too good.
Especially when he was on JDG. So WE, 3 very strong meta picks right now. We just got to see what goes with it, because now the Gwen's banned away, which is the one LPL answer into Cassante that consistently does well.
Yeah, Gwen off the table. I wonder if they'd opt into taking away the Jax as well. At least then you'd be left with just generic tank topside. which means W also could look to ban the Scion over the Jax if they're more like, hey, we're fine with you, like maybe having a slightly better laning phase. We just don't want your comp to be as well-rounded, because now with having this Enchanter down on the bot side, I think definitely coming through with the tank top laner for Harry would be the way to go to have a more cohesive team composition.
Yeah, well, Harry already played the Gragas the last game around. Let's see if it comes around. Oh, sorry, that was Forge, actually, last time around. We saw Malphite, but to no avail from Harry up in the top side. We'll see if he shifts gears a little bit, as Silas was banned by Ultra Prime. Maybe against the Vi, I wanted to stop that one.
No, Cyberpunk, I don't think you're right.
Strengthen that mid-jungle 2v2. Lyric. Maybe it's time to get rid of Shanks's... What do you get rid of? Do you get rid of that Annie? Do you need to?
Yeah, honestly, I think you do.
The game is fine.
It's just such a strong pivotal pick right now.
League of Legends as the game is fine.
Is a flex. Shanks has also played it so far this split.
And it has beaten Dota for the last 12 years.
So I'm actually wondering if W will even opt into picking mid lane.
Yeah, of course the client is ass. Of course there's things that can be better.
Or you look to take jungle and you keep the flex alive for the Cassante. And I mean, hell, you even still have things like that Wukong left open if they did want to go towards it. Viego, another one, which we've surprisingly been seeing Viego's priority rise a little bit in terms of
course things can be better, but you can say that about anything.
Are left open and some teams still opt into that.
I'm just saying, it's like League of Legends is a way better game than Dota.
I feel like, again, though, as we talked about it
And it has been.
The Annie just showing us so much of the strength of picks for WE. So we are going to see jungle left the last pick here, Lyric, and we are getting ourselves the Cassante up in the top lane confirmed. But what do Ultra Prime do with this information? We already talked about Harry picking a tank. As you said, you wanted to see a front line built up here for UP. But do they try and take something more competitive, as this was mid last game, so nothing confirmed yet?
Or maybe you just played way too much League, Cyberpunk.
Yeah, I feel
because your evidence is
like
anecdotal, you know?
And then you go something strong in the mid lane that can contend with an Annie, like a Syndra.
I don't like playing Gragas into Annie. I think it's just bad. I don't know why they keep doing this.
Still, again, a bunch of frontliners with the Jinx. At least this time they have the Jinx over the Ophelia, so again, the kind of better side of the matchup. And they have an Enchanter to make sure that Doggo is buffed up the later the game goes on. So I definitely feel like they made
your evidence is clearly anecdotal, Cyberpunk.
I feel like WE have like a top 2 pick in each role so far. Milia,
just because you moved from League to Dota,
with, Yumi, Cassante, the most coveted top laner, Annie, the second
mid laner after doesn't mean anything.
Aphelios, like, I guess second set of 80 carries after.
I can assure you, more players.
Seriously, W have like everything you would.
More players move from Dota to League.
Outside of
if you look at it, like,
they could have gone
don't get me wrong. Like, of course, there's improvements that can be done to League.
With the Viego, get more damage, get more resets,
and
I mean,
and the client is shit. I agree.
It's just through draft. We're already saying Cassante and Milio just.
I think the only issue here for blue side is that it's like red side requires a lot more finesse to play the game. A lot more finesse. I think in terms of early, red side should be a lot stronger again.
As you said, Ultra Prime, their bottom lane.
If red side doesn't secure like first 2 Drakes and Rift Herald for comp strength alone, then blue side might be like in a good spot. But I think red side, just because of how much stronger they are early, I think they should be favored.
As Incheon, they look to continue their win streak. And yes, I said win streak. It's been 2 games, it's been 2 individual games, 1 series, but hey, a win is a win as we get ready to drive onto Summoner's Rift yet again.
It's not about the success, it's looking at the game and see how they change it and what it means.
In game number 1, apart from
yeah, but what do you mean, what they changed and what it means?
Yeah, WE looked, again, you said it best, they were just cruising. They were just able to chill in game 1. They were able to chill in their first series. Really haven't been pushed just yet. But hopefully with the small adaptations Ultra Prime had made, again, they should at least be set up a little bit better this time around. The place, I'm afraid for them once again.
Yeah, I don't know where this number comes from, that League has thousands of devs.
For your lanes, just a bunch of CC, no real damage to be able to convert. So I'm afraid if WE get the ball rolling first, they just might be able
Google
to
it.
I always love Xiano. Xiano has the most heroic back thralls as well. Like, I'm not sure if we've had Terracotta Warriors there yet, which is their place, but
that's okay, man.
A lot of beautiful structure.
I really don't want to be in a patch cycle. I don't want to be in a Valve patch cycle where you're playing the same game for half a year.
Luckily, it happens early enough.
It's
where
like,
you'll be
in
able
terms
to
of
call back on the
balancing,
map how that
League of
is,
Legends
like,
is
not
goated, by the way.
camp spawned, which,
And anyone who played any game at a high level, any other game, knows that balancing for most game developers is a steaming pile of garbage. You sit there playing a whole arena season, getting fucking turbo swifted by TSG, and you have to sit there and play that shit for fucking 7 months.
Doggo and sort of vision and allowing them to play out through the laning phase and scale up to a point to where they're incredibly strong.
We got the Silent play in bottom lane, by the way. Spotted out by Awards, so W won't be falling for it. But speaking of vision, Ning is starting on a
Yeah, but you're moving the goalposts now, aren't you, Cyberpunk? I don't know which game has more devs, but you said 1,000 devs versus a couple of guys
Hung is like,
playing Dota.
I can either find him.
Damn, Sword Art, he's drifting.
Take us there.
He's drifting.
Is just gonna get invaded on.
What do you mean, yes, exactly? League doesn't have 1,000 devs, mate.
I would not fight this, especially not versus the Viego flood.
No! Oh, that's disturbing.
He did an auto. Ning gets away with his life. Flash for flash.
He started the animation.
I like this animation, though.
I wasn't seeing things. It looked like the auto animation started, canceled it, clicked back, and even if not, I feel like a bit maybe overzealous from Hung to hope.
Nah, Cyberpunk, you're done. You're done.
Win, able to force Ning out of
I like your Cyberpunk, but at this point, man, you're just
have momentum going on
you're just arguing, man. I think you like my attention a little bit too much.
Oh, that hurts. Let's watch again. Hung versus Ning. Close action.
This is very common.
Hey, at least it's not as bad as
do Raptors into the champions can do Raptor well into invade Gromp. This is a classic plan. What's a good counter for Vi?
Yeah. You're right. It actually hurts worse the second time watching through. You feel bad for WE, despite the fact that they came out ahead in that play. Let's not let that deter us from the fact that Hung is still the winner.
He's having a slightly rough day. Again, I said in game number 1.
To be honest, I liked you too, but now I don't know. Nah, blood.
Just hurts. Canceling it.
To kind of expand on that though, and bring it to WE, like
because Cyberpunk.
Like, BOB was definitely
it's like,
the weak link of the roster in my eyes. And
it's like me saying, well, I met God and there's millions of gods floating in the air right now and they're in the room right now. Well, it's like, yeah, prove it. Well, you're not proving me wrong. So, it's like, what? You're the one, you literally said nothing and you made up shit. And then you want me to prove... You want me to prove you wrong? Alright, 1 for 1. That's pretty good. Considering Vi's condition in this game, 1 for 1 is really good for Blue side.
Yeah, I think for W, we should be happy that Hung was able to get something because they're...
Blood, you said that League Riot has 1,000 developers. Like, what does that even mean?
So the fact that Shanks
it's like,
and they're able to convert
like,
and get 1 kill is a great sign for W.
Game devs, it's like, what is even a game dev? It's like, there's so many different teams. It's like balancing team. Are they game developers? Or are the game developers like the real meaning that they just implement changes into the game?
But let's just kind of look at what
I said they have much more resources. That's fine. They have more resources. But that's not even sure. Like Valve is a massive fucking company. We can't say for granted that Valve has less resources. Like Valve is one of the biggest gaming companies. You didn't say that they have... It's like, you didn't say that they have more or less resources. You said that they have 1,000 developers.
Instead, it's just a good trade on the Sword Art.
Yeah, money is a resource, right?
Forcing Forge back. I also want to highlight is... Let's see if Forge actually is walking away from this. A lot of trading in bot lane.
Obviously, like Steam has a lot more like going on for them, right? In terms of like Valve has a lot more going on. Dota is really like a side thing.
Allowing him to have much better trade patterns in this lane. And so far, once again, Hope and Iwandi being able to keep to it in the 2v2. One in exchange.
Yeah, but you realize, Cyberpunk, that this is not what you're saying when you said they have 1,000 more devs.
Only Ghost used by Hope.
I mean, that's another summoner taken away. Sword Art using that flash earlier.
Now we're talking about the crowd. What does the crowd have to do with 1,000 devs?
Ghost has mentioned, but Iwandi still has both of his. Now, WE, with that priority we've been seeing, not only was Hung able to steal away...
Yes, you realize that you look silly when you tell me that I need to prove you wrong, when you are agreeing with me that what you were saying was factually untrue. and you're making it up.
Things are looking good again, yet in the lanes we've seen today. Shanks and the rest of WE have just been pretty clean throughout the first 15 minutes of the game.
And this is even with them, like in bot lane, again, having a bit of a rougher time in the early levels because of the champions that come through, but still being able to keep pace. Cube winning out in top side. Shanks looks like keeping it about even. I believe
he went Ethu is first.
He made earlier on, so that's impacting his laning phase a little bit.
Ethu is first on Lulu.
Has been wanting to find Shanks, trying to cover for that.
That's crazy.
Multi's available for Forge. Shanks has Tibbers out. Tibbers gonna die. Forge.
Damn.
The ulti. Yeah, a modem.
They see me bowling.
Now Ning meets
okay.
with a familiar fate. Oh no, it's the happy master.
Bro, Hang really games.
And Link has to get out of there before he smiles any further.
He really games. Oh, so sorry. Yeah, I'll move the cam down.
Coming through from Hung.
Yeah, WE doing a nice job.
Fucking Woody Tutti Frutti is in the building.
Of like what happened to game one, right? Like knowing, hey, we're coming out ahead. We have Prio. Looking once again, Prio in top. Tibbers came.
All I'm saying, Cyberpunk, just because at this point in time you like Dota better than League of Legends, doesn't make Dota better than League of Legends.
That just gives you even more guarantee that you can look for this kind of invade. So 2Camp's going to be stolen away.
And it also doesn't mean that that can't change. Maybe Dota becomes better than League of Legends. But right now the metrics are what matters, not anecdotal evidence. Metrics is what matters. And Dota 2 can make changes that make Dota 2 into a better game, and League can make changes that will make Dota into a better game. But when it comes to the enjoyment and playing a game, oh, there's such a classic move into Sion. I see this over and over again.
How you get away, Sion? The answer is you don't. You left open the Cassante, and you're here to rule the roost as cute. Solo kills Harry.
That's the only thing that matters. Having more players does matter, because a game being better or not is of course 100% tied to the fact that, like, it becomes extremely subjective.
But always beating down on people who aren't rated as highly as him. Another one is.
Alright, Hang has no spells, so little trade from Ling is good. Oh, oh, he has improved smite! He has improved smite gap. 60 CS against 39. He got completely fucked.
More members are coming through. Ultra Prime.
Hey, playing Sion against Cassandra is extremely hard, by the way. Think about it, right? Think about it. It's like you have 2 dashes, you have CC immunity, you can cancel Sion. Look, he even played it as bad as he could. Did you see his W?
Some nice trading come out early
like,
on. Harry has
the amount of counterplay that Cassandra has into Sion, it's nasty, man.
Tries to ult away, but Cube does manage to block that one. And another Q coming through with the flash just seals the deal. But it was really that first knockback into the all-out which allowed all of that to happen.
And it was still just a beautiful syncopation from Cube to line everything up. He's now almost got his first item as well.
What's Roland Garros? I don't know what that is.
Gold up, and this time we're getting a bit more blood in the early game, but it's going WE's way as Herald was denied. And remember, folks, that even though
the weird thing about Kaysander is that he does so poorly in solo queue, because Kaysander is a very high skill ceiling champ.
So Hung yet again gets a better gold trade, which is
tennis. I don't watch tennis.
I think WE's sitting.
I keep getting told that I look like Novak Djokovic.
Oh, definitely.
I don't see it.
I mean, it's in top jungle, right? Gonna be in top jungle. So much you can see in terms of CS top lane.
Well, it's like on the end of Riot too. It's like their resource allocation.
We do have Tibbers up.
It's like in terms of their resource allocation, Hope is just eating shit, man.
From Hope just without his team, Forge comes through. Explosive cast, beautiful as well. They've caught out Hung. Heartbreaker out of the back line as well. The campfire heals him up, and he's out as well in the end. Iwandi as well decides to pop up and cleanse that man away. As
100% I would choose League. I would not choose Dota. Why would I choose Dota? League has been the esports.
Realizing with W trying to control the space, more aggressively moving up towards mid, it left Hope exposed and quickly capitalizing. It's small moments like that and capitalizations on mistakes like that, which is what's allowed the Ultra Prime to be a 2-0 team in the league so far.
Look, I mean, Ultra Prime, they needed a moment like this, at least to restore the faith.
Dota 2 generates more money for players. I don't think that's true.
As well to separate. They might not kill Hung, but they
I don't think that's true, by the way.
Lyric, my only question now is, do they have enough ultis to look towards this dragon that's just spawned? Because we have no Forge, we have no...
If you think about how many players are salaried,
if their ultis being missed are going to hurt them in the
then you'll quickly realize that the money from the international is not that big of a deal.
I wanted also not going to have that melee ultimate to come through to where at least for Ultra Prime, you have doggos and you have sword arts. Oh, big flank from Q.
Yeah, but he's got Iceborne. Cube has no flash, but the all-out available TP from Harry on the other end.
Alright.
WE getting
Harry Balls is coming. Side with the TP.
Ultra Prime got the bigger engage here, and
Fellows losing sounds like that is really nasty, by the way.
when the gold is going so far astray.
And I feel like when you
Dota 2 is extremely top heavy. Like
the Tibbers and the
you want to talk about
feel like the catalyst for WE snowballing a fight out of control. So the fact that those just came up right now meant that it really left WE without as many options to be able to burst them out immediately, get the resets online, and take a fight the way they'd want. Ultra Prime feeling fine with the amount of consistent damage they would have had.
Dota, of course, is extremely top heavy. Like, in order to be a successful player in Dota, it's like you need to fucking do well at the international.
For a little bit longer. Herald not up for a little bit. It's 2 minutes until that spawns, and we are just fast approaching one item. And look, I say slow for the time being, in terms of kills, but WE are keeping this pace. Blue buff,
but then again,
stolen again. Hello,
like,
Wolves. Ning, those are not
so let's say, for example, JDG, right?
Stun up, Heartbreaker, easy.
The rumor is that they are.
This is their jungle.
Yeah, I mean, Ning.
The rumors are that that roster costs 16 million.
Must feel like quite a shock, especially coming off the other day where again he was just getting the upper hand over SPX time and time again. But Hung really doing his best, especially having that black cleaver in that exchange. Just being all the difference in terms of damage to be able to find that kill.
No surprise, as another kill over to Shanks. Tipper's going to drop yet again, but Shanks is in a fine lead here in this game. As Doggo and Hope are just battling it out, but first Sephiroth with a cozy campfire of Phelios. Things seem a little bit harder to trade against that man. As Doggo,
yeah, if you win TI, you're fucking set for sure.
Hope as he has Gale Force Lyric. It feels like old times, you know, Kraken Jinx, Gale Force Aphelios, except that...
And I can tell you guys, I don't know why Riot doesn't
it's still,
do the same.
I was saying this, I think it was 2 days ago, that it still feels weird to me whenever you see both of them in like the same inventory. It just doesn't feel like it's the way it should work. But yeah,
I don't know why Riot doesn't say we're gonna do the
execution at the end.
The Dota companion, and we're gonna take a big shit on them. I don't know why.
Coming through when you do just hit the same target. So setting up for these big.
I don't know why they don't do it.
They might not even get a chance to get there. I'm keeping my eyes on Rift Herald coming up in 30 seconds. Tibbers should be up around the same time, and I'd assume WE would love to try to get that objective for themselves.
But now, though, Ultra Prime had the mid push, so let's see what this priority does for them, because Sword Art has moved with
Bit
it.
of fruit, yeah.
Bot has
Some
been
Woody Fruity.
of Forge, who has TP available.
Woody Fruity, yeah, crowdfunding.
Off as well, Lyric, but with ulti almost up. So Ultra Prime seems like they are gearing up for this 3-second spawn. I'm just going to wonder if Harry uses ult. Surely
I think they just don't want to show how much money they make.
Foolish. As for now, we're just pushing it out, but Ultra Prime again. There's mid. They move up. Where's our jungler? Oh, Ning's in base because he needed Black Cleaver.
And you know, they still might be fine because with WE opting for Shanks to go bot, he's the member with.
How's that who's winning? What the lead's winning?
Been here, it'd be fine.
They keep picking Gragas into anime. And Hang has been very hung this game. It's just blood.
There, the Heartbreaker and the damage enough. The
I guess he plays it safe. I thought he could W flash.
Meanwhile, on the other part of the map where they don't have a jungler, Doggo almost dies. Stop giving Milio to teams. Honestly, the rage, insane.
The range coming through the Moonlight Vigil was expended a lot, being utilized by Ultra Prime there to survive with Doggo. Forge still going down. It's like, for WE, I wonder how much they're going to get done to the spot lane tier 2.
It's going to go down. The Herald team is like, okay, where do we put it? Ultra Prime not going to be here, so 2 turrets go down, plus the kill. Plus now,
you guys argue about something that's extremely subjective, you know?
Rocket's gonna stop.
There's not really a point in that.
This is what happened, Lyric. Oh my god.
Some people don't like changes, some people like changes. I think for a competitive game, changes are good.
caught out. Not expecting Hope to be able to come in. Has Gale Force, has Moonlight Vigil. But Ultra Prime now, at least they answer back with one turret. Now it's about if they can...
No, Valorant seems to be correcting all of the mistakes that League of Legends did.
WE's main forces are going to make it back in time.
That's what it seems to me.
But Dragon coming up
with the franchising,
right? We're going to see a lot of
but everything else
of the last minute where Ultra Prime have blown a lot of flashes. Doggo, no flash now. Forge, no flash. No heal on Sword Art. A lot of vulnerable members.
Curious about that Tibbers ulti coming up here for Shanks. About 5-10 seconds left, so that will be there at level 11. As Stun is now packed up and Hung. Heartbreaker is up as well. Not level 11, but still a threat here as Ultra Prime aggressing onto this turret. They really want to force down mid, but this ain't the same Cube Zahn from last game. Just to be careful of the damage sources, but still it's enough.
And when you say the changes are working really well, it's like the community sentiment. Is like, is there more players coming back because they made this change? Like, what's like, where are you getting this information from?
Coming on through.
Oh my God, is he gonna die though? Well, no, of course the answer's not there. Explosive cast, beautiful though.
Cassandra with no yield.
Flashes away. Harry zones out. Ning a little bit low after the trade.
Ning ate so much shit here. Hopes it has ult.
But Ning is just one shot away all of a sudden.
Why are they contesting this? There's no way you can, Blue.
It was like still just about
it's the... Oh, we want to end the game quick, Drake.
There's just a lot of damage coming out from people like Shanks with the Tibbers.
Alright, the root sandstorm, the root. Oh, Cube was a bit too slow here.
Trying to pick an angle with that Heartbreaker still there with Flash 2.
Doggo is playing good.
Everyone into the cozy campfire. We've got
Zap.
Marshmallows. As Ultra Prime are just zoning away with Doggo. The jinx things happening with Forge.
Alright, cool. Very well played here by Doggo.
Lyric, even without a jungler.
I guess when Annie has no R that they don't feel pressured in fights. Good shit.
And you see the difference the small adaptations make, right? Getting the Jinx over the Athalios to give you a bit more wiggle room to play with when you're playing this sort of protect the carry composition, and getting an Enchanter down there in the bot lane to make sure that you have more damage on that singular carry to play with. The fact that Ardent Sensor was already picked up by Sword Art a few moments ago, and you have more attack speed and more on-hit damage coming out from that Jinx, is going to make all the world of difference when playing compositions of this style.
Well, for Ultra Prime, it's helped them claw back now to 4,000 gold the difference and an Infernal Soul. No! That's my blue buff all game long. Hung is like 3 out of 4 so far. As for Ultra Prime, trying to get the remnants of what's left on this side of the map that Hung has been living in. Now with a 40 CS lead to track it for you there. WE hovering around the top side. It's Baron in 1 minute 30.
I heckin' love Aphelios Jinx.
Has been a pain all game long. It just doesn't stop.
Honestly, if Ultra Prime make the comeback, we gotta give some praise.
Ning is completely homeless, bro.
Mentally collapsing it and going.
Is his Giant's belt, you know, it's a fucking... It's an electric cord that he just tied around his pants.
But CC galore coming through. How does Ning get so low, though? Yeah, okay, so a lot of that damage actually coming from the Cassante itself, then it looked like a bit followed.
I feel like they could have killed by here, bro.
They do end up.
It is what it is.
We don't get the extended skirmish, but a lot of it was playing off with the zone from that rocket and just Sword Art continuously applying.
There's almost a Philip La Shadow Flamme in Annie's hands. I have a bubble in my throat, so my voice is weird.
Let WE get the Drake.
And many good positioning from Doggo, who's had a bit of a rough day of it so far as well, I'll say. Wasn't able to show too much in game number 1, but as we fast approach this Baron, we'll keep our eyes on him yet again with the BF sword in hand. Baron's in 10 seconds here, and both 80 carries are 1.5 up. We don't have the second item, we don't have an advantage down there. So
it's the same, it's like, I don't like Star Wars, right? I'm not a big fan of the Star Wars franchise.
You're worried about people like Cube, who's 1.5 here.
I don't like the Star Wars franchise, but just because I don't like Star Wars, I'm not gonna say that it's bad.
A hell of a lot of burst damage.
Because Star Wars is extremely successful, and a lot of people love Star Wars.
Even this Viego is going to be an issue for Ultra Prime to deal with.
But I'm not gonna say that Star Wars is bad.
The 3 like top side members specifically in the Cassante Viego.
It's just that I don't have the energy to like keep up with the Star Wars in your universe, you know? I just don't have the energy to do so. It's like the same with like the Marvel universe or the Star Wars universe. I just CBA.
Because the burst from a Tibbers,
I just CBA keeping up.
Heartbreaker coming out from Hong, that might just be Jinxed right there. Cube coming off on a flank with the all out. Like, a lot of different things you have to worry about.
I see all the memes with the high ground and the fucking he's fucking his sister and how Jar Jar Binks is a Sith Lord.
A little bit more aggressive, live life on the edge a little bit more like the doggo of old.
I see all of those memes.
But as you said, that cleanses up. So
I love Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings, though. Lord of the Rings.
Is it going to be around this Baron? Because speaking of, while WE hover up here, Lyric, we got Dragon in a minute 30. So in this ever
Lord of the Rings. Dun, 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 dun.
Purple worm staring us in the face. I just wonder, does WWE give it up? Do they let Soul Point go over to Ultra Prime? Or do they say, no, we need to fight this? And Baron's left for the time being.
Holy shit.
WWE, you're definitely in a position where you have the ability to fight.
I love Lord of the Rings.
He's already making his way down towards bot side, get this wave pushed out, and start getting the map in a state where you
yeah, for sure. Like I would change like I would change a lot of things about League. Don't get me wrong.
You might even be able to open up 4 queues.
I would change a lot. I would love an open circuit. I would love an open competition. I would love no franchising. I would love it.
Dealing a ton of damage.
But Riot has the game by its balls. And the thing is, these strikes that are occurring right now in the LCS, they should have happened season 8. They should have happened season 3.
He doesn't get that extra level just yet, but
because it's like people don't remember or maybe don't know. But even back in season 2 and season 1, Riot was preventing tournament organizers from having other MOBA games at the tournaments that were like at the tournaments where they were.
And Shanks seems to be the one who wants to bring class in with his flank angle.
Just withdraw your labor? No, bro. I need to stay afloat. I ain't got no doggo in this fight.
Not opening themselves up to the flank just
I understand that Riot is king. They've made themselves king.
Forward. Okay, what a baller. Doggo now at half HP. Shanks angle. Waiting for that flash over the wall, but it's only sought out there. Doggo.
Yo, I like Hang this game. Hang is really crispy, but Shanks TP here is a bit wild, but it doesn't matter.
A hell of a lot of burst damage in Lyric this time around.
Bro, back then players had all of the power. All the big orgs were player ran. What was COG and TSM, guys? What was COG and TSM?
I think they would have loved to have way more in a fight at this point, right? This is when they're really
it's like the story of the greatest organizations in esports history in the West, right? In League of Legends history, let's say. We had COG, and I can see it go as well. Astralis, right? Astralis. For all of these orgs, they were player ran. Woo! Player ran orgs. What are they now, man? A soulless shell. No, CLG and TSM was fucking amazing. Season 1, 2, 3, CLG and TSM was the dream, dude. Even 4 and 5. And he pivoted to death cap. That's interesting. Yeah, Astralis is no longer player owned. For sure not. It's no longer player owned. TSM no longer player owned. CLG definitely not player owned. Origin was a player owned in the beginning.
Ning Sword Art-esque play. Sadly not yet. I do like though.
Unicorns of Love wasn't player owned.
Doggo shot his rocket at the Baron, just knowing, hey, we're in the LPL. Like teams randomly do this, we got to be ready. But ooh, I don't know if Doggo's ready for this. Flash. Doggo. Right side of the turret is a death wish.
I've talked so much about the LCSPA that
I think they're kind of expecting that Addy somewhere.
I couldn't believe when Philip Aram said that organization owners are telling players not to stream. I don't think that's true. Yeah, Unicorns of Love was coach owned. As far as I know, Sheepy was the jungler for Unicorns of Love, and he was the owner. That was the owner of.
We just have so many meatballs in this meta.
That was the owner of the rank team. So Sheepy was the jungler, and then he was the owner of the rank team, and that's why he turned into the owner of Unicorns of Love. That's my understanding, which is crazy to even think about.
All you have to do is play Yuumi, or what else is another champion that really requires your toes?
To be fair,
yeah.
Sheepy.
You could play with your toes.
Sheepy was probably the best person to be the owner of the team.
I'm trying to think. Garen kind of. I think Garen requires a hell of a lot more skill.
Because Unicorns of Love turned into something like successful.
You would need quite a few toes to be able to do it. I mean, it depends. Do you mean play well or just play? Because like, maybe
I hope the franchise ends soon in EU and NA.
you can play Blitzcrank.
Your opinion on this commentary? I haven't been paying attention, bro. My mind's everywhere. I don't know if you buy Deathcap. I think buying Shadowflame before Deathcap is just better than.
Yes. Harry runs through the choke. Cube sitting mid. Okay, ulti. Little bit over ambitious. Misses hung. Meanwhile, this Cassante just chilling with the rest.
Proly. You're talking about Proly, Sakime. Bro, Cube, you are having too much fun, mate. What is going on, man? What is Blood doing?
Okay, there we go. The all-out tries to get out.
Jesus.
Yeah. You know what you're doing?
So basically, World Elite, they fulfilled the conditions that I spoke about, right? They got the first 2 Drakes and they got Rift Herald and they should be snowballing. But now in terms of how they are setting things up and what they've given back in the last, like, last minutes of gameplay, it's... Oh, Tibersky! Oh, he split the BSing a little bit too hard, but we got a reset. Boom. Woody Fruity. Woody Fruity, can we get an ult? Boom! Zap him. Zap him. Zap him, baby. Woo. Do the Nash, do the Nash, do the Nash. Yes, baby. Hang played good this game. Hang is my MVP. My MVP. I'll cheer to that, man.
To dodge this Annie at like all times, right? The mid lane turret, we're wondering with the Diving Raptors.
The name of our club on Diablo is Sack of Stolen Goods. You guys are all welcome. If you're playing Diablo 4 and you want a clan, you can join Sack of Stolen Goods. Huge. Shanks smurfed. Shanks on Annie, man. Both 2 games. Really good. If you buy, I'm in. Can you join from PS5? I think so. Maybe you can.
Well, now we're just back in the position that we kind of expected. Again, it was WE who took.
I cannot buy Diablo 4 to everyone in the chat, guys.
And they have been. You're right. It's only been a couple of dragons, and then as you said, a bit of skill from Ultra Prime, not only to get.
Annie, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Annie?
I don't know if their luck's run out or their moments run out, but WE, we're back in that mid-game lyric. We've never.
That is for Hang to itemize. He just needs to buy armor. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Upforge.
What do we get? There's a heartbreaker.
Okay, a little bufferoo. Okay, Santa's not yielding. He's coming in on the flank. Sword Out places a ward train in his position. He knows is coming in pink warded. Let's get pinged out. This is way better for Q to be in this position, but at the same time, he can't stack his Q. I think he's going way too far, man. He's not tethering to the situation, because he needs to challenge the Dragoon. Huge, huge fop. Thing is, the Lulu and the Jinx will become more and more dangerous with time. Okay.
But at least Ultra Prime got the Dragon lyric. At least his team with an Enchanter and huge.
I really enjoy Diablo 4, but I'm playing hardcore.
True, and I mean, all they have to do is survive another 5 minutes.
Is your clan in hell mode also? I think you can join from any zone, like any mode.
Even if WE are the team who will still have control because of the gold lead, because of the item advantages that they found, all you would then need is one lucky smite coming out from Ning or...
World Elite are very, very heavily reliant on Annie Flash. Without Annie Flash, they don't have teeth. They can't really progress the game. Yo, God, yeah, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. Appreciate it.
Mid turret is still standing at 30 minutes in the game. If that doesn't tell you something about how Ultra Prime.
Thank you very much for the Prime. You are so smart. You are so beautiful. And your parents love you. Thank you, God, yeah. Do you have a favorite player in EU West? Me. I am my favorite player in EU West. Diablo good for newcomers. They're playing in Diablo hack and slash, but it looks fun. Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah. Blizzard designed this game with the intention of catching as many fish as possible in the net. You know. So, I think it's very beginner friendly.
So far, it's been hard for WE to try to open up and kind of penetrate the defense that Ultra Prime have managed to put together. And now 3 items of the Drink, Bloodthirster in pocket. Definitely getting to that pivotal point of strength.
Who says you're 40 years old? Really? That's crazy.
Guys, WE just got mid-turret at 30 minutes in the game. We get excited for that, but more importantly...
Annie, are you okay?
We've got another big fight coming up with those items you mentioned, with the fact that Ultra Prime are getting into the late game territory. There's already been a hell of a lot of resistance with the gold lead, but we're getting to the point where gold...
Diablo 1 was like the first game that I ever played on PC.
2 minutes 50, we're going to see how much less it matters here. With that final dragon, that will be soul point for Ultra Prime, that WE know they have...
Diablo 2 was...
I just want to know, will the game change at all? Because
Diablo 2, I played Diablo 2 way too much. I have probably like 10,000 hours in Diablo 2.
The answer is neither of them, as Barons also run out Lyric, but they're still going to try and siege top.
I also want to point out here in the on LPL English, we have 3 buys.
Thank you very much, Cody. I appreciate the kind words.
To the team that has Mole. That goes for all of us. 2, we're biased to the underdog, which is Ultra Prime. And 3, whichever has the better Twitter account, which, you know, I don't think W really tweets that much, and Ultra Prime... Hey, they tweet.
I just wanna do my hair.
The last time I saw them...
I just wanna do my makeup.
But you're right. They're getting better with the Twitter, as...
It didn't exist.
I'm talking about WE. You said WE before. I'm like, man,
WE. Don't worry about it, Cyberpunk. It's very hard to get on my nerves.
Tweeted us and have recently.
Very hard.
What was Ultra Prime before? This is not Dominus. This is not Sino Dragon, is it?
Ultra Prime were E-Star.
E-Star. And then, wait, no, E-Star was Sino Dragon, right?
Okay.
No, I don't believe... Wait. You know, had you not started saying things, I probably could have gotten this down to a T, but E-Star were... When we expanded...
Yeah, on my end, right? On my end...
Expanded the league. DMO,
I've already... Personally, I've already played enough.
Right.
I've already played Diablo 4 enough to be satisfied with the money that I spent.
His team, which Xiao Bai, by the way, was...
Yeah, good thing it's not a chocolate bar, Pinkelo. Diablo's Blizzard, yeah, Blizzard. Yeah, it's Blizzard. Which is a time, it's like, Blizzard sucks.
I'm just waiting for Hung, more importantly. He's got an angle.
Blizzard definitely sucks ass.
He's got GA. He's also got himself an explosive pot to pop.
Sorry.
As WE trying to defend his
Just need to open Amazon on my second monitor.
Been A-ramming for a couple of years. Howling Abyss continues on our screen. We're just waiting for that one influential fight.
Yeah, WE. I mean, W are trying their damnedest to find a flank, right?
I just wanna do my hair.
The top side, Ultra Prime still just
I just wanna do my makeup.
Words behind them to make sure nothing comes through. I would say difference maker could be the fact that Hope has a stopwatch and Doggo doesn't, and like small things like that could really like turn in your favor. Shanks!
Oh my God! We were waiting. We're like, dude, finally, let's do something. There's so much up on gold.
That's it.
Finally, Shanks gets the angle.
Shanks is just a little bit too good on Annie. But yeah, it's like, they have to wait for Annie Flash to do any action in the skin. Like, borderline is like, CDR shoes is like, bis for Annie, because Flash is just, it just breaks the whole game for them.
God. Perfect opportunity to come and find this, and now just gonna be able to look for the end.
Off of that, we have been sitting A-ramming for a while. WM been
GG's, guys, GG's.
All of a sudden, it's a 2-0. Shanks MVP again, brother. There ain't no way you're not getting it.
Nice champion indeed.
Yeah, not gonna be able to find it, but I still just cannot believe how, like, it just looked like you were saying.
I don't know, playing Gragas into Annie just sounds like garbage. Right back, guys.
Trying to angle for the flank, but
I'm gonna talk
my really only having a second to be able to get the pick, and it's why we said this is the guy that WE have built around, despite having, you know, players like Hope, Iwanti, now even like Cube having a bit of like name value behind him. I still believe consistently Shanks has shown to be, you know, the top performing player on this roster, but now surrounded by players of his caliber, surrounded by up-and-coming talent like Hung, who, again, there might still be some things to work on, but this game was a great example showing of how he wants to dominate. He wants to be aggressive, might not be able to constantly find the kills, but he was in Ning's face all game, and it's kind of sad. Ning didn't even have a jungle. Didn't even have his own blue buff.
True. The whole series, he struggled as well. Hung was stealing blues left, right, and center throughout the series entirely. Some good moments here from the jungler of WE, despite having some slow moments as well. But
it's time for some Diablo 4 while we wait.
WE is that Shanks has become a bit more reliable, and as we talked about, the team was built around it. And Shanks is the last remaining
Or do
member of
we play Diablo, or do we listen to Double Lift? Wait, do we watch the... All right.
For the team to... Riot killed the tier 2 scene. I'm going to call amateur or academy tier 2 because it's the easiest way to represent it.
All right, let's see Double Lift's take. What he agrees and disagrees with during the LCS walkout.
For me to talk about the whole walkout,
Nobody knows it's about to be good.
I'll just read questions from chat, I guess. Do I agree with the walkout and the demands? Okay, so let me go through the walkout and the demands, and I'll let you guys know. Blink twice if you're being held against your will. Nah. Why do I personally care about the demands? Okay, so these are the two questions I saw that I really like. So I mean, let's just go through the timeline, okay? Riot killed the tier 2 scene. I'm gonna call amateur or academy tier 2 because it's the easiest way to represent it. Okay, tier 1 is the highest level within that region, that's LCS or LCK, and then tier 2 is a level below that, feeds into tier 1. Okay, and you can be demoted and promoted, you know, between these two because it's still competitive, it's just a level below. So Riot killed tier 2, and they did, in my opinion, a really bad job.
Bro, why is the audio so
many
fucking
ways
shit?
with how they approached it. So they didn't give anyone any notice. If you're gonna make a decision like that, that's gonna...
Is that the I'll Dominate's video that's so shit, the audio?
represent it. Okay, tier 1 is the highest level with...
No, it's here too.
Affects so many people's lives. People who've signed leases, people who've made plans.
Bro, it's really...
people who've like situated themselves in a certain
My
place,
headset is a bit
expecting
too
their
good.
contract to ride out to the remainder. Like there's no sign that like tier 2 is going to be killed, and then all of a sudden, you know, all their lives are just completely uprooted and disrupted. It's like, it's pretty fucked up. Like, I don't care what really people say, it's still pro players, right? Like,
this is the weirdest thing for me still. It's like, why on earth is not the demands to make these people whole? That's like, that should be like the #1 thing. Make these people whole. The people that got fucked out of their contracts. That should be the #1 priority. Because everyone agrees that the NACL mandate is shit. Everyone agrees. Everyone agrees that the mandate is terrible. Make these people whole. Make them whole. Make the people that got the rug pulled in the middle of a season, that lost their job, and make them whole. That should be the #1 priority. That's the only thing that I feel where morals takes any sort of stand here.
Like they're amateur players, but they're still professional players, and definitely you deserve at least some level of like warning that your entire scene is going to be exterminated. Do I think that amateur or like, you know, tier 2 scene with challengers, or what is it called, NACL?
I mean, I think this is fair. This is a fair point to make. But also, if you're not an idiot and you're playing in academy and you're seeing, damn, we're getting paid pretty good over here, bro. Like, there was academy players that were making 400K in like 2020. If things are going that well, and then you look at the stream and you look at the viewership and you look at the hype and you watch like the Path to Pro Twitter account tweeting out that they have a match going live and there's 3 likes on the tweet. If you're...
Yeah, this is fine and all. It's like, just because someone has like managed to get a contract, right? They got a contract where they are supposed to get paid a certain amount. Just because that amount is too big, I don't think that justifies the idea of them not being whole, like made whole, you know? Like let's say I don't know the facts, right, about all of these players that lost their contract. I don't know the facts. But imagine, let's say you went pro, you quit school, and then in the middle of the split, it's like, okay, you're going to pretty much let's say leave all your stuff behind. You're going to move to a certain location because you have a contract in your hand that is going to guarantee your salary for the next 2 years. And I think that's the part where things can get messy. Do they deserve that money? 100%. I think the NACL is garbage, and I think the mandate shouldn't be in place because the teams were spending way too fucking much money on something that gave nothing. I agree 100% with the sentiment that the NACL is not worth the investment. And there is no incentive to create that investment. There's no incentive. That incentive needs to be created. So I agree with Dom.
Somebody of like decent awareness, you should know that things are not going well and that, you know, you're on thin ice with the whole situation in general. Like I
think what Dom says as well can be applied to the LCS as well. I think this can be applied to the LCS. And I think it can be applied to the LEC in regards to some certain players that are being overpaid too.
Job could probably not exist pretty quickly.
Was good? No, I think it was completely dog shit. Actually, I think the fact that the shittiest academy players are getting paid like, you know, 70K and upwards, the worst academy players. The fact that the scene had almost no viewership, but it was getting constantly pumped money into, just created so many problems. A lot of teams didn't want to be in it, but they're forced to be in it. That's not competitive. There's no competitive integrity in forcing teams to field rosters that they don't care about or want, because they know that like the bottom line is they're not going to make any money on it. They're not incentivized to care about it because there is nothing, there's no skin in the game. I just want to do my hair. I think the fact that teams are being forced to have academy teams was always a stupid idea. Maybe there was a time where all 10 teams were willing and like they wanted it, but then as soon as multiple teams don't want that requirement, which happened 5 years ago, I don't think that it should have been a requirement. I think there would have been a way better system.
I'm busy now. I don't want to say it now. I'm streaming. Like, of course I'm not going to say it.
Selection, like it's competitive environment, so there's a whole bunch of problems. There's too much money in it.
Arcade,
there's no returns.
Darwinian approach. I like it.
Created all these money in it.
Arcade,
like it's competitive environment, so there's a whole bunch of problems. There's too much money in it.
Arcade,
there's no returns.
Darwinian approach. I like it.
Created all these problems, like how you guys hear about like contract jail for a lot of academy players. If you're in Org and you're
taking the other side of the contract jail is the reason why these players were taking these contracts that had enormous buyouts is because there was enormous payouts as well. The reason that like Ken V's buyout was so high and Tenacity's buyout was so high was because they were getting paid so fucking well to be in academy. So that like it was the only way the orgs could protect them.
I heard how much money both of these homies are making, and you guys would be mind blown.
When they're handing out that amount of money for an academy player. So to be honest, it is what it is. Like if it just goes with the contract that you're signing, it's not like these players are making.
If so much money is in it, there's no much money in it. It's like, let's say you have a company that generates no fucking revenue, and then you're putting in money out of pocket into that company, and it's just, the money is just leading to nothing. It's like a lot of orgs were spending money on players they believed was the future of the LCS, and then they weren't.
70K a year and their buyout is like 2 million or something, you know.
Yeah, I think this whole idea that players are being hostages is really like troll. I think it's such a silly thing to say. I think it's like even in the case of like Reckless, right? That's like the most high profile case of him getting fucked by G2, right? But it's like he knew what the fuck he was signing, right? And at some point, like you need to, it's like the responsibility is in the hands of both, right? The responsibility is in the hands of both. It's like players need to know what the fuck they're signing, and there are certain contingencies that are in place. A contract is basically an agreement of what needs to be honored, right? It's like orgs take hostages of players all the time. There's definitely cases. For example, when Kanavi was signed for 5 years with Griffin. And he was just like, they really like bullied the fuck out of him because they knew he didn't know. Yeah, that's very predatory.
You know, that's not what was happening.
You're spending 300, 400, 500K, and I'm not making these numbers up. Like that is actually very normal to spend like 300 to 500K on your academy team. That's like honestly a minimum. Then how are you going to make any of that money back? You're not going to make it back. Sponsors don't give a fuck about academy. Doesn't matter if you have the best academy team. That's not adding any value to your sponsorships. Okay,
Yep.
that's so.
Because no one's
just
watching
throw
it.
that out of the window. You're not making any money off additional fans either. There are no fans of, for example, Cloud9 because their academy team is doing well. So how are you monetizing this situation that you've been forced into? Realistically, guys, it's by contract jailing and having ridiculous bouts on your players. So like if you are in academy, the way you're going to recoup that money is by selling your best players to an org, and you're going to sell this academy player's contract that goes for like 60K for like 500K, because that is the only way that you can even be remotely breaking even for that year in academy. So how is that good for anybody? If I was an academy player personally, I would feel like this fucking sucks. If I join a team and I do well, there's a pretty high chance.
Well, I'll tell you the way you're supposed to recoup that money is you're supposed to be developing players for your own team, and you take academy at a loss in order to create like a better team for yourself, and then you're supposed to develop that talent, go international, have your new players pop off, gain fans because of that, new revenue streams, potentially like a deep run at Worlds, makes the league more popular, then more people are.
That's how these academies are being used in the context of any traditional sport. Like you're supposed to offset the costs of academy with your main team because you are investing in your future, right? This is what happens in the LCK. They lost ruler, Genji, and now they have PES. And PES, what a fucking talent PES is, right? Genji is a great example of doing it right. T1 is a great example of doing it right, right?
Or watching LCS, then you just like gain more revenue from the LCS itself. Like that's the idea. Like I don't think you're supposed to be running academy profitably. You're supposed to be trying to create more value for your own team in the future.
Team is going to be willing to let me go is for a ridiculous buyout, which is going to dilute the roster that I'm on by taking away their budget, or just completely block my chances of joining an LCS team, because that is the only way for the team to make it financially make sense to let me go. That sucks. The only reason that you would be happy as an academy player, which is a pretty big one, is like, yeah, the paycheck. So, you know, with all that being said, I thought the old system was complete. It was a complete failure. But I think the new system that Riot proposed is just as bad, and it's not acceptable. I do think that tier 2 actually does matter. You know?
I love that they're showing tenacity like that, man. This is the poster boy of getting bank in academy.
No. I played with Buzio. I played with Tenacity. These players came up from academy.
Oh shit! Wait, this is Buzio. For some reason, bro. My bad.
I think it's important that there is a tier 2 scene, also for community.
My
like,
bad.
What is the word I'm looking for? Like, it's just like optics, you know. Like people say, why would I care about LCS when LCS, you know, Riot doesn't care about the future of the league because they're not supporting tier 2. It just feels like shit. I don't think any, you know, LCS players should be happy with that, because it just makes our league look even more of a joke. You know, international performances, bad, but then also, like, we're the only region without a tier 2 scene. That's just going to kill people's hype for our league, like, even harder. LCS Academy filled with washed up pros. I mean, that's because 10 teams are required to field an academy team, and there are not really, like, 50 good amateur players, to be honest. Like I said, it's like people just didn't really care about, like, the teams don't really care.
They just went, it's like, get us some clips of washed up pros. We got like, we got Ryoma, we got Tommy, we got Smoothie, we got Gonsu. God damn, they didn't even have to look that hard.
About having a strong academy team or not. If anything, academy existed just to have like a potential like backup for your main roster. You know, I just don't think it's like serving the purpose that people really wanted academy to serve. Let's see what the LCSPA came back with. Okay, so the talks started between Philip, and I was in pretty constant communication with Philip before the vote. These are the demands, and when I read the demands, I was honestly a little bit disappointed, because I feel like these demands are either unreasonable or just like not the right way of...
Wait, what the... Wait, he's going in like that? Wait, double it.
Early. Thank you for the video. Thank you for the video. And I agree. I agree. I agree.
Wait. Wait, he's saying that. Wait, doesn't this just completely kill the LCSPA's like complete negotiating power? The whole thing that the LCSPA was supposed to be doing is like, we got all of our players together, strength in numbers. We're going to deny labor. And because of us denying labor, you're going to be forced to make a decision. And then he just comes here and he's like, actually, I don't even give a fuck with you about these, like, these LCSPA asks. I don't even care about.
It's like, the thing is, what he's saying is true. It's like, a lot, these fucking demands, I think they're pretty terrible. I think they're pretty terrible. It's like, allow LCS orgs to partner with affiliates for cost sharing. That is already allowed. Riot guarantees LCS minimum contracts for the following year for the 5 players who win the LCS Summer Finals each year. That's terrible. Institute a 3 to 5 roster continuity rule. I don't think this fucking matters at all. Institute a Valorant style promotion and relegation between the LCS and NACL. I don't think this saves anything. Like, the thing is, it's like already LCS is at such a economical downturn, and you want to further dilute the value of the orgs. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's completely crazy.
About these, you know, requests by the LCSPA, and in 2 weeks, I'm just gonna be down to play LCS again. So, like, what? Fuck, I love Double M, bro. I love Double M. Shit. How base is this guy?
Coming to the table with something that everyone should want. Valorant style promotion relegation. What does Valorant style mean? This does not mean that players, that teams can be kicked out of tier 1. This really means
means that, so the Valorant style is they add in eligible slots. You wouldn't actually.
Might be thinking promotion and relegation means the bottom 2 teams in LCS can be relegated out of LCS. Well, then where did their $10 million investment go? They pay $10 million, hand that over. The Riot can't just take their $10 million and be like, okay, bye-bye, like you lost to fucking Tyler One's Academy, like amateur team. That's not what Valorant style promotion relegation is. Valorant style promotion relegation.
And I like to reinfer here. I think franchising is terrible. I think franchising is terrible. I like the dirty qualification. I think franchising sucks, but rug pulling the franchising right now is not a thing. Like, that will literally kill LCS.
Is the league would expand to 2 more teams, and those 2 teams, so instead of 10, it would be 12, and those 2 extra teams would come from tier 2. And those 2 spots, for let's say, you know, it's a 12-team year. Top academy teams play with 2 teams.
This Valorant style promotion and relegation, you have now devalued the slots of the LCS. They split fucking money at all.
I'm telling you, the strikes should have happened in season 3. The strikes should have happened in season 8.
Make it to Worlds.
And that's
a Valorant style promotion relegation. Actually, in Valorant, tier 2 teams can make it to Worlds. That's pretty crazy, right? So that's pretty cool. You and your 4 challenger or your 4 bronze friends can make a team, and you can make it all the way to Worlds if you're good enough. That is competitive. I love that idea. Now, in practice,
super cool.
This is actually pretty shit, because think about it. The bottom team.
Valorant is correcting all of the mistakes that League of Legends did.
Teams in LCS already don't deserve. I think that there's already paid $10 million a long time ago, and they checked out like 4 or 5 years ago. Deserve to be here anymore. They paid $10 million because think about it. The bottom teams in LCS already don't deserve to be here anymore. They paid $10 million a long time ago, and they checked out like 4 or 5 years ago. I think that
Wait, that was literally right when it started. Okay, base. I mean, that's his take on it. Shit, respect.
Too many teams in the league, and there's not even 50 LCS level players in the region, including imports. So why would we want to even further dilute the league by adding 2 even worse teams? In my opinion, it's the opposite that needs to happen. Instead of adding 2 spots, they need to somehow find a way to cut 2 teams from the league. I think that LCS should have 8 teams, and that would, you know, it's a supply and demand problem. There's too many spots, and there's not enough competitive teams to fill them. And that's why you have teams that are checked the fuck out. They're kind of coasting, and they're ready to, they want to sell. I don't think that anyone in LCS wants to play.
I don't think having less teams necessarily makes something less competitive. Because there is this element of individual creativity in a game that is ever changing, that where the idea of stars aligning for your own personal performance, the odds of that happening, obviously is rather slim, but having diversity in play can be important.
With or against people who want to get out of the league.
I think everything he says is correct.
That's not a good environment to play in. Okay, so that's my opinion on that.
I agree. Just kick TSM out. Don't even give them like their franchise feedback or anything. Just kick TSM out for fun. Good take.
I don't think this is reasonable at all. I don't think so. And secondly, you know, it's going to dilute the value of the 10 existing spots. That's what Riot said in their...
Honestly, I think Riot should take 2 teams, sell their slots, use the money for NA Academy, and also use that money to guarantee the contracts of Summer Split winners.
In their reply to this as well. Okay, so Riot commit to a revenue player.
If they take the slots and sell them for, let's say, an undervalued price, let's say 15 million a pop, then they can run Academy. They can run Academy for like 4 or 5.
Oh.
Hey, Dom. How you doing, dude?
I'm doing great, man. I got another one coming, bro. I did another reaction today.
It's more fun to watch with your reaction in between. Is the series already starting?
They're just like they're walking on the stage, doing the walkouts.
Okay.
Not the LCS walkouts, like they're yeah, you know what I mean.
Okay, I'm gonna continue watching you react to double it just a little bit long, and then I will join you. Right back.
Yeah, for sure.
Player pool of player salaries for 300k per NACL team per year. I'm open to being wrong on this, but my very hot take on this is 300k per NACL team means a minimum of 60k per.
Nope, that math is correct. Double lift, I got you. I ran the numbers. 300k divided by 5, 60. Yep, nope.
I don't know the best player in the league. You know, I put that in quotes because it's not actually like that.
Yeah, true. There's streamers that are probably better than those players, etc. No, I 100% get them here.
There's nepotism. There's people you know. Let's just say you're as obviously a reasonable floor. I don't know what the reasonable floor is. In my head, it'd be 30k per player. But having the ability to make up to 100k per year if you're really fucking good. What happened to tournaments with actual prize pool? Why can't Tier 2 be tournaments with prize money where the players can win
Riot would allow that?
A lot of money? And it's highly motivating. It's highly fucking motivating when you enter a competition and $20,000 in your pocket is on the line. Yeah, I'm a pretty big believer in that personally. I think it would be fun for the viewers to watch. I also think this is a pretty contentious topic, but I think that when you
that you could be relegated at any point and you're gonna have to fucking go back to school 2 years behind the rest of your classmates because you're gonna have to. What really motivated you is knowing that you could be relegated at any point and you're gonna have to fucking go back to school 2 years behind the rest of your classmates because you spent a couple.
Honestly, most of us old heads, we are so fucking battle worn in a way where it's we are ready for everything to be disappearing tomorrow for us. So we are so willing to put in the hours because we've become best friends with this fear of losing it all because that was our life. Season 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Every season, that was our life. We are so battle worn, dude. Because the craziest thing is, me, Dom, Doublelift, we've had so many old teammates, old friends, old mates that are just gone. They're gone, dude. They are nothing. They are not working with League anymore. But I don't want to go back studying on some shit about CBA, mate.
Couple years doing this esports, idea, and it didn't end up working out. Fear of homelessness.
Yes.
Now that is a key motivator.
Yes.
Academy. There's actually more negatives to being promoted to LCS than positives. Think about it. Right now.
Or Doublelift is speaking from a place of insane privilege. No, Doublelift is say what you want about Doublelift, but his early years, he was straight up fucking gangster, dude. It's like in his early years, bro had nothing. Bro had nothing. Say what you want. Like Doublelift is really like inting LCSPA here, right? But maybe this video is just his gangster way. Maybe this is his gangster way of saying, yo, I want to play Summer no matter what. This might just be my last split that I play. I want to fucking try to qualify to Worlds. Fuck this shit. If we walk out, maybe this is his gangster way, you know? Maybe this is his gangster way of just taking a big shit on LCSPA. Maybe.
Or 1 year ago, I shouldn't say right now, a year ago, 2 years ago, if you're an academy player, you have a cushy job and you're getting paid like 70 or 80K a year, up to like 100, maybe 100K a year, right? If you're a good academy player. I think that there are a lot of players that have flickered in and out of the bottom tier of LCS. When they get promoted from that academy position, they come into LCS and it's like test time. And they could be good, but most of the time they get completely ran down and they're not LCS level. And then their value drops dramatically afterwards. Like their value drops like crazy afterwards because people saw them perform poorly in LCS. Why risk it? Like, why risk getting promoted to LCS when you could just take the guaranteed cushy academy salary? Like, I just know that is like an attitude held.
The money in natrium chloride is too much.
LCS is so much
For
higher
sure,
than
it's
it
too
is
much.
in
Bro, the money in LCS is too much.
academy. So that was an old system, I guess.
I think at this point, Doublelift should make his own demands. And he should rally the players and make his own association. He should just make his own demands. I think that's the move.
So I'm rambling right now because within the new system, I don't think it would really be an issue. It's just, like I said, I think 300K per team is like a little bit high. Allow LCS orgs to partner with affiliates for cost sharing. I think Riot
What's the revenue from NACL?
It's a good idea. Basically what that means, to split the costs, but also to like split the benefits. Dip their toes into tier 2. Riot guarantees LCS minimum contracts for the following year for 5 players who win the LCS Summer Finals each year.
Doublelift, kill it.
Dude, this one was insane, bro.
I want Doublelift to kill this shit.
This one? Like, yeah, and if you win, you could just like, just think about, could this not be exploited at all? Like, you're just guaranteed a contract for the whole next year, but you don't actually have to fucking play well. You could just run it down on purpose, be doing other shit. Like, what does that mean?
I started questioning.
Bro, if you win Summer Split, guys, you get a 1 year paid vacation.
What does that mean? So then I had to clarify.
There's nothing more NA than that.
5 academy players who
There's
win
nothing more NA than that. Let's be honest.
For the next
Draft is on? Okay. I will continue this video after. I'm just gonna tag my editor to cook. All right. Nico. Yo, Silver Snark, thank you over to tier 1. And thank you very much, Big Jeff. Good to see you, Double Pog. Hello! Oh, they taped. They lost the sponsor, guys. Driven out.
Had they not locked in the Nico, I think there'd be some options there to play it with some other AD laners, but the Viego does come through. Jinx gonna be this third lock-in.
Draven, not Draven.
Up top esports. I was gonna say, if you want to try and get like a winning matchup, we could see Rookie once again.
Draven,
played before, but
not Draven.
Of the Ahri, a lot more balance of a champion in terms of.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm not gonna read your name, you dumbass.
To roam more. Going deeper with your jungler and try and get backline access.
You don't think I know Danish?
Jinx.
How crazy is this seeing Jinx and Aphelios in a game? How nuts is that?
I know every fucking language there is.
Versus Viego? Like, oh man, it just feels so exciting to get into this game with all these new meta picks.
I don't know, Nico is so broken, dude. Nico is, like, the W quality change and R change is crazy. Any German? Ich kann ganz gut im Deutsch reden.
I was gonna say that they need to ban this because this is
Rakan.
But hey, there's no.
Are we gonna blitz the crank here?
Better than Jackie Love himself. Jackie Love playing alongside him.
How many languages do you say you're fluent in? 5, 4, 3,
like a
Two.
Scion or something.
Hit me with some Portuguese, coach. Boom dia. Blitzcrank. Scion.
This would be different.
Dragoon, maybe?
With all the sarcasm away. Draw. Did he just watch Iwandi? Or is he going to go Thresh? Okay, somewhat different. Now, you said a Scion. There's no way we get a Scion here in this game, Lyric. Or is it going to be a Gragas instead? That's new, isn't it? That's so different.
You know what? It brings a bit of excitement.
Dragoon is a better blind because Scion is going to get murdered by Gwendolina, so.
And now for top esports. Ooh, it's not going to be the Scion, right? It's going to be the Ornn. Honestly, I'd take an Ornn. We actually don't get all that many Ornns here in the LPL. Oh,
God! Dear
We've had
Lord!
Ornn once. We've had Scion 17 times.
Back to back to back. You know the Scion Gragas matchup starts to stack.
Everyone on it earlier, like, hey, this is a different breed of matchup. This is top esports. They're a little bit.
Any finish?
You know, they
Ixi Kaxi
a bit of a killer
Coleman.
instinct. And NIP very much following suit.
Muy vitu. What does that mean? Shit, that is like swear words that I learned like a really long time ago. So if that was like something fucked up, I really apologize.
That can be open on the map. And when you have Rakan versus Thresh,
I learned that shit when I was 10.
because it means that these supports are constantly going to be looking for opportunities.
That's true, man. That's a positive.
Did I sell you? Did I get you back in?
You did. You sort
It's
of
basically
got
hello
me
fuck.
back.
Okay, okay,
I
good.
just can't wait
Jesus.
for you, Patch. Get me out
I'm not gonna coin flip my life like that ever again.
So done. Oh, the fact I was looking towards Ornn and I was like, man.
Kannst du Swedish sprechen? Ja, kann ich.
How exciting is Ornn right now? Everyone would be thinking it. How exciting is Ornn versus
Hide behind the rookie.
instead of Gragas versus Scion? Oh, sorry, versus Gragas. Like, how exciting would that be? Also, there's one fan. Camera in their face twice. Like, she is on the defense right now. Camera the third time.
Vroom, SUV.
Gotta leave the fans alone because we're about to get into Summoner's Rift. We don't have time to be looking and making sure that the fans are happy for this.
I need to make an opinion. Alright, guys, put your predictions in.
That we have never seen before.
Put your predictions in, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen,
We have
versus Scion.
Nipple versus TES.
I know.
Game 1.
We've also got a
1 minute, start prediction.
Her
Boom.
name starts with N, ends with Eco. But
NIP is not bad, guys. NIP is not bad, genuinely.
give it up for the bottom lane. Jinx.
Nipple versus testicle. Nice. Lovely.
You know, I love the energy you gave that with. If I would have loved had you added a bit of like.
Yeah, Photic went for a little longsword.
In the blue corner, you know, you could have gone all the way. You even got the voice for it. I don't, so I'm not even going to attempt to do it. Sorry out there.
He is gonna get 2-0'd, but if they don't get 2-0'd.
Hello, Dom.
Yo, what's up?
Hell yeah, hang on. This is better. This is better.
Oh.
The flash showed away.
Okay. Wait, he just flashed? Just dry?
Dry flash.
Just to the Wukong E, alright.
Again, both of these
What kind of Tian will we see today, dude? What kind of Tian will we see today, you think?
I mean, he's on Wukong and they're playing versus a bad team. I think he'll smurf it.
Okay.
I believe.
Probably
Wayward. Right there.
Wayward did what the Shy couldn't. He's just that good.
He queued the Raptors. That's what the Shy couldn't do.
He fucked up. He like mistimed it. And then
Yeah,
just
bro,
walked
I
away.
You see SOFM's reaction to it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
We should get SOFM in the sack, dude.
Yeah, dude, where is SOFM when you need him? He can speak some English too.
We're gonna send out an invite. Let's get him in.
Holy.
Yeah.
I'll use my connections, bro.
I don't know how far ahead you are. Oh.
Oh, let me stream this.
We'll do a little YouTube.
Yeah.
Alright.
See where we're at.
Have something to prove. They're both going up against the people that replace them on top esports.
I got some fast forwarding to do.
Bro, wait till you get to the end of the double video, bro. It's such a banger. The outro music is just on point.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Queuing up like while he's through his like last point, you know?
He's gonna just move straight to his red.
Like he just says some like shit. He's like, and by the way, like fuck fuck the walkout and fuck Academy. And then you just hear the outro music just start like creeping up. And then before he's even done talking, it just like cuts off and it's just full party.
Bro, I'm trying to, like, I'm fast forwarding on YouTube and you're still 20 seconds ahead of me, dude.
Yeah, I can go YouTube as well.
Yeah, please.
All right, okay, let's do it.
Neat. Nah, I'm excited. It's like, after this game, boom. Alright, Shadow won the smite. What a G, man. A little raptor into invade. Classic. The Viego strat.
Yep.
I think, I don't know, Nico W quality of life changes a bit too broken, I think, is...
What, like with the recall and all this bullshit?
Yeah. It's like how clean it is, and also how like the R together with how the morphing is. It's like it's too fluid, everything. It's so hard to react. It's like all of the power is in the hands of the Nico player.
Yeah, for sure.
I prefer blue here, but I don't know how good Zoo is going to be on Thresh. Because if it was missing Thresh, I'd be like, yeah, blue is really gonna win here, but because it's this homie that I don't know too well, I'm not so sure.
Yeah. Oh, 4-man dive. It's an angle.
Again, it's Lyric. You know what this is?
Is it a oh no.
Ah, damn.
Rookie has TP.
Yeah, Rookie has TP. I thought they might try to like at least show and force it, but it looked pretty hard. I mean, the wave was like 2 minions.
Yeah. Those like Rakan and Cleanse Aphelios, they can buy so much time. It kind of sucks because Tian recovers his whole game.
Yeah. If you don't commit to that, the Viego just loses so much.
No.
Means that gold is starting to shrink out a little bit from before.
I'm so surprised as well.
It's also so bad for Jinx and Thresh because like they didn't get the base time again against Aphelios Blue Gun, so
yeah, then they just lose the wave.
It's rough.
Would still have been around, like even Invincible would have had a quicker time to move down, but
bro, surely we're not trading like this when we know that the map is split right now.
He's just protesting.
Nah, if my top laner does this. Because you know Viego walking from base is like saying the whole time, he could be top, he could be top. His only play is top right now, his only play is top.
I'll spot him on Wolves. See.
You still lose the flash, bro. I can't believe it.
Because he stole away all 3 camps the first time around. Tien didn't take
A lot of top laners are in the mindset, well, if he's ganking me, he's not ganking bot, and then my game we will win.
It's like, guys, I mean, he can't gank bot, bro. Like we're recalled. Nah, bro, it's good. Don't worry about it.
I'm tanking. It's the same when people are...
yes, Shadow. Back to the LEC, brother.
No, you don't.
It's time to learn English, buddy.
Yep. Time to brush up on your American, buddy.
I mean, the kill went over to Jackie-Love, so exactly who you wanted on too. Getting him.
What a rough ending this guy had in Mad Lions. Losing to Armutke.
Yep, it was tough. I don't know. I mean, obviously Elyoya ended up being good, but I remember at the time I was like, really, they replaced him. Like he played fine throughout the year, I thought.
I thought it was like important, like the series against G2, like he had like a monster performance. Like, he definitely showed like promise, like that he can like have games where he can perform like at the 10. Because at least personally, I think that's such an important metric that someone has like shown the quality of being able to play like a really good game. Because then at least you know that you can chase something that you can replicate, bro. Elyoya was definitely a superstar.
It was just too good.
Despite giving the kill over to Jackie-Love, we are still looking at a pretty strong jungler here as him and Tien scuff it out.
It's actually the scrap, okay. I mean, they have plant. Bro, he gets 1 fruit and everyone else gets to take. Ah, come on. Fuck this. He's half-life. 80 carry is down like 10% HP. Yeah, just give him the entire fruit. It's fine. I mean, I guess that's what Foda gets as compensation because Shadow entered his lane.
I think jungler should just walk out. Just do a walkout.
Yeah, no, I agree. But like do you like they should do a walkout, right? But they shouldn't lose their jobs. That would just be crazy.
Yeah.
Bro, tell me you watched did you watch the new clips?
No. I'm doing it in chronological order. I'm watching yours, and then I'm gonna watch the new one.
Did you see my Twitter post or anything?
Bro, I saw some of the clips. It's like Philip Aram actually said thank you for the video. That shit was hilarious, man. Holy shit.
He just literally messages Double M, says, thanks, you ruined everything. Double was like, hey, no problem, buddy. I got you, Phil. But okay, if I call you Phil, I can call you Phil. We're tight like that. It's so unreal.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for undermining the whole cause. We appreciate it. God damn, bro. They're just NIPs like this?
What's he gonna do?
Who?
Oh, what happened to Rookie?
What happened to Rookie?
Holy, what happened to him?
That's crazy.
Does he just have a disease now? What happened to him?
And it's the reason why this pick is so
It's so tough, man.
Bro, for the love of God, someone just remove the fact that Thresh needs to pick up souls from the game. Like, why is that in the game?
Yeah.
You just don't get base stats and you need to like walk on the wave.
Yeah.
It's such a shitty thing to be in the game.
Yeah.
They have like the modern version of that. It's like fucking Senna can snipe them from fucking miles away.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, even playing Thresh, it's like a lot of times you just don't, you like forget while you're playing it. You're like, oh shit, I gotta pick these up.
Oh, that's silliness. No quality of life there. Okay. Ult.
Okay.
Oh. Oh. Oh, Long Johnson.
Oh, I got the W! Oh! Dude, look at Wayward!
Oh, that's so insane.
That's the craziest kill I've ever seen, bro.
Holy
The Gragas W auto following him. Oh.
Oh, shit.
Holy shit. Ain't no way.
Holy moly.
Bro, I'm surprised the casters aren't dying laughing. That is just too fucked up, actually.
Bro, what happened to the... Oh, he W'd it, okay.
Yeah. Here it is. It's so tragic, man, bro. TN is also like the perfect player that would get killed by that. Like, that would never happen to another guy, bro. That would never happen to fucking Kanavi or some shit.
Holy moly.
He's just unlucky like that.
2K gold overall for NIP. Yeah, it's crazy.
Bro, they're pretty fucking far behind. I don't know. Yeah, this is not looking that good.
I'm always conflicted coming into games like this where I'm like, okay, NIP.
They had rough games. Like, every top esports game is so fucking rough to watch. I have to say, Wayward has been playing pretty decent. I think like he had some of the best like Gragas combos I've seen from a Gragas top player.
Yeah. I mean, he was really good when he started last year. I mean, he was pretty good all of last year. And then he just ran it the fuck down at Worlds. Apparently, he kept on playing other games. He was like, I think it was CSGO or something. There was like some game that he just wouldn't stop playing. And then he just got benched.
That's... Bro, do you do that in your first year? That's a fucking... That's a reputation killer.
Yeah, no, for sure. Dude, I hate when like people would get addicted to other games to like that degree as a player, at least. I was mega triggered by that shit.
And not having the awareness that that's who you are, you know? So you just don't stay away, you know?
You know, it's kind of crazy. Is okay. That was
Because like in season, I stay away from all other games. Because I get tilted if I'm bad at something.
Right now, I'm thinking about what would the Shy do in this play? Probably TP down and immediately pull out a fight as top esports.
Someone asks you to play one game of Valorant, then you're like giga boosted. That's gonna bother me.
For sure. No, I remember when I was a player, like Special randomly started like getting addicted to killing floor 1.
Oh shit.
And he would play like that was when like no one had their separate rooms, right? So like he would just play like in the gaming room, and like people would just be right next to him, grinding like 17 hours of solo queue a day.
Oh man.
And just looking over, you could just see him look over, and you could feel the disdain.
Shameless.
Okay, TN, that's why he's the GOAT. Wait, Joe is getting his ass beat, bro. Joe's just got his ass beat by the sideline. What the fuck?
They are looking red hot in game 1.
His name is Joe?
Damn.
Coming out ahead in these fights. Really good
Wait, who?
from Joel.
The trash is called Joe?
Joe, yeah.
Okay. I thought you called him Joe. I was like, all right. I'm gonna call him Joe too.
Yeah, it's like a Joe type thing, I think.
Okay, no, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm trying to copy you. I am going to copy you.
All right, call him Joe.
I'm gonna call him Joe. It's Jover.
It's fucking Jover. It's Jover in this game. Tell you that. Actually, NIP could always throw. Jackie loves. I'll block it for you, buddy. I got you. What the fuck? He's just getting his ass beat.
Shit. The UFC referee in here, man. Put your hands up. Put your hands up, son. Protect yourself at all times.
Jesus.
Yo, is it 1-1? What happened in the game that you were watching?
Wait, what do you mean?
In my Heat versus Nuggets.
Yeah, it's 1-1. It's 1-1. He ended up winning that game.
100% win ratio when you're co-streaming or co-viewing.
Yep, that's what I'm saying, bro. I have to do it tomorrow for the Heat.
Yeah, I have to.
I have no choice.
Bless up that you don't need to watch any LCS.
True, actually. I mean, it's good timing. Good timing for the walkout. Yeah, no, I was thinking about it. It would really suck if like LCS didn't exist for the split, and then we got like, a couple more LPL and LCK teams at Worlds. That would really suck.
That would really suck, true. I just want the West to do well at Worlds. I don't want to see the best teams battle it out.
Yeah, that's how I've always felt, man. Like, I think it's nice to have like some level of representation, but I don't really need a 3rd seed from NA at this point.
Imagine watching the BO5 between Seed 4 NA versus EU. That's gonna happen in America.
That's gonna be hype.
That's gonna be dank.
Yeah, they gave us home field advantage for just zero reason. Okay, they're inting.
Thank you, Joe.
Tian! That's why he's the GOAT. Hey, it's like you say, you got Divine Thunder on Wukong. Completely different champion.
Just get the confidence. You just turn into Deontay Wilder.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely burst it out. Now it leads into a
okay.
For the side of top B swords. We can see Jack getting some nice damage down.
TES Shro, bro. He's back.
Has been able to keep up the advantage he's had since earlier.
And again, it must feel good when Tien gets that, that bonk on the noggin, man. Feels pretty good, especially with Shadow's early game against him. As we look at the replay.
So what was the plan here?
I think they just thought they won.
The real side of Final Fantasy is
like they use all of their spells. I respect Joe because he's like, okay, my Viego's fighting, so let's just fight as well.
Well, I mean, you assume that if your Viego's taking this fight, he at least wins 1v1,
Yes,
like,
yes.
Now, obviously, if you look at items, you know he doesn't, but... Oh, what happened to Rookie, man? What happened to him? Wait, the TP?
Nice.
Okay. Interesting TP.
Neat.
Once again, finding the opportunity in Angel.
We take those.
Kind of the big man on either side of the rift, which is one of the reasons why NIP didn't have.
So this is way 11th. Shit, am I gonna be here? I'm going on a little trip during the weekend.
Shit.
I think it's the weekend. I will write you.
30 seconds until we get to the point that NIP hold control. We've got a mountain
frozen soul that has no other competition. Wayward walks down, and we know it's on.
They might be watching. I don't know.
Yeah. Perfect.
Waiting in the wings, he's susceptible. Any wayward ult that comes through right now.
Why the cat is whispering?
I don't know, bro.
Okay. Angel?
Walking in. Now Wayward. Slow down. It's only Angel. Dragon at 4K. Draw brings him out.
Ian steals these.
Coming in. All right, the whole team on
Push.
top of a good ult.
There it is. That's my boy. That's two of them, bro. Two just steals. Dude, why position for Drake when you could just walk up like this? Also, Shadow is I guess it's fine. I thought Rakan was gonna be able to like go the other direction.
That was weird. Okay.
He's like W forward and died.
I thought they were just out. It's just got the Drake. It's done.
Yeah.
Also, it was really weird how Shadow like stopped hitting Drake. Just he didn't believe in his own burst.
Yeah, no, 100%. He was just literally mind gamed by the fact that he got outsmited. You get outsmited once in a series, you're just fucked for the entire series. That's just how it works. You can just never get outsmited.
But this fight escalated so quickly. It's gonna be here where Fotik gets pulled out of the pit, but huge Moonlight Vigil from Jackalip to force these members.
I thought that they might be able to just go on. I mean, that's a what is that, bro? He's got red blue for this fight. The fuck?
On the smite once again, Shadow's not even coming through. Mark here, I was kind of surprised.
Mark could have just flashed. He could have just flashed the Gragas ult. That was not a unflashable combo. But he tried to go in instead.
Yeah,
if they want
it was very weird.
I mean, if they want to fight, he could just even flash to the side and they could go for it.
Already been done by the side of NIP. And in my mind, a lot of this was Top Esports' own making.
It really was. Again, Top Esports, a little bit rough around the edges. They might get the Dragon, but 3,000 gold still exists between them and NIP.
Every time I see Ari versus Nico, it looks unplayable for the Ari.
Wayward's gonna have a bit more trouble than you think. We don't have a Zhonya's
Yeah, like every time I see Nico, it just looks unplayable in general.
It's just too OP. Red side ban or what?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Red side ban every game. Nah, I'm down with that. It's reworked. It has to be broken. That's just the rules.
Like, unless you have like some setup, I saw like some teams were doing like they ban like Gwen on 3 and they get like Kesante Milio for it or something like this. And maybe that is like something to be done, but
oh, Angel just used his Zhonya's. Oh, and never mind, it's stopwatch, but at least it's going Zhonya's, so.
Their kills have actually gotten spread pretty evenly across all of their damage dealers, both Angel and Shadow.
Or maybe, bro, maybe he didn't actually just fat finger his Zhonya's. Maybe he turned into Zhonya's. That's insane.
Probably possible. Ah, look at that hitbox. He clipped him, man.
Yeah, bro. I mean, I just think that it's way too broken that it's... Oh my god, they just caught the Jinx. Oh, it's over. Fotik didn't flash. Oh my god, they just lose the whole game. They lose Baron.
Knock, knock, who's there? It's Big Bad Rookie with the rest of Top
Okay. Did he get Sion ulted? Is that what happened?
Yeah, he got Sion ulted from the side. He got comboed from the side.
There's Gale Force on, Flash on, Lantern on.
They don't go for Baron, man. They go for tier 3 mid instead. Do you like this? I think you just...
I think it's trash. Yeah, I think Nash every time. There's so many turrets open. Like, you would collect so much gold with Nash.
Yeah, no, for sure, bro. There's literally 4 outer turrets, and they just got an inhib instead of Bear. That's weird.
So unironically, I think it's easier to take tier 2 when tier 1 is alive. Because you can like build a wave before it crashes into the enemy side.
I know, I feel that.
Especially with Baron up as well. Lyric, Top Esports have to make the backs.
That was the reverse. I think it's good Nash.
Yeah.
Oh, but still, it's...
Yeah, because they haven't based... this is why I hate like pushing really deep in enemy territory. At this point in the game, it just seems like so easy to get chased away, and then you just end up no HP, you don't get a reset off, and they counter Nash, and you're doomed. Oh my god! It's balanced, I think.
Angel is out matching, you know, I shouldn't have said the other mid laner's name.
Wow, he got the fucking jock show proc as he was ulting away and lived. That's crazy.
I think the stupid thing is like when you're Nico and you turn into something else, it's like your invis lasts until your pop blossom pops. I think that shit is so stupid.
I think it's so dumb that like there's no counterplay, like there's no visual clarity. You see somebody who's just a fucking blast cone and then suddenly you're just CC'd.
Yep.
Just count the minions, bro. 07. I guess my stream is dead. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. We take the stream death.
Because Dragon's up, Lyric. This will be sole point if TES can get it, but NIP, again, they've got the waves under control. Look at top, look at mid now.
Oh, shit.
Dragon goes on long enough,
My stream is super dead. Well, fuck. Is what it is.
Trying to be cheeky with it, having Wayward wait in that brush to see if he can find a decimating smash. And now we're going to see, can Shadow maybe finally steal one back of his own? Or
Jaggy with the deadly red blue. Alright. Green blue.
Okay, green blue, that's fine. Oh my
here
god.
We go again. Tian with the Dredsky.
Angel, where are you? Okay, Angel, that was I don't know if you've got a second flash or you got something that I don't know about.
He just believed in his champion, dude. Just, I'm Nico, dude.
I wouldn't be surprised if that ended up working somehow.
Not going to go for it in the end. I want to highlight this is actually a pretty big deal for TS as well, because now they're sitting on 2 mountains, 1 away from Seoul, and if they get Mountain Soul, I mean they have a Scion. They have this huge beefcake that's going to be hard to get through. Still, NIP at least have shown that they're continuously winning out in these fights.
Jackie Love, you are so terrible, Jackie Love.
Eesh.
He is so bad, man. Like, I don't know what to say about it. Come on, man.
And all of a sudden we're back in the tempo drive again with the team with Baron.
Yeah, and they're going to keep just trying to barrel through mid. Invincible can keep Rookie locked up down in that bot lane. Rookie doesn't have TP either, so NIP should be able to answer.
All the fucking IG players is getting fucking PTSD from Nico.
Well, I mean, he just ruined the entire game. Like, they were, like, winning the situation, and he's lost 3 turrets and an inhib, and he lost his flash for actually 0 reason.
Shit.
Wow. That's impressive, honestly.
That's a 4.5 gold power play if I could use my English properly.
Rookie is on some monkey paw shit, dude. Like, I want to win a world championship. And then
yeah. I mean, it just every time it just ends up being bad. It's like, bro, I just want to play with Jackie Love. Last time we won a world championship together.
To make sure they're locked down as well. Just beautiful combo.
Bro, he didn't even W. He just walked, dry walked, and W'd after. Like if he W'd out of the bush, he just invis.
Yep. I mean, I think that the CC comes like way too early on the ult. Like the fact that now it just like knocks you up. It's not when you land anymore. It's like the knock up that CCs you. It seems so broken to me.
Didn't exactly live up to those expectations, but the few tweaks with an incredibly beautiful arena.
They lost what? I mean, how much effective gold did they lose off deciding to push mid instead of going Baron? Like 10k at least.
Yes.
It's actually so crazy, man. What?
Shit.
What do you even say here?
It has never ever been done before. And then funnily enough, V5 at the spring.
Yeah, 10k is like pretty generous too. It could be more than that. Jackie, like, is he tabbed, bro? He's tabbed for sure.
Wow.
He DC'd, I think. I don't know. Something's messed up there.
Jackie Love himself. And going back to the never been done before, I remember I almost thought Team Toast did it.
Tian's gonna get the Drake. It's all good.
16 or 1 in 17 back in the day.
Rookie is literally inting, but you only blame Jackie Love. I mean, Rookie died twice, but his deaths were nowhere close to as impactful as Jackie Love's death.
Realistically, it's better times, but it is only a game 1. However, top esports getting classed in many different angles. 4 bounties, excuse me, 3 if I could read as well.
Tian gets sold here, no problem. He collects these.
Yeah. He has his Q up, so I think he can get it.
It was actually Rookie that called to push mid.
Yep. He was actually the one that called for Jackie Love to walk up mid and lose the whole game.
He's like, contest the fucking wave. He's like, I can't do it.
Like, guys, I don't want to look bad here, bro. People are gonna think I'm bad if we lose the game and my scoreline is bad. Can you run it down mid to take the pressure off?
Like, there's so many defensive elements now to NIP's composition. You not only have to win like the initial brawl, you have to be able to outlast things like Azanya's. And
I thought of a fun game that we can play when we watch LCS.
What is it?
For each team, we pick our own goat. For each team that is in the league, we just pick a goat. And then basically, like, we just when we have like those really like boring games, we just spend the whole game. We just support that player. We just gas them up.
That's pretty much what I did with Hoon. Like, that's essentially. I mean,
so each team needs a Hoon.
Yeah, we just get one Hoon per team.
Yes. And then we can like you pick first, I pick first, then we just go back and forth.
All right, I got double lift. That's my goat.
Okay. Fuck, I want the tenacity, but yeah. The poster boy of Academy overspending.
Fuck, no, this, bro.
Shit.
Yeah, damn.
Top esports at least getting some comfortability as NIP move to the Baron themselves. They'll have the river. The Shadow moves up. There's one control there, but Scuttle also helping out as.
Yeah, what's your favorite fruit, Dom?
Fruit?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, bro. It's whatever's in season for me. But like, I mean, my all-time goats are like peaches and watermelon.
Okay. Watermelon's up there for sure, dude.
Yeah.
I think
peaches,
watermelon's
in season over here. It's fucking. I had a yellow watermelon for the first time.
Yellow watermelon, okay.
Yeah, yellow watermelon. You ever had it?
I haven't seen pictures of those.
It was pretty good.
Is it juicier? Does it taste different?
They said it was like supposed to be sweeter and juicier, but it was normal to me. I don't know. It just tastes like a good watermelon.
Okay. I think peaches is like when the peach jam, peach tea, like a peach is the best flavor when it comes to like any type of flavoring.
Yeah. No, I mean, I just like eating actual peaches too. I mean, my top, what are my top fruits? I mean, apples like solid and stuff, but I mean, I eat probably more apples than anything else because they're kind of like always in season, but watermelon, peaches, mango, that's my top tier.
Do you like those flat peaches? Those flat peaches are crazy, dude.
Flat peaches?
They're just flat.
What?
The flat peaches? You never had flat peaches? After this fight.
Hell no. Wait, let's see.
Ooh.
Let's see.
Oh, Viego just chops sweet.
Yeah, I mean, that's no sums on Photic as well.
Oi, rookie. Has no damage, actually.
Yeah.
Ooh.
A flash.
He finds Invincible with the help of Jackie Love and the team. And NIP, Lyric, they botched the play as Photic got called out.
Photic gets caught out. Shadow kind of going in by his lonesome.
I mean, that was a decent angle from TS. Like, just TN flashing on Photic, trading flashes here. Yeah, it should. Like, you'd think in theory that they just win the Drake fight now. In 2 minutes because of that.
No flash on the Jinx.
Okay. Ooh.
Strawberry, dude. I think strawberries are so overrated.
Same. I think strawberries are way too inconsistent.
Yeah, like most of the time I get strawberries, they're sour.
Okay.
Angel had the flash. Oh, I think the next fight is over. I mean, actually, the game might just be over right now. Never mind. I'm thinking about like Drake fight and stuff, but who knows? Get him, Mark. Oh, he's got the blue.
Just like that, NIP's power and prowess in this game goes to a firm 0.
Damn, giving the gold to the GOAT.
Seriously, I don't
so smart.
Esports always does it.
Do they just end here? I mean, it's just Angel.
Show they can always keep it close and contend with anyone. And with these
yeah, I think it's over.
It's done, yeah. How crazy that fight mid worked. I feel like Photic, considering as Gale Force, Flash, Lantern, like they need to pay a big price to get this out, I think. It's strange that he got snapped like this on it.
American strawberries are ass. I don't know, bro. Maybe it's just because I've had American strawberries, but I think strawberries are just dog shit. I like strawberry flavoring and stuff, but actual strawberries I think are just fucking terrible.
It's such a tragedy for the side of NIP. Doing so many things right. There were so many.
Bro, you should
just
look
like
up
always dry. They're always sour.
Flat peaches, dude. You need to look it up, dude. Flat peaches, they're crazy.
So many things going for you, but really just
They're just straight up called flat peaches. They're called Paraguayo.
Giving it over to TES. And that's also why, kind of moving over.
I've never seen these before in my life, bro. That shit looks like a pumpkin.
They're called donut peaches in America, of course.
Called McDonald's peaches in America, nice.
I think the best berry though, I think raspberries. Boom, best berry. Go to
sour.
berry.
Yeah, I mean they're like, I mean strawberries are definitely way more sour than like watermelon, peach. I like sweet fruits. I don't really like sour fruits that much.
Yeah, I mean I agree on that, but look, Lyric, I just think heartbreaking for NIP. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go keep watching you. Right back.
All right.
With people like Invincible on his Gragas top. We also saw that this.
All right. All right, let me just give a timestamp to my editor-in-chief.
Next year.
All right, let's continue,
I was
guys.
so curious, like, who wanted this rule? Is it like the Academy Champions C9? Like, I'm not trying to point fingers. Like, I just like don't understand like who wants this rule.
Wait, is that even Academy? Because I read this as Riot guarantees LCS minimum contracts for the following year for the 5 players who win the LCS finals each year. What part of this is Academy? I didn't even know that this was Academy as well.
Same.
I assumed that this was just LCS minimum contracts if you win LCS finals.
It's a free market. You can be completely hard carried to winning Academy finals. It's a competitive market. I don't think anyone should be guaranteed a contract. There are times where people win LCS
and they suck, bro. Piotrek just won Worlds. Like, imagine if he was just guaranteed a contract in LCK because he won. Like, I don't know.
The next year they don't have a team. There are times where people win LEC, I think, and they don't next year they don't have a team. I think like Emperor and like Hybrid had that happen to them. It's a competitive market. I don't know what to say. If you're good, you will be picked up. You institute a 3/5 roster continuity rule to provide players on released NACL rosters first priority in maintaining their spots. Okay, so basically what this means is like you have this org. Your name is fucking Fred. You made Fred Esports.
3/5 roster continuity rule to provide players on released NACL rosters first priority in maintaining their slots in the upcoming NACL season if a majority continue to compete together.
Fred Esports.
And you have a
Weird
roster,
one too.
and all those players won. Those players have a spot in NACL, and you're Fred, and you're like, man, fuck these guys, I don't like them. So you kick all 5 of them. And you get 5 new players, and you still have that spot in NACL. Under this rule, those 5 players, if 3 out of 5 of them choose to stick together, they actually own that spot. To kind of prevent you from having like shitty ownership, or to have a situation where like a team just completely nukes the whole team. And
cool. Then if they want that, then the teams don't have to pay the fucking salaries. Then like, what's the point of having the organization? You know, like they can pay themselves salaries if they want to own the slots.
I don't know how to feel about that, to be honest. And because I don't feel strongly one way or the other, and I can see like an upside and downside, like I don't really know. And I don't really care. Anyways, I talked to Philip about all these, and the funny thing is, as you can tell, I don't really fully agree with any of these, actually. Only really agree with the affiliates cost sharing thing, and that thing is like already happened, so.
Wait, so all of them are, wait, so he's part of the walkout? He's part of the walkout. He's like, these are all garbage. I'm standing with the garbage. Nice, man.
Why did I vote yes on the walkout?
Yeah, exactly. No, answer this question, bro. Like, look at his face, bro. He knows. He's like, ah, shit. He's fucking sweaty. He's like, why did I vote yes on the walkout? Like, this is just horrible.
Why did overwhelming people vote yes? Actually, I'll tell you guys a story of the day. Like the day we were scrimming until 8. Every LCS team is scrimming, and we have a meeting in 30 minutes. And I'm looking at the LCS Players Association chat. It's a Discord channel, and I'm thinking there is no fucking way that even 26 people are going to show up. You understand how lazy LCS players are? After scrim,
You know how little they fucking care about Academy?
everyone's tired or hungry. You think that a bunch of people are going to show up to this thing and we're going to have 26 out of 50 LCS players vote? There's 15 Koreans. There's a shit ton of other imports. I think they have less skin in the game. They should care less. Just naturally.
Of course they should care less. 100% agree with this.
Being from the region, like, understandable, right? Like, a lot of them don't even speak English yet perfectly.
I think
to
it's...
have 26 people even...
I think it's very important to underline all of this, that every fucking party is acting in their own personal best interest. And if you think about that as you analyze this whole process, it's like, then you begin to see everything, you know? And it makes complete sense. It's like, if I'm, for example, Berserker, I'm on my last year of contract in NA, and then I'm considering playing in the LCK. Do you think I would give a shit about North America fucking NACL?
Show up is a fucking miracle. Okay, so I show up to this thing and I have my expectations really low. I'm thinking 10 people are going to show up, including my team. And I'm thinking, okay, you know, like, maybe 10 or 15 people are going to show up, and it's, even if we all vote yes, there's not going to be enough people even in this fucking meeting to make anything happen. And, like, sure enough, the Discord server fills up fucking fast. So fast. And I'm thinking, like, what is going on? This is crazy, like, how many people are here. And then we do a head count, filters a head count, and we are 46 out of 50 players are here. 46 LCS players. Like, that's just insane to me. Like, how is this possible that 46 out of 50 players showed up? The last 4 people trickle in, I think. And it's just all 50. Literally all players showed up to the meeting. I was absolutely amazed. If you ask...
Honestly, I'm quite amazed too. I'm not gonna lie. I'm quite amazed that 50 players showed up. That's pretty insane.
Me to bet something, I would have...
Bro, the LCSPA must be so fucking pissed with this video. You know, like, Philip Aram, like, saw it's like double up to streaming. Like, he got like some fucking Discord message, like, double up to streaming. Double up to streaming, and he is like saying that like all of our demands are bullshit, and he also wants to play in 2 weeks. You know, Philip Aram was watching this stream like, fuck! Double up, turn it off! He was like the Walter White in the car just screaming when the stream was happening. What the hell?
Probably bet my life savings, actually. Yeah, I would have bet my life savings that there's no way all 50 players are going to show up. Maybe there's about 26 do, right? For the majority, and all 26 vote yes, but all 50? Like, what the fuck, bro? That was crazy. And so, you know, I was like, something's going to happen. Like, I could feel the magic in the air that night. I was like, something's going to happen here. I did not expect this at all. I don't think anyone expected this. I think Philip was like, what the fuck? There's like way more people here than I expected. Like, players are so lazy. Yeah, that's the story of how I lost all my life savings. So anyways, you know, the vote happened. It was overwhelming. I'm not going to say what the vote was.
Wait, my man didn't explain why he voted yes. So he voted yes because there were so many people in the call. Because the question was, why did I vote yes for the walkout? It's like, yo, dude, I was surprised that so many people turned up. He felt the magic in the night, dude.
Overwhelming majority. I walked out of that meeting feeling like pretty happy. We walked out of that meeting and everyone was... I think it was, there was a little bit of tension, I feel like, but I wanted to say one thing, which is I don't think there's a world where LCS just like continues as normal. Like, how much of a joke would it be if you guys watched LCS? LCS just starts. The stream starts. The players walk out. There's like no, like the casters have to ignore that happening. There's like no coverage of it, and then the games get played between like 50 bronze players. How is that going to happen? Like, just explain it to me, guys. Like, who's gonna want that to happen?
Bro, I would want that shit to happen, bro. I would co-stream the fuck out of that. I'd be like, this is my region, baby. This is what it's became.
I kind of like we're talking about like doomsday scenarios. Like, okay, what happens?
I think it's kind of weird. Why did they make this public? Like, why did they make the thing public? Right? Because if there was supposed to be a walkout, don't you do it on the day of? And basically you just stand up and say, fight the power. Holy, my bicep is looking massive, bro.
When, you know, if there's like defectors, what happens if we're like getting pressured to...
Because it's like the only leverage the LCSPA had was the fact that rug pulling the players that were in academy on these ridiculous contracts, that was like fairly negative. You know?
Be replaced on LCS Day. I'm like, guys, there's like no way LCS is gonna happen. To me, I think it's an empty threat that Riot was like looking at the teams to replace their rosters with like scabs.
Yeah, that was an empty threat.
Worlds, by the way. Summer Split is for Worlds.
That shit was really troll. Like the fact that Riot like even suggested this was really troll.
You're gonna say the standings for Worlds the first week of LCS?
Dude, you know what it feels like? You know what this like LCS walkout and strike feels like? It's like when you would take classes in school and you do like mock trials, where you'd like pretend to be on a trial, but it's like there was nothing actually on the line. But like you would do this like whole like, you know, walkthrough where you would have everyone play the role that you would in a courthouse. This is what it feels like to me. This doesn't feel real.
Mock trials in America in school?
1/9 of the regular season games is
played
by
fuck
just
are they doing in school, dude? Mock trials.
I don't think so. And then Riot came out with that response. I think at this point you guys probably already read the response. LCS ended up getting pushed back.
It's Model
weeks.
UN, yeah.
Ultimately, it's not really up to me. I voted yes. So let me actually. I never explained exactly like what I'm standing for. I guess what I think we all voted on is not these bullet points. I don't want to speak for everyone, but my feeling is that we didn't vote on these bullet points. We didn't say yes. We support.
That is big, by the way. I like
all of these bullet points.
If this is true, right? If this is just what LCSPA said and just hijacked the vote to legitimize it, LCSPA is looking really fucking bad here, honestly.
We want Riot to support the tier 2 scene, not kill it, basically. Just and especially in the way that they killed it with no.
Yeah, no, they like the LCS players are like, hey, we care about those academy players. You guys should know that we care about those academy players. And then Riot is like, okay, well, maybe we're just going to delete LCS and you guys won't go to Worlds. And then we'll see how much you care about. And then they're like, no, just kidding. Just kidding. We just want to play LCS. It was a solid 2 weeks. Everyone got their shit together. But yeah, we were just joking with that whole thing. We care about them, just not that much. Like we don't want to actually lose anything for those motherfuckers. So hey, just start up LCS in 2 weeks. We'll pretend, let bygones be bygones, and you know.
No, if for some reason, right, if these demands weren't a part of like the vote and the walkout, then like the LCSPA, I think that's really like fucked. You're not. It's just because you agree to walk out doesn't mean that you're going to blindly agree with any terms the LCSPA sets. Because the terms are honestly garbage. I said that on day one.
Yeah, you can even cut our salaries if you want. Like, it's gonna be a completely different thing, bro. It's so much different.
No notice, with no discussion, and in fact just lying to Philip's face about it, lying to the Players Association and getting away with that. We needed to take a stand. I'm surprised. I'm not like super welling with pride, like, oh my god, this is like a revolution. But like, I'm honestly just pretty surprised that like we're just sitting here in the comfort of our keyboards, guys. Like we're not actually like doing
the
anything.
Comfort of our keyboards.
So you know, people are like, man, so
That's
brave.
The
like,
saying.
So based.
That's a saying.
We're sitting at our keyboards. We have our headsets on. We're listening to Philip talk, and he, you know, we cast our vote. It takes 5 minutes. It's and ultimately, like, what we're asking for isn't even really that crazy. It is that we want Riot to support the tier 2 scene.
Okay, so they're not actually asking for any of this.
Way, I don't really want to be part of the discussion of like what that means.
Yo,
but also like that, right?
Shout out to all of the homies in my YouTube comments that said, Yamaro, you don't know how a strike negotiation works. They over ask for things and then they meet halfway. This is how you do a negotiation. It's like, what the fuck are you even saying? Mate.
Shouldn't be able to make changes like that kills people's jobs with no notice and with no discussion. Yeah, that's why we took a stand. I think I'm doing a pretty bad job of explaining it, but that's just a few of the reasons, I guess, that
I think you did a great job of explaining it, Double Lift. I love everything you said in this.
Yes. What about the team owners? I don't know if I made this clear enough, but I don't think that the teams should be forced to have academy teams.
Yeah,
that
I don't think so
system
either.
benefited nobody. actually. I think that it's on Riot to spend a small percentage of their money to support the tier 2 scene and not just kind of kill it as it is and then pawn it off to some random org.
They need to create heavy incentives. They need to create incentives for the right people to be involved.
Team Fish Taco, who like literally was like, a couple games away from actually just being an NACL, by the way. They like almost qualified. That was the team with Dardock on it and Alorem. I know that none of these players know this because they don't give a fuck about Academy. And I know this is what, dude, if I were to be on a call with Philip Aram, the type of questions I would ask him would be so, I would just be like, hey, can you name me just like 10 out of the 80 NACL players? Like just their users, like, do you know 10 of the 80 players? That would be the type of shit I would ask him, because it's clear they don't actually give a fuck. They just want to have more power because they have no power.
Bro, I have to say, Dom, with his camera, bro, it looks like when he's watching this white screen right now, it looks like he's being teleported to a different dimension right now, mate.
The reason they have no power is because they're not a union. They didn't pay to be part of the LCS the same way that, you know, the organizations had a franchise fee. So yeah, I mean, if you're not putting any skin in the game, then you don't actually get a say. It is what it is.
Into the NACL,
me up,
it's
baby.
like framed like we remain committed, and like they killed it. Okay, they killed it. That's all there is to it. They basically just like dumped it in the street, and they shot it for good measure. Somewhere in between the old system and that system is like one where Riot like can still have a tier 2 scene exist. Did I watch Taiwan say? I actually did not. And like, I don't know, this thing has been coming to like this really big issue where I guess like
for those who don't know,
say that
Taiwan's video was pretty much, yo, these fucking players are getting paid in NACL. They are straight up, they don't fucking deserve it. That was his video.
Care. But
yo, everything with Prime Gaming.
If it's the option of standing by Academy and having LCS Summer Split be canceled, like Riot threatened, and just
he's just saying it, bro. He's just saying it straight up. Oh my god, Doubles is so based.
Situation.
If I actually have to, like, if I lose something because of it, then fuck these motherfuckers. Like, who cares about Academy in the first place?
I'm letting go. Like, I'm letting go of the situation. I'm not like so.
Holy shit, Double Lift, bro. What are you doing, brother? What are you doing? Actually?
What are you saying?
Dude, he's just, I mean, he's, one thing you can say is he's pretty honest.
Yeah,
I mean,
thank
Double is pretty honest.
I appreciate it.
God damn. That's the conclusion.
So gung-ho about it that I'm willing to not play Summer Split. So, like, when Riot threatened to go nuclear, that's a pretty big threat. Like, I think every player was a little bit affected by that. It's like, whoa, Riot's willing to cancel Summer Split? I hope the negotiations go well. I'm just...
How do you help? No, you don't, bro. You just ruined the entire negotiations. It's a comedy video, actually. It's comedy. Oh my god. How are they going to go well now? You're the most important player. You're the one that has the most power. You think that if Riot knows that you're going to fucking play, you think the other players are going to be the ones that are going to stand up? You think
honestly,
if Doublelift wants to fucking play, the other import players that don't even like, they're not even from America, they're just here to have a fucking job, and then it's like, oh, you're gonna lose your job, by the way, because, you know, LCS won't exist. You think those players are gonna suddenly stand up against Riot and be like, well, if that needs to be done, it needs to be done, because we depend on this Academy system, we depend on these demands being met, this is the only thing that's right? You think, no, hell no, bro. You just ruined everything.
I'm just telling you guys the truth. You don't think that everyone knows that? Like, it's just, it is what it is, guys. It's like beating a dead...
Yeah, dude, but you're not supposed to say it, brother. But, well done. Because I agree.
Like,
I think this whole thing, I think it's like I said, it's a mock trial.
An agreement that the old system sucked. The old system is not the way. I think let's find a new system where Tier 2 can exist, and there can be jobs in Tier 2, and it's not on the teams, but...
In my opinion, he said what needs to be said. No, but it's like imagine. So let's continue with the example that Dom had, right? So it's like basically there's a feud, right, between two parties. Let's say they go to court, and then it's like Doublelift is on one side with the walkout, and he just goes to the opposition and gives them all of the evidence because he's being true, honest, and based. Nah, blood. The opposition can maybe assume or maybe work with the idea that the players are afraid of this, and that was the leverage. But to confirm 100% that they are, you lose whatever percentages you had. But then again, right, it's like, I thought it was already over, right? I thought it was already over the moment LCS said, they slammed their balls on the table and said, yo, we're going to cancel LCS, right? When Riot said that, I thought it was done and over. Well,
it is more of like a free market where out of nowhere, because somebody wanted to be an academy, they actively are seeking to compete in academy, not forced to be in there and given a participation trophy, strapped down, kicking and screaming, like, you need to find 5 players, really hard to make his games exciting, right? He has done a great job. It's just one example. But,
what is happening?
Like,
Play the outro music
with support from Ryan.
Cut him off, bro. he's not even done making his point, and they just cued the outro music. And it's this fucking song. Holy man, this is too good. This is damn. I'm telling you, it does.
Nice. Watch till the end.
You just see Doublelift come out. He's like, I'm just gonna have to play LCS. Fuck Academy. Hell yes.
All right. Okay, we have a draft on blue side.
Usually you only pick the Jace when you are able to pair
Graves.
types of other things, right? We had it with the Elise like we talked about.
Xiaolong Bao is in, guys. They deleted Shadow of the map after that Viego performance. He got deleted. He's like, this is my moment. I get to play one game. I'm playing fucking Graves, by the way.
Like, I don't have in-depth knowledge about the exact specifics of the history of strikes or anything like that. I just understand the negotiation, the leverage that is being used with a labor strike not working in order to make demands because theoretically the company needs you to work. But I think that it's really bad in this situation, obviously, because I don't think the company really needs you to work. So
in terms of priority, like bot lane pairs that they can put together.
I mean, I understand, obviously, like in... Oh, shit. Yo, I saw you were enjoying the video.
Yeah, it was a good time, dude. It was a good time. That was great. That's funny.
Well, what was your take on his discussion of the walkout?
My man, it just keeps. I don't think he knows what a strike is. The same way he doesn't know what a conflict of interest is. None of these things, man.
Jesus. The conflict of interest. Yeah, the conflict of interest, I think, was the hardest one to try to, like, get through the community's head.
Yeah, that was mental. Some people are gonna say Doublelift, he's just being honest, he's being based. But he's saying things like, the most of the things that he said, I don't disagree with. Because the moment the moment Riot said, yo, we're gonna cancel LCS, that was done. It was finished. And also the demands were complete 100%. Garbage. And if it's true that Philip Aram and LCSPA basically just pushed these demands without the agreement of the players, then it's also like really fucked. Holy, this is a dang draft.
Which he says he doesn't say in the next video, by the way. But you just watched that video. Like, you literally just watched that video. But in the next one, he's like, I don't know what people said that he was, like, going against. It's like, no one said going against, but, like, you said that when you saw the demands, you were disappointed. So does that mean that he said I was going to put a list of demands together, and then he showed it to you guys, and you guys were like, I hate those, and then he just went to fucking Riot anyway with them?
Yeah.
Or, like, what happened? Or did he just go to, like, Riot, like, without your what actually happened? I don't know. Like, something is off with the way the whole thing is working.
Because I assumed that if they did a vote, that the demands are already there in place. Not it's like, oh, we're going to do a walkout, and we're going to figure out the demands later. Because that's how it seems like. Yeah. And if that's the true, holy fuck, it's so boosted.
Well, in the next one, so I heard from extremely reliable sources, but I heard that the way that the walkout was conducted was Philip Aram approached the teams individually.
The teams?
Well, the like players on the team.
Okay.
So like he approached the teams individually, like the players on the teams individually, and essentially like leveraged team 1 accepting to get team 2 to like sign on with it. It's like, you're the first team. Yeah. So like by like team 10, it's like the other 9 teams like are gonna do this walkout. We think it's a good idea to you know, vote on it.
Oh shit.
The way that it's concerned, it's everyone knew going into it that they were supposed to vote yes.
Bro, I pulled such snakery when it came to like scrims and shit, like booking scrims. And it was like everyone was booking scrims ahead of time, and basically we always agreed that there would be like a 12 o'clock deadline, but like basically at 12 o'clock each Monday then we start booking scrims. But then what I ended up doing was I just wrote with all of the coaches ahead of time. It's like, yo, should we agree to book a scrim, and we have it done, we don't tell anyone. And then I just did that with every fucking coach, and I filled in my schedule because I didn't give a shit. I wanted to get to my scrims. But he pulled that shit with with something like the LCSPA. Oh,
yeah,
man.
but I mean, of course, that's just politics. Like, of course, you're gonna end up doing that. But the way that people, I think that most people could surmise that that's how it worked. But the main point is the way some people interpreted it was that they just said, "Hey, like we're gonna vote on a walkout," and then they just like all anonymously voted. Like that was like the first. That was like where it started, you know.
Yeah.
But it's like everyone went into it with a ton of pressure on them, like within their team, pressure from the community. I mean, there was instantly pressure. A lot of the players just went along with it. Like I was thinking, dude, if I was there, I would have went along with it too. I just wouldn't have made videos saying that I didn't agree with the thing that I was standing up for. Like that's the difference.
But if this was, which I doubt, if it was like a 4D chess move with double lift, where he was like, if there's a chance that we're not gonna play LCS, I'm just gonna kill it right here. I'm on my last year of my career. Fuck them.
Bro, his last year, bro. He just came back. What do you mean? Like,
oh, baby, this is blood. How many years is he gonna still play? Like,
okay, no, based.
Speaking of base, I like blue side. The Ziggs Leona showing up at the Jackie Loves performance.
Yeah, I always like when they play this comp, the Ziggs Jace. I think it looks really good. Like this Aphelios, it's so hard for him to play later on. Yes. And even Graves is like pretty fucking miserable into this type of comp as well.
I think it's so hard to maintain pace in a game with Jace. I mean with Graves in jungle. Like even though he clears jungle fast, I don't think he clears like fast enough to actually like punish.
Yeah, I mean you don't even clear that fast. Like you clear fast once you start getting items, but you don't start with advantage clearing.
Because he's like literally like moves really quick in bushes, clears quicker, and it's easier to leverage. But if you can't invade the second spawn of camps, it's like you're just in game with the Graves.
Yeah. No, I mean Nidalee just objectively clears faster than Graves in like his first clear. Like you just both start off and you did a clear. Like Nidalee just clears faster.
Yep.
It's I don't know. I'm not a huge Graves fan, to be honest.
Same. Solo queue jungle is just such a different game because it's like if you decide to hijack the game in a pro game and make it about you, in most contexts, it's like the bot lane meta is everything else.
Oh my god, he's like Tian, bro. Flash on this motherfucker.
Oh,
I like how quick Rookie pulled that trigger, by the way. Did you see how quick he as soon as he saw the Graves, how quick he just like, oh, I'm just like EQ, queuing in melee form, flashing, knocking him back. Like he instantly jumped on that.
Yes, was crispy. I thought almost Tian wouldn't get the flash because he flashed into the smoke.
Yeah,
that shit was a bit wild.
Yeah, but Graves had no E because he knew Graves E the wall, so that's why Rookie went so hard.
But Jackie Love on the Ziggs has teleport, so he doesn't really lose out on all too much.
This obviously just benefits Ziggs.
I haven't seen a mall fight win in like forever.
Me neither, bro. Me neither.
I think this is so.
It's probably lost close to the last like 15 times I've seen it.
I'm gonna pull up the stats. I need to check it up. Need to see it.
It's like a crow just getting slaughtered. Next time Jackie Love dies.
Alright, it's just casually 1-5. The Shy won one game.
I don't even know if I watched that game. Who was it versus JDG?
I think that was the one, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even watch that game. That was the one where Kadro was.
Kanavi was completely like running it down together with 369.
Yeah.
What in the Charles Dickens was that zoom in?
I just love how some days our observers like to be a little bit spicy and really show the small missteps of
I love that about LPL, that like when a player like makes a mistake, they just fucking zoom in and like shame him publicly for it. Like, look at how dog shit this player. The guy will flash, they'll go in, you'll have one pixel which will only be the fucking middle of the flash, it'll just the whole screen will be yellow. I love that shit. Hypes me up.
You'd have to say yes, but he's on award, so Wayward is going to give the respect, especially with All Out as well. Maybe NIP doing the same thing. He'll back away, Lyric.
Well, honestly, if I played only one game on stage and I get subbed in, I'm picking Graves too, dude. I'm making it known.
Yeah.
Holy damage.
Okay.
Oh, is it? Aye.
Yeah. Jackie Love Ziggs has always been surprisingly good, by the way. What's his all-time win rate on Ziggs? I feel like it's got to be high.
I have Game of Legends up. I'm gonna pull it up.
Didn't even need the ignite in that exchange, and they still find everything.
Just gives such an edge. Lyric.
His Ziggs is 6'4".
6'4". Okay. Not bad.
Get bopped here in the mid lane. Tibbers does come out on top of Rookie. Gets a bit of damage out as now half HP for both. Pot's going to be popped. Tien spots out Shalom Bow on the bottom side. Hex Flash coming through, but Mark decides not to go over the wall as both teams now.
I thought they saw Nautilus on bot. I thought they were gonna play that. No flash Graves.
Okay, bot lane we knew it'd be a little bit of a knife fight, but still you'd expect to be a little bit slower with the fact that Jackie Love is on Ziggs.
Yeah, they could have the one for a sniff.
A little snifferoo.
Yeah.
The breadth of NIP's power should be.
Holy, I'm excited for the response to his response.
In there 2v2. It wasn't a 2v2 considering that challenge.
This one I actually like wrote some stuff down that I wanted to say. He says that he says I'm delusional during it.
You're delusional.
I'm delusional, yeah. He's like, if you think this harmed the PA, then you're just he said it was like a brain dead take. He said that I had a brain dead take and that I'm delusional. I was like, all right, bro. Like, it is what it is.
That is crazy.
From Mark. Little soccer ball hit him right in the back. Shalom Bow, as we said. We come back from the replay.
Okay.
Be proactive in the enemy jungle.
They're just sacking bot completely.
He's level 6. Tien's level 6. I think they can actually. Never mind. They can't do anything. I think maybe.
Peace out. Peace out. Ziggs is gonna bit collect.
Yeah. And he started moving. Oh my god, it's just 5. What the fuck?
Ziggs murders this turret, dude. Murks it.
Yeah.
Little passive action. But I don't know why he's holding W. He should just rotate it for the passive.
Yeah, he's not gonna. Yeah, he's not gonna fucking execute the turret. I don't know what he thinks is going on. I think this is fine. Like if you're TES, like these types of deaths, I don't even think feel bad.
It's like an alternative ending.
Yeah, this is all good.
I like that you did the spoiler alert. You did give a lot of info. So
Like I feel it was bleeding so hard.
Jackie Love on the opposing side.
Yep.
Who would he be in the scenario?
Bro, why is he not? He literally could have got the turret maybe if he rotated the passive. How crazy is that? Because he would have got like what? Oh, he would have got 2 more satchels. Like that's 1 more passive. Jesus.
Atrocious. That was rubbish. And I'm Australian. I should be able to get. What are they? Irish? They're like Irish. What are the hobbits? Irish? Irish? Scottish?
Rookie Jace is a classic.
Oh, they're just wait. Is he just giving the turret here?
Was it? Wait, I thought that.
Look at where Malphite's positioning. He's scared.
He just saw
now Leona
Maokai
shows
mid.
Yeah, he saw Maokai in mid. And I don't know. I guess he thought Mark was there. I mean, Jackie can just take the whole trade. I mean, he knows that this guy has no ult.
They're not even. They can't even do anything top. They're just giving.
This guy. I mean, Jackie has no mana. So,
oh. Deadly combination. Big L Tupac.
Jesus.
Oh, that's dank. Just FF, man. What are they doing?
TES, we'll see if they realize, because Photic isn't showing.
They didn't even get a single plating on top.
A little bit concerned and careful about going for this. And now with resets coming out by the time Photic shows, means they can't just start this one right away. And ooh, Jackie even
Look, he's just waiting for TP. I don't think he has gold to fight them.
Oh, he's dead.
Boy.
Bro, the combo with the fucking the satchel, like Jesus, Jackie Love, bro, the flash sat. Okay. Did he just fucking insect the guy or like? What? That was crazy.
I like the way he was laughing. He knows.
Yeah.
But Wayward, being a bit of a sneaky lad, doesn't even allow him to farm the wave. So no one gonna opt into this dragon. Just TS still just constantly.
Early this LCS lore is going deep. I'm excited.
I want to pay attention to the minimap. TN does is he starting to make his way in that area.
Yeah, I don't know, man. They're inting pretty hard.
And this is all a bit weird. It's a bit weird that teams have ignored this dragon for so long. It's weird that both teams had.
What are you gonna say about it? I heard something bubbling up.
Nah, I'm just still amazed. Like, if they didn't have the demands ready when they did the vote, and the players had no idea what the fuck they were doing, you know, then, like, if they didn't know what demands they're agreeing to, and those were the demands they cooked up, like, the LCSPA should just fucking dissolve. Which it's completely useless.
Oh, I mean, it's been useless.
Yeah.
Like I had to go with like a history of the LCSPA, like how it was originally funded by Riot. You know how there used
TSM.
to be. Remember? Yeah, I had to talk about the TSM thing. Like, dude, that was the hardest situation to try to get people to like understand. Like, people were like, how could you know if there's a conflict of interest between Lina and Double If? Like, how do you know if it? Like, it's like, dude, it's like the potential for it to exist is the conflict of interest, that you can't know what's going on, and because there's a chance that they could actually work together to make things happen that, you know, like, obviously would be in the not in the interest of TSM. There's a conflict of interest there between her working for TSM and dating Doublelift, and Doublelift getting on the team. Because that could exist, she has to recuse herself. Like, you couldn't beat that through people's head. It's like, where's the proof then? Where's the proof?
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
That was completely nuts.
Yeah.
I remember having those exact same conversations too.
Yeah. It's you become the president of G2, you know, suddenly Tifa is on the main team. It's like, how do you know anything could have happened? Like, how do you know she's not like better than Caps? Like, you got any proof?
That's a good time.
The funniest part of that whole situation was when Thorin made his like Holy War video or whatever, and he talked about, he's like, of course there's never gonna be actual proof of the conflict of interest. Like, you would need Lina to say some shit in front of him on a fucking stream or something, or like bug that, and then like the next day she's like, no one wants Darda, like on the fucking stream. No one is stupid enough to let that happen. The next fucking day, bro, it's just too crazy.
Didn't they roast their sponsor too?
Yeah, they're like, oh, it's the Lenovo headset. Just blame the headset.
Oh shit.
Oh, Angel's just dead? Oh, he's alive. Oh my god, bro.
Okay.
That was the fucking banana combo.
Early.
Banana combo, Annie. Let's go.
Top Esports is trying to find these picks and not allow NIP to just slowly try to stall the game and get some more gold onto their key carries. Great for them is that they have Wayward on this Cassante who's going to just keep up pressure in sides. Invincible not allowing.
I remember, like, I had the LEC Wulu on Voice of Yamato, and I asked him, I was like, do you think to call yourself a journalist is just a negative connotation to have because you just limit yourself and no one gives a shit about integrity anymore?
Yeah.
and then I don't remember what he said, but then I was like, and then I asked him, I was like, what do you think about a journalist having sponsors that are shared by the organization that he covers and also teams within that organization? And then I could see that he was getting uncomfortable, and then I moved on.
Holy. Bro, you asked him the hard-hitting questions like that. I thought you were gonna be like, "How did you get so many followers?"
That's how it started. That's how it started.
Like, I thought you were gonna take that angle. You actually, what you're like, don't you think that like journalism as a field is, you know, completely dead in esports since no one gives a fuck about integrity? God damn, bro.
That's what came later, you know. That's what came later.
Holy, bro, I'm scared to do a voice of Yamato now. What the fuck?
No, first I was like, yo, what's your favorite Pokemon game? How was your rise to fame? It's like, and then boom.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing a fucking voice of Yamato. You're gonna be like, don't you think that even as a joke, your discussion of crack so publicly is contributing to the crack epidemic that we're still facing in like in 2023? I'm just gonna be sitting there like, no, bro, like, it's just a joke. I mean, maybe I won't say crack anymore. Shit.
Hell, I guess Angel's been doing it all game with the Timbers.
Like, is this a Philios build, by the way? It's like the one that literally everyone in the whole game goes.
I think he doesn't know that Zeal turns into Gale Force.
Oh, yes.
I think that's the chat vibe.
You read right through it. I didn't even think about that. Holy shit. Yeah, Zeal turns into Gale. It's Zeal BF sword and long sword. That's the build.
Fuck, man, things keep changing.
Yeah. Bro, they still win this fight though. This is what I mean about like this team comp. I feel like this team comp is so impossible to deal with. Bro, did you see the sapling too? They're all fucked. Angel's dead too.
Oh, Kobe!
Holy. Movement, rookie.
Alright. Holy, clean Q from Tian.
Oh, he sniped him? Oh, it doesn't matter. Jackie, just walk up, bro. Just walk up, press the E on his forehead.
Jackie's W was also so garbage.
Yeah, Jackie, come on, man. That's not the Jackie I know.
I was gonna say rookie must have been on like 20 HP after that the snipe connected from Photic. Still, I'm surprised.
Bro, I'm so addicted to Diablo 4. I'm like sitting there at 5 a.m. last night. I was like, shit, man, I need to do LPL tomorrow morning. Like, I can't lose my life over this game.
Any of Mark's former teammates know?
Sun begins to show up. I'm like, fuck, man.
Seriously, Mark's
this ain't good.
increases every single year, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, it's tough.
That's why he's Jackie loves support. No one else can be Jackie loves support at this point. Both of them have.
I've always liked team comps like this, like the TS team comp, like the ones where you just throw all your spells from like 1 million range.
No
enemy
risk
team
at
is
all.
not enough engaged. Yeah, no, I love that shit.
We might have a fight coming up though.
I think it's also because I hate playing against it, bro. Like when you're just playing against 85 spells you have to dodge. So horrible. Yeah, I mean they get Drake. It's fine. Oh, look at it. Okay, they got the Annie. I mean, that was like the perfect situation for them. Couldn't have been better. And they still lose hard.
Yeah, 40 didn't have ult.
Yeah.
And they were not ready for the Malphite turn. Like they pushed it back instead of forward.
Jackie's just ditched them all. He's a demolitionist here. Oh, you win it, bro. I don't know if they want that fight. Ah, it's fucking doomed.
See.
And they're losing mid. Oh, Graves is a good champion, I think. Nice.
He'll pop off when he reaches Gale Force. I like this. Aphelios is like, I'm gonna buy Vampiric to heal up all the poke that the enemy
Bro,
is
let
doing.
it die, Angel. Oh my god, Angel, just let it die. Let the inhib die, bro.
Taking structures like top esports, winning across the board, and now we're at a 7-8
Okay. So Jackie Love didn't want the inhib, and then Angel wanted the inhib. So they both. Okay, all right. Angel just worked in Jackie
They
Love's
just
best
agreed.
interest.
They
Yeah.
just.
Yeah, they literally just agreed.
Holy shit. They work together better than Doublelift and the OCSPA.
That's such a banger, actually. Better cooperation than Doublelift and the LCSPA. That's insane. Fucking true, by the way. God damn.
Nah, bro, you're just delusional.
Brain dead take. I just don't understand like what part of it's brain dead. He's like, if you thought that like we were walking out for any reason at all, then you're brain dead. It's like, wait, what?
I was surprised too that 50 players showed up though. I thought that's impressive.
Yeah, but I mean, it was on Discord, bro. Like, they made it sound like he's like, we went to the fucking town hall, and like it's like they just joined a Discord channel where everyone's like, yo, after scrims today, we got the LCSPA thing, you know? Like, it's just one of those types of things. But yeah, it should only take like 5 minutes. Don't worry, we can get food after.
Angel has been on one for a while. Look at where he is. Teleport's coming in. NIP, they don't have Baron right now covered quite at all. Lyric. This Annie
Alright.
still there. Like they're hoping that Top Esports walk towards
I like that Top Esports is not farming anymore. Just win the
Yeah.
game.
Oh, when you have to Malphite ult out, and this is the team comp.
And there's Kekona.
Why do you call that champion Kekona?
Kesante Kekona. The K is the same. Okay, Tian. Thank you, Tian, for making it
All
interesting.
right, the TN donation, I like it.
Annie in Wonderland.
Oh
I
no.
hope NIP realize they still hard lose, by the way. Like, they have no juice.
Yeah, so who's getting on this Jace? That's all I want to know.
Oi. Nice. Gets out of the ult as well for the shield.
Wait, Jackie Love is going for the wave? We're not going. Okay, all right. Oh, that's fine. Guess they're waiting for TN.
Having a bounty with Rookie, with Jackie Love there.
Take a free Baron.
Damage. And look, a lot of members of NIP are dead. And you know what that means? It's time for the Baron. And hell, this composition with the pushing power it already has.
Bro, you're constantly playing down usefulness of labor organization. Must be American brain rot.
What?
What? Wait. I'm the one saying that if this is to work, they would have to actually be willing to give up their jobs, which they're not willing to do. Which downplays, which undermines the usefulness of the walkout itself.
Makes sense. He's hoping that them pushing in midway will force all of them to back off. They don't. They elect for the fight. They should
The whole fucking purpose is to leverage your labor. But if you're not willing to sacrifice it, then what are you really doing? You're not doing anything. Shit. Isn't like striking like super common in America too? It's like
yeah, I mean,
I don't like the protection that is in place.
it's weird because it's like you hear about strike. Like, I think there's like a rider strike and stuff. You hear about the strikes. Oh my god, he just got absolutely kidnapped.
Damn.
He got abducted, bro.
He flashed too, but he got Jace thinged.
Yeah, he got it was the Cassante R. He got Jace E Cassante art.
reason, but Angel has no hope anyway. Lyric, this is a 2-0, whether the fans like it or not.
Yeah, in Germany there's also strikes all the time. They're just the train company is just striking. I don't even know what for, but some days the trains are just not running. They just say, oh, we're striking this day. The trains are not running. You're not gonna get to work. And that's it. All right. Oh, Jackie's happy. Good Ziggs performance. Good draft, honestly.
Yeah, I really like the draft there. Bro, that is such an unplayable Graves. Imagine you get to play one game on stage and you have to play Graves into this comp. Like, you can't show anything.
You.
Hell, not even in the early game, he was just going in, but especially post 15 minutes. You're close by? Well, do I have a deal?
You love it when you play a draft and if you make one mistake, the game is insanely over.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's such a comfy ass game for TN. Like, it's so comfortable. He didn't have to do anything. Like, he even died at like level 6. It didn't matter at all. Like, so comfortable.
Yup.
We have ourselves maybe a bit of a weeb and wayward. Good on him.
When are you dropping your response to
I mean, I already, it'll probably be out on YouTube in like, hopefully a few hours.
Oh, so it's in your VOD?
Yeah, it's in my VOD.
Okay. Maybe I'll just check that out.
Yeah,
for the continuity, I'm just gonna. Do you know after which game or before which game?
After the first game of the stream.
Okay.
So like, I think it's like 30 minutes into the stream or something.
And you're watching Doublelift's video as well, right?
Yes.
Okay, lovely.
All right.
Hey,
all right,
Dom, always a pleasure, yeah? Take care of yourself,
yeah,
man.
It was fun.
Catch you tomorrow. See you. Always a good time.
Sometimes both, but it's just always funny when Jackie Love's not the one that does that.
Again, Jackie Love's split so far from the 3 series we've seen is he has been probably the most consistent member on TES.
Or find something else to do.
Oh, here we are. Here we go, guys. Here we go. I feel like that GIF, dude. The GIF. This is me right now.
He ranked it as S tier counter pick. I think that a counter pick Malphite can be fine, but it has to be counter picking the right things, and the right things never present themselves. And I wrote down some notes. I have a notepad. Boom.
Holy, you wrote notes.
Can't let you guys cheat.
What's the Diablo clan name? So basically the tag is nut, like peanut, nut, and the clan is called Sack of Stolen Goods.
I made it in the thumbnail as well, responding to the criticism of my LCS walkout video. Let's fucking go.
The tweet about me ruining negotiations? Such a brain dead take. Phil.
This is a brain dead take. Okay, so obviously the tweet that he's referring to is probably mine that he put in the thumbnail. He says that I have a brain dead take about the LCSPA. So if you haven't caught up to this point, essentially he went out, he publicly released a YouTube video. I don't know why he's talking about this stuff
live for the LPL series tomorrow.
Figured that part out.
Maybe we do some LCK tomorrow. Maybe we do some LCK tomorrow if it's starting. Let me see the Zeitplan. Holy moly. But we have OMG versus JDG as well. Oh, fuck, man. It's bangers on bangers on bangers. But it's so early. I think for sure we're doing EDG versus Bilibili, and then I think we're doing KT versus Hanwha Live. I think that's the move, guys. I think KT, Hanwha Live, and then we do EDG versus Bilibili. I think that's the move. We need OMG. Guys. It's 9 in the morning. You think I can wake up at 9 in the morning when I'm playing Diablo 4? Nine in the morning. Okay, let's do it, guys. Okay, I'm gonna wake up at 9 tomorrow, okay? Fuck it. Okay, I'll do it. Yo, Dom. Dom, do I catch you tomorrow doing, do we do JDG vs OMG? What time is that for you? 1 a.m., 12 a.m. Live your modern reaction now back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are reacting to Dom's video. It started off with Doublelift just saying he's brain dead. Or his take is brain dead, sorry.
Okay, so obviously the tweet that he's referring to is probably mine that he put in the thumbnail. He says that I have a brain dead take about the LCSPA. So if you haven't caught up to this point, essentially...
Yeah, Dom does this thing. He's such a good storyteller because his voice is always like, So he says, I have a brain dead take. Okay. All right. Let's break this down.
He went out, he publicly released the YouTube video. I don't know why he's talking about this stuff publicly. I still haven't figured that part out. But he released the YouTube video where he talked about the LCS walkout.
Hey guys, do you think Doublelift is smart enough to be like, shit, if I'm going to make sure that the LCS doesn't get cancelled by going publicly? You guys think that... There's no way, bro. His track record is really like not it.
Talked about what he agrees with, what he disagrees with, the reason that they're walking out, and he essentially in the video said that like he's
least
obviously
self-reported
going to
NA player.
play LCS if push comes to shove. He's not going to be denying labor and taking.
I think he's an actual genius. He's playing 9D Jenga on all of our foreheads. Damn. What if he's secretly just controlling the whole league? And he was just playing like Puppet Master.
A financial hit in order to support the academy players and stay with them during this walkout. If the negotiations extend or if Riot just...
That's the whole point of a strike. I thought the simple way of putting it, be willing to risk it all for more. Isn't that what a strike is? Be willing to risk it all for more. You're basically trying to make the argument that you deserve more. And it is the same. Like imagine you're in a relationship and you set an ultimatum. You're like, if this doesn't change, then I no longer want to be a part of the relationship. You set this ultimatum, right? And you put yourself in a position where if it continues, you're supposed to be willing to pull the plug, right?
Says that they're going to potentially cancel the league, which is what they already threatened. So that's where you're at this point. So obviously everyone called him out. They're like, it's a pretty stupid thing to say because right now you are walking out and your leverage is the denial of labor. It's actually your only leverage in the situation because it's not like it's a franchise league, but the teams are franchised. The only power that you have in this situation is potentially not playing. And he essentially gave that away in the last video. So now we have to see why he's going to clarify.
You guys want to hear something crazy? You guys want to hear a crazy idea on how to save the LCS? Okay? Make like a salary cap of like 150K. Boom. That's how you save the league. You want to save the league? The thing is, it's like, what's so twisted about this whole situation is that what's so twisted about everything, right, is that in this negotiation, it's not one of those situations where like Starbucks is making billions and the CEO of Starbucks is just giving himself bonuses and all of the homies are sitting on big sacks of gold. Like the LCS Ogs are bleeding. They are bleeding. I don't know if you guys watched the Thorin video, but Thorin basically made the point that the entire revenue share is not enough to pay for the player salaries.
Clarify it, and why I am brain dead, and why everyone else is brain dead as well, because this is something that most people were confused about. Because obviously during the negotiations, it's pretty bad to have the most popular player say that he is willing to play LCS if push comes to shove. Also, it's...
Why are you punishing players? The players for being good. There's such a large pool of pro players that they don't have to spend so much money on the best players or imports. What do you mean punishing players for being good? What does that even mean? It's like, obviously the salaries that are being paid in the LCS are extremely unhealthy. And for the long term, it doesn't work at all. It does, like, their level of play doesn't matter. That's the thing. Their level of play doesn't matter. And if a player managed to get a fat-ass contract, God bless. Take your bag, get your bag. But for the health of the league, it's terrible. The argument as to why, it's like people thought that the growth of the LCS would continue and it would snowball into something massive. And they thought that if they win championships and they're going to be competitive in the market that is being created, they will be able to win championships and then they will snowball that into additional revenue. The idea was that, if we win a championship now, it's going to pay off and pay dividend in the future, right? And that obviously didn't pay out. It's like the whole venture capitalist new ownership strategy was garbage. But now you have to look at things for what they are. And basically, it's like the player salaries just need to go down.
Especially rich coming from Doublelift, because if you look at all the players in the LCS, he's one of the only players that could reasonably deny labor for an extended period of time and still be able to like support himself and still be completely okay. Most of the other players would potentially have to go back to school or get another job.
I don't get how they don't make enough money from sponsors, because they are spending too much. That's what it is. They are spending too much.
Or find something else to do where Doublelift can go back on a streaming career. He's one of the players that could stand out and deny labor and really make his stand for academy rights, because of the fact that he obviously has a lot of money from his time playing in LCS, and he actually has other career paths that he could easily jump to right now.
The guy who's the head of the Players Association messaged me after I posted the video and said, thanks for the video, I really appreciate it.
Dude, I still can't tell if Phil said this sarcastically or not, by the way. So he says that Phil went to him after and said, hey man, thanks for the video, really appreciate it. Like, obviously, I don't know what Phil is supposed to say there. Like, he already made the fucking video, so there's no reason for Phil to be like, Doublelift, you dumb motherfucker, you ruined everything, you're fucking over the whole LCSPA. I don't think that Phil is going to say that in this situation, because he still wants the players to kind of be on his side, even if they do stupid things. But maybe Phil said that sarcastically to him, and it just went over Doublelift's head. Hey, good job, Doublelift. Thank you. You ruined everything, but hey, bro, we appreciate it. Thank you.
So I have no idea why people think that I'm like harming the negotiations. I'll address some of the criticism about my video real fast. I mean, I think it doesn't help the Players Association like negotiations when I say that I would not have LCS be canceled over Academy, but I don't think it hurts, because it is not a negative in my opinion, because no one wants that outcome anyways. I don't think
because the whole movement fucking sucks anyways, bro. It was doomed.
It is not a negative. I would not have LCS be canceled over Academy, but I don't think it hurts, because it is not a negative in my opinion, because no one wants that outcome anyways. I don't think
because the whole movement fucking sucks anyways, bro. It was doomed from the start, which I kind of agree with. Maybe it doesn't hurt anything, because you weren't winning this shit at the beginning no matter what. Like, you had no leverage, and there was no world where the players, some of the most self-centered people you'll ever meet in your entire life, are gonna give up their fucking salaries and their jobs for academy players. Ain't no fucking way. Have you met pro players? Like, I wouldn't have done that shit if I was a pro player. I'm not trying to like say I'm fucking better than them or like, oh, I would stand with the academy. No, I wouldn't fucking do that shit. But I also wouldn't make YouTube videos like that go against the stand that I'm pretending to take. You know, it would be one of those things. I would probably be in there like most LCS players where they were convinced that, hey, this is the right thing to do. All that's going to happen, worst comes to worst, is we don't play LCS for 2 weeks. You know, maybe you don't even, it's not even that you don't get paid, because you're still getting paid. You just wouldn't get paid for game days, but you're going to get those later. So it's fine anyway. Maybe I would be in there if I was like a 21-year-old LCS player. The difference is, like, I would understand what the fuck is going on, at least, where I'm still not sure that Doublelift understands what's going on in this video. So let's keep on going. We'll get into my notes in a second, but I don't think he knows like what a strike is, like what denial of labor is. I'm not sure he actually understands what he is actively doing right now.
Single player, I don't think there's a single team, not even Riot, not any player, not any employee at LCS, like it benefits nobody if that ends up happening. So because Riot came out with a statement with that threat that like, oh, we might actually cancel LCS. I don't even want that to be entertained. I don't think anyone wants that to be entertained. I don't think.
Yes, you know who especially doesn't want this to be entertained? The players. Because when Thorin broke down all the places where the revenue comes from and who is actually benefiting the most from LCS, it is by far the players. It is by far the fucking players of the LCS ecosystem. They're the most overpaid. It's 200% revenue to the fucking players of the league itself, not including food, not including everything else that would go into running a league. Just player salaries and coaching salaries alone are 200.
And don't get me wrong, get your bag. If someone offers you a big ass contract, take it. That's on you, right? But it's the fucking health of the league is a mess.
100%, over 200% of the revenue of the entire league. So it's like, you guys are benefiting the most. Like, if LCS gets canceled, like, obviously everyone loses, but LCS players lose the most.
I think Philip does, because he actually genuinely cares about the players. You know, he is somebody that, I mean, I think he's going to do a great job, but like, why even like, I don't even know how to explain it. It's like a nuclear button. Like, why even have that as a part of the equation? Everyone will just suffer. Like, the fans are not going to be happy if LCS gets canceled. I know it's edgy to say like, oh yeah, just destroy the LCS, you know, down with LCS, but
I don't think Doublelift gets it.
Obviously not happy. By the way, if all the players get, if LCS Summer gets canceled, all the players lose their job for like half the year. We're not getting paid, by the way, for just sitting on our ass and playing solo.
That's the point.
Stream on. Like,
yes,
we're getting paid to compete.
That's the point.
So, yeah, I mean, I think people saying that I like sabotage the negotiations are a little bit delusional about that. But
what?
Yeah, like I said, I just don't want that to happen. The LCS being canceled is like, no one wants that. Yeah. Also, people kind of took what I said as like,
obviously.
Wait. Why are you hating Doublelift? He's right here. What do you mean? It doesn't matter that he's right. It's like, that's the whole point. He has a side. He picked a side with his vote, right? He picked a side, and now he's sabotaging his own side by telling the truth. All of these things, right? In terms of the LCS, he could just say nothing.
Agree with, or like the players weren't in like a part of the discussion for the demands or for the negotiations or for like the talking points. I think all 50 players showed up in solidarity with
okay, so we'll let him finish this point.
To stand with Phil.
Okay, so
what do you mean he's done the right thing? How is this the right thing? How is this the right thing? On what planet is this the right thing? On what planet is this the right thing? So basically, he acted in his own best interest, right? And that's okay, right? And that's perfectly okay. But the whole point, right, is that they were supposed to walk out together. And he basically said, well, if this is going to happen, then I'm going to give up on the strike. And it might be true. Like, he might be saying what every player thinks, right? He might be saying what every player thinks. But at least it's like, it's a difference of, so let's say, let me give you the example, right? So imagine this, okay? So we are currently playing, so right now, Riot is holding ace-ace, okay? This is their poker hand, okay? Texas Hold'em. Right? And they're holding ace-ace, okay? They're holding ace-ace. Pre-flop, they showed their response, right? Pre-flop, they showed the response. They're like, we're gonna raise, okay? We're gonna fucking 4-bet. We're gonna raise pre-flop because our hand is fucking strong. By the way, we don't give a shit about the LCS. That's what they said. The LCS PA is offsuit 2-7, and basically here they call to see the flop, okay? But pre-flop, you know what Doublelift does? He says, guys, we are holding 2-7, okay? We are holding 2-7, and yeah, we're holding a 2-7. That's what he did. Obviously, this analogy doesn't work super well, right? It doesn't work super well because it's the idea of like reading how the hand is played. But basically, he says out loud, we are holding 2-7, guys. And it's like, yeah, it's a mess, yeah. And it's like the flop is this, like our boy in the chat said. Well, the thing is, I don't think it might have, like, I don't think that he is, I don't think he's going to change the outcomes. I don't think he's going to change the outcome because everyone had the same conclusion. When Riot said, yo, we're going to cancel the LCS if we don't reach a conclusion after 2 weeks, then everyone knew it was done. I knew it was done. Dom knew it was done. Everyone knew it was done. I was like, there's no fucking way. Like, if at the moment the players even hear the words of this, done. Finished. And also, the demands, finished, done. It's like, when Riot did the response, they were clapped. They were clapped. Reddit is, I don't even go on Reddit anymore, man. Reddit is so delusional. It's insanity what's going on there, man. That's crazy, dude. The League subreddit, guys, Jesus Christ. That is a mess. That is a mess.
Players showed up to stand with Phil, which I even feel like is a weird way to phrase this, where it's like, Phil is going to war and us players, we stand with Phil. It's like supposed to be that like the players have an interest and he's just organizing it and he's acting on behalf of the players.
Oh, this is very true.
Phil convinced the players of the fact that this was a good idea, that this was a time where they would be able to actually get something done, and people were like, go get him, Phil, we like it. But the reason why everyone said that, you know, he's against Phil, or that they were disappointed, or that he was, you know, against Phil's list of demands, is because in the last video he spent the first 20 minutes of the video talking about the list of demands and how he was disappointed when he saw the list of demands. So like, did you not see them before they went live? Did you just stand with Phil and then Phil came up with the list of demands and then he sent them to Riot and then you found out at the same time of everyone else? It's unclear the timeline here, but if you weren't happy...
Agreed. This is so weird to me. It's like Doublelift's video. It's like, in a world where it's like, I think things are already looking really damn grim from the day one that they've set their demands for LCSPA, right? And additionally, right, if the players didn't know the list of demands before they were announced, that is extremely fucked up in my opinion. Like, what the fuck were they voting on? It's like, we are walking out for what? If they didn't know the list of demands, it's like, we're walking out because these are the demands we want to set. If they didn't know, that is insanely fucked, in my opinion. They knew the demands because they came out 1 week before the vote. Okay, that's a good point. That's actually a good point. Maybe I'm just goofing here. That could be true. Let's check. Let's check. That is a good shout. That's a good shout. Let's check the timeline. What is the LCSPA? That is a good point. That is a very good point. Because then that clears it up. So the May 23rd. May 23rd, that was before the vote, right? That was before the vote. Okay. Okay, fair. Okay. That's fair. But now with what Doublelift said, But now I'm just confused. Because Double said he didn't agree with them. Why'd they vote if they don't agree with the demands? It's worse then. It's worse. Oh my god. So he didn't agree with any of the demands. He thought they were all garbage, and he agreed to walk out. Yeah, but guys, if you're holding a strike, I think the list of demands is very important, right? So let's say a world, right, where the demands were achieved. Let's say all the demands in an imperfect world. Let's say all these demands were set. Is Doublelift gonna continue striking then? He's like, yeah, I'm gonna continue striking, guys, because my demands weren't met. Your list of demands is pretty important, in my opinion. So the demands were public, and the vote was made with the accordance to those demands, and my boy Doublelift just completely disagreed with them.
With the points, if you weren't happy with the list of demands, like, why was that list of demands sent? Like, I don't understand it.
Basically, like, we all, overall majority, not all, but overall majority voted because we believe in Phil, whose last name is Aram, and I will not stop bringing it up. Because I think, and I think a lot of
because we believe in Phil, bro. Like,
what does that even mean? We believe in Phil. How twisted is that, man? What does that even mean? What does that even mean, we believe in Phil? It's not like when people are in positions, right? It's no longer about believing or not believing. It's about ideas.
it's such a weird way to phrase it, man. Like, isn't it supposed to be that you guys are outraged at what is happening to your fellow players in Academy, and that's why this whole thing is going on? Not that you guys believe in Phil. It's like, we decided to show up in solidarity with Phil because Phil loves Academy and we love Phil. It's just weird, man.
Really smart guy who will handle the negotiations well. He's someone we put our trust into to do a good job. So I don't know how people took that as like, I don't agree with like Philip, or like I think that he is like doing things without putting the discussion on the table with the players, because
because you don't agree with any of the demands in the list that you went over. That is literally why. You don't agree with the demands in the list. So how did those demands come to be? Did you agree to the walkout and then he put the list of demands together? Did he show up with the list of demands to a meeting and you're like, wow, those are all dog shit?
Guys, I don't know who else is in the LCSPA. I don't know the structure of that, right? It's like Philip is the, like Mr. Aram is the outwards face, the outwards person. He's speaking for the LCSPA. He's basically managing it. He's the one that is going to, like in my mind, how I view it is that he is responsible. But with that being said, right? With that being said, there is no way, like the players. Do you think the players sat down and wrote this list of demands? It had to be Philip. Who else? Of course it was Philip. Maybe he had involvement on players, maybe he didn't. Who else was it?
Like, send them off. And then he's like, all right. Or did he just like act without the interest of the players and he like showed it and then the players were like, we hate those. And he's like, well, I'm bringing them to Riot anyway. What was the fucking order of things happening here? How did this fucking happen if you agree with Phil and like, you know, the situation was, you know, as clear as you're trying to make it seem? That's number one. Okay, let's go into this. Why do I not trust Phil? Well, it's more than just, I know people are trying to phrase it as like, Dom just watched some YouTube videos and he's just a Redditor like the rest of us, and he watched some YouTube videos and he didn't like Phil.
Bro, Dom knows everyone in North America. You think Dom is like the crazy thing is like Dom knows everyone in North America, from rioters to casters to players to coaches. When he says something, he does it very carefully. I call this the Thorin method. The Thorin method is, Thorin has information, a lot of players and people, that is not available publicly, but he positions himself with the help of that information. And then when the time comes, there is a massive payoff. Because obviously he's not going to leak things that people tell him in confidence, but he has that information in the back of his mind. And he has integrity, right? He would never leak anything.
In the YouTube videos, and that's why he's flaming him. Yes, that was the first, when I saw him talk, and I first heard that he was clueless, and he obviously didn't understand how Academy works. He didn't know the amount of teams in Academy. He didn't know the teams that were coming in, who Team Fishtaka was, where they came from, if they played rally. Oh, yes, I saw all that stuff, and I immediately thought, this guy looks a little sus to me. I feel like these are things he should probably know. Let me use my source network,
yes,
that I have from existing in esports as an LCS player for years, as a pro player before that. I've worked in organizations, I've been a streamer for TL, I've been a streamer for C9. Like, I know people within the industry, and I went and I learned how this process happened. So I spoke to a combination of broadcast talent, team owners, GMs, players, and journalists within the scene. I tried to cover pretty much all of my bases, tried to hear from all fronts. And the way that I surmised that this situation went down is that Phil individually contacted each one of the teams and essentially leveraged teams that co-signed the idea of a walkout in order to get other teams to then be like, yeah, we're going to do the walkout too. So you would go to team number one, be like, hey.
Bro, this was a House of Cards episode, by the way. When Kevin Spacey was the House Whip. We need to count the votes.
Hey guys, I think this is a really good idea. Like, we're gonna do this walkout to support the Academy players, and they're like, oh well, I don't know, Phil, this seems kind of crazy. Like, are you sure that this is a good idea? And he's like, hey man, like, well, this is a federally protected right, and they're like, oh, if it's federally protected, I guess we'll end up doing it. And then what he ended up doing was being like, okay, team number 1 signs on, 100 Thieves is willing to walk out, goes to the next team. Hey, I just spoke to 100 Thieves, the first team I talked to, they're willing to walk out, you should walk out too. And essentially that's how everyone ended up going through this idea of we're going to vote for a walkout. So it's the same way that politics works. Sure, the vote might have been anonymous at a point, but everyone was on board with what was happening. Everyone knew that their job was to show up and vote yes on the walkout when the actual walkout came. That's what I've surmised actually happened. And it's one of those things where if you think about like the pro players, Doublelift doesn't know what the fuck this walkout is. He makes it abundantly clear in the last minute and 40 seconds of this video. You think the import players that are hearing it through a translator know exactly what a walkout is? If you're going to do something like this, the most honest way to do it is to go through every single thing and explain it like you're explaining it to a child that has never learned anything about unions, walkouts, denial of labor, anything. You have to start at the beginning. What is a walkout? What is the goal of this walkout? What are potential responses from Riot to our decision to walk out? Then the last question, which I'm sure that no one was on board with, that they didn't end up asking, is what do we have to be willing to sacrifice, worst case scenario, if we're willing to walk out? If he went to all the teams and said, hey, for us to really get this done, you have to be willing to sacrifice your career in LCS. You have to be willing to sacrifice your salary for academy players. If that was what they were signing up for originally, you're not going to get 90 fucking votes. You're not going to get 93 votes. You can hear in Doublelift's video that he just says, yeah, we'll just fucking give it all up then. This is what you need to do in order to actually just become, like, to be honest about the situation. But of course, it's one of those things where everyone gets in a Discord call and he starts reading off his bullet points. He starts going through his political jargon of, it's time for us to get out our bully pulpit, guys. And then they're like, oh, okay. Like, then he starts hitting, oh, it's a federally protected right. Oh, federally protected. I'm protected. Like, he starts going through all of his things. And it's like, any questions? And no one wants to fucking speak up because you don't want to seem like an idiot in front of everyone else. Just is what it is, man.
Honestly, I think all the players are so fucking smart. They just wanted to delay the start of the LCS for 2 weeks, and they just played along. And they played along, and now they got the 2 weeks off, and they just played along, and now they're just gonna go back to play. They saw the Diablo 4 release date. They saw that C9 and Golden Guardians played MSI, and it will start way too quick. They did it for 2 weeks off. And now Doublelift is tanking it. He's tanking it. Basically, all of the players got together and they were like, yo, Doublelift, can you just go out and publicly just murder us? Please, do it. Like, the only argument in favor of what Doublelift has done is that I think probably it would be played anyway, you know? It would be played anyway. And now, the LCSPA as well, they have a perfect excuse. Yo, Doublelift fucked us. That's why we couldn't make anything done. It's just 4D chess.
It is what it is.
And
it is what it is.
He's always like in contact with me, other players, every LCS player, every LCS team has like open communication with him constantly. So I think he's doing a really good job. And I don't know, I saw some comments about how like what I'm saying corroborates with what Dom is saying, and I took a look at what Dom was saying about Philip, about how like he's operating like.
So Philip lied to. I don't think he lied to players. I just think that the players, like, you could go to a player and be like, hey, let's do a walkout. And they're going to be on board with like a bunch of the ideas you have, but you actually have to break things down to the most basic level. Yes. Are you willing to sacrifice your career for academy players?
100% true. It's like, I could see, if I were to convince players, I would say, guys, this is a very positive thing for you guys. We're going to protect your futures. We're just going to protect the guys below you too. There's going to be maybe situations in the future where you'll have to play in academy and you need to make sure that you have rights. And then that's it. You know? It's like the way you explain it and the way you sell it in order to convince someone, the honesty behind it needs to be super, super clear. Because I'm pretty certain, even though Doublelift said this publicly, I think 99%, it's like 100% of the players don't want to cancel the LCS split. They're not willing to do that.
Because if that's not what you're willing to do, we probably won't have leverage in this situation. The only leverage we have is denying our labor to the LCS. We're not part of the franchise. We have nothing else that we can do to coerce Riot into doing what we want. That's it.
Without the players' consent.
Like, I think he didn't know the players were that stupid. Maybe. But at the end of the day, you just need to actually get down to the base level. You think especially when you're dealing with people that come from different countries, right? Like, you don't know if they understand what the labor laws are like in the United States, what you're even doing in this country. Like, you have to go through translators and everything. You would need to break it down to an extremely basic level for people to understand. Listen to what Doublelift says and tell me he understands what the walkout is in the next minute. Let's just watch this.
I don't know if that's true. They can still do stuff during the LCS season. They still have some leverage.
I think most LCS players really like.
What do you mean?
Believe it.
Do stuff but not get paid? Play some wonky ass fucking normal games that Riot can kill any moment they want? Riot is God, judge, jury, executioner, your gardener, the plumber. Like, in the Riot world.
Even him, and that's why we took a stand with him.
Yes.
Like, we showed
solidarity. Yeah, I 100% believe that.
Behind everything, behind the walkout, behind like.
Have you seen the Scara clip where he predicts all of this? Guys, everyone said that. What Scara said back then, everyone said this. Bro, it was already happening in season 1 and 2. Season 1 and 2, like Riot was pushing out other games from tournaments that they were involved in. They basically forced tournament organizers to choose. They were bullying the space already back then. What you're saying, Riot is Johnny Sins. Show, man. People know that at any point Riot can just kill any League of Legends stream they want because they own the IP to the game. Yeah. Bro, I could get sniped. I could get sniped right now, dude. And I'll play Diablo 4 for the rest of my life, and then Blizzard will lead me.
You gave away your leverage. The only leverage you had is labor. If the only leverage I had, if the only like turning point in the negotiation is the threat of like exterminating the LCS for Summer Split and canceling it, then I don't even like. I wouldn't even want there to be negotiations.
So when I was watching this, I was actually watching this like, and I was talking to Thor at the same time on Discord. And the thing that I was burning to ask was like, what other leverage is there? So I was so fucking happy when this guy, and I'll move my camera so you can see his chat.
Bro, Dom, you're following me, mate.
I was so fucking happy when this random chatter asked him, what other leverage do you have? Because that was my main question.
Because that's so crazy. Like, 50 people will literally not have a job. All the LCS orgs are gonna have like super devalued.
That is the labor strike. look at Sacrificial Yoshi. Sacrificial with an A, bro. I respect that. That's what a strike is, KEKW. Philip is the new world leader. Bro, stop.
Which is, sorry, yeah, everyone. Like, we just will
That's
not
labor
have a job.
negotiations,
That's
baby.
Crazy. Like,
then why vote for a strike?
I don't think anyone wants that to be the leverage.
You don't understand how a walkout works. And then there's just an aware. Oh my god.
Leverage, sir. I mean, I think it shows it.
Okay, here's the question. Okay, let's recenter.
McDonald's ain't go fast. What other leverage is there? I mean, I think it shows it.
This is where he realizes he's like, what the fuck? What else? What other leverage do we have? And then listen to what he says. Listen to what he says. This is crucial.
Overall majority players would. What other leverage is there? I mean, I think it shows that overall majority players would walk out on the LCS. I didn't think
that's denial of labor. Yes, that's what it should. Like, he's like, what other leverage do we have? It's like we're walking out. It's like that's the denial of labor. That was the leverage. You couldn't even think of another.
He thinks like walking outside, going for a walk. Maybe a walkout is like going for a walk. It's actually, what are we saying?
It's a piece of leverage. You couldn't think of anything else. Dude, Doublelift is so impossibly stupid. It is so crazy to me what he is saying. Like, it's like he's just talking because he wants to pretend like he understands what he's saying, but he doesn't actually know what the fuck he's saying. There's no way he actually said this, man.
Models angle fast. What other leverage is there? I mean, I think it shows that overall majority players would walk out on the LCS. I didn't think anyone was like thinking that because we would refuse to play that the LCS would just be canceled indefinitely. That's crazy.
Yes, yes, that's what the idea. Yes, that was fucking crazy. I thought it was crazy.
Well, what did he think? Like, I'm genuinely curious. What did he think it was? What did he think it was? I thought we're not gonna play for 1 week and then we're done. Like, I just don't think he has thought this through.
True.
I just want to go back to streaming. Like,
oh, look at that! Look at me! I'm in my and Dom's recommended.
Take a stand for something important. I just want to go back to streaming. True.
I just want.
Look, there's only one video here for Dom. Of course, bro. I watch your videos. Oh, Dom, yes. Thank you, Dom. This was one of the most random Clash groups I've ever played in, but it was a good time.
Want to go back to streaming. Like, I don't understand this at all, man. I don't understand it at all. What is he saying? Like, what is he actually saying? What other leverage is there? I was trying to put this together. What other leverage is there? He said it shows that we're willing to walk out. Like, I'm trying. Like, what's the most charitable way to interpret that? As what other leverage is he meaning there? Is it just the denial of labor or what? What the walkout is, you know, it'll sort itself out. We just, I think I went through my notes out of order, but yeah, one of my points for sure was that need LCS where other players need LCS. Yeah, hope the negotiations
CZP,
go well.
thank you very much for Prime Gaming.
He's that the walk completely, like, if I voted yes for the walkout and then I said everything I said, then it would be hypocritical.
Okay. Now that's way too dank, by the way. That is crazy, man.
That's where other players need LCS.
I'm gonna do the fun thing and I'm gonna check the
negotiations
Reddit, actually. I want to see like how people's reaction to this. I'm so curious. Oh, this is gonna be a banger. LCK salaries. Did Doublelift show up here? Doublelift following up on LCS walkout video criticism. One day Doublelift will learn the power of not talking. Today is not the day. Doublelift just confirmed that LCS players are being paid right now. That is huge. I don't think current LCS players, especially the impos, are happy about that. Alright, this is just a TLDR. Yo, Lena, get this guy a PR team. What is he doing? At least he's getting completely roasted.
Kasing, please come back. Kasing, you said 10 minutes. It's been 8. Are you 2 minutes early?
Who cares? Thanks for the video. I really appreciate it. You're welcome. Jesus. Dom is brain dead, guys. He's so close to not being a fuck up. You can see his tiny brain sputtering when the chatter asks what other leverage does he have besides his labor. Hey Doublelift, I'm trying to learn to play Shaco. I just have a question about the skill build. Should I max backstab like you backstab LCSPA? Deceive like you deceived LCSPA? Or hallucinate like you made LCSPA hallucinate about achieving something in riot negotiations? And then we have the guy who is equally silly, you know? Nearly everything Doublelift said in that first video was true, lol. Some of the Academy team demands are absurd. And people are just mindlessly supporting it because Riot bad and was standing with the heckin' underdogs. It's just poor timing to say it all allow in middle indication. You say before or after. Okay. It wasn't. I made a silly voice, but like it's like the things that Doublelift said. Necessarily, a lot of them weren't untrue, but to not recognize the fact that he completely ruined the position of LCSPA, even though it was completely garbage to begin with, sucks, yeah? I find it interesting how DL's opinion of Philip is entirely opposite to how I would Dominate viewed him. Clearly someone here is bullshitting, and I'd be more inclined to trust Doublelift. What? That is hilarious. So first, people can have different opinions, all right? People, like, first, people can have different opinions. It's like, someone can like a person and someone can dislike a person. The same way, there's people out there that are watching right now that don't like me, and some people like me or trust me or don't trust me. That's perfectly fine. But, to be more inclined to trust Doublelift, that is where it's no longer subjective. And I think that we have some objective analysis, even from this situation alone. From this situation alone, about how clueless Doublelift is in relation to the situation. I definitely trust DL since he has worked with and talked to Philip while Dom is just wildly speculating BS. I'd not trust Doublelift with comments, opinions, thoughts on literally anything. It's literally not the question about trust. Philip on the record has shown he is uninformed about the Academy, and we can judge by his demands that he's completely unreasonable. There we go. This isn't surprising to anyone. Doublelift is an outlier in the LCS as he can make it both as a content creator or on a team with a huge contract. He's in a privileged position trying to give his opinions why most of his views are so bad. He literally can't understand the purpose of a strike and what it means to put your job on the line. Also, it would be funny if someone went full monkey paw, both sides agreed to a deal, and the LCS will continue, but Doublelift doesn't make worlds by the slimmest of margins. He gets to play, but still gets denied worlds even... I don't think they're making worlds anyway. Leverage LCSPA had before Doublelift video, 0. Leverage LCSPA had after Doublelift video, 0. But the thing is, the difference here, right? The difference is, this was a tiny question mark. This was a tiny question mark. A little question mark. A little question mark. It wasn't a defined number, but it was a question mark. And behind that question mark, probably the 0 was hiding. But the fact that it was not defined, like the hand of poker example that I showed before, makes it very different. Mate, people are claiming starting negotiation off with crazy demands is a perfectly valid strategy. Yeah, this was crazy that I kept getting like, I kept getting the fucking, what's it called? Every comment's like, Yamato doesn't know how negotiation works. It's like, mate, I've negotiated some lucrative contracts in my own personal favor. I know how to deal. I can't tell if it's trolling or just this clueless. Do you all think the negotiations are entirely dependent on Doublelift bluffing that he won't play? Doublelift is the biggest player in the league. Bjergsen is not there anymore. He's the biggest player in the league. I think the craziest thing, right, is that he decided to post this video. You know?
There's a tweet about...
For example, the other day, right? The other day, I did like this. I had a sub goal at 1K that I would do basically voice acting every champion. Okay? And at some point, I realized what I'm doing is so fucking cringe. Okay? And I started to get exhausted. And then I realized, shit, this is so fucking terrible. I'm not going to post this on my YouTube channel. It will just be a Twitch VOD that will be long forgotten. Alright.
What is his Doublelift thoughts on the LCS walkout?
Actually, I want to check the other thing. All right, Reddit is in the loop. He's in the loop. Reddit is in the loop. Reddit is in the loop. Loop de loop, guys. Alright, I think, guys, it's a pre-workout cookout angle. And I'm going to grab some breakfast. And then you guys need to entertain me for 1 hour. Think of what we do when I'm back. We just play some Diablo, maybe. Right back, guys. I just wanna do my hair. The thing is, we don't know for sure that 5 LPL or LCK teams are gonna go if LCS gets cancelled. Oh, I remember this fucking arc too, dude. Mate, this was also so fucking weird. Because he knew all of this and then went back to TSM. Oh yeah, the Strawman arc. That's what it was called.
How long is it?
I'm pretty sure
What I agree with, what I disagree with.
Riot killed the tier 2 scene. I'm gonna call amateur or academy tier 2 because it's the easiest way to represent it. Okay, tier 1 is the highest level within that region, that's LCS or LCK, and then tier 2 is a level below that, feeds into tier 1. Okay, and you can be demoted and promoted, you know, between these two because it's still competitive, it's just a level below.
Is there a lot of controversy around this video? Why is everyone like...
So Riot killed tier 2 and they did, in my opinion, a really bad job in so many ways with how they approached it. So they didn't give anyone any notice.
Is there a lot of controversy?
On got caught very early on.
Everyone's mad at Doublelift. Why? What did he say? He believes that academy players are paid way too much, even though they get minimum salary, and that the 300 they ask from LSPA is too high. I can believe that academy players getting paid way too much. That's probably valid. You know, I'm not talking from sources, but I can imagine that. So I heard in 20. The reason I have this inkling is in 20. I was playing in 2017. I was playing in Schalke, I think, in Challenger Series, and I was speaking to some NA people in Challenger Series because Challenger Series is still around. There was NA people in Challenger Series getting 100k a year in 2017 in a Challenger Series, and I was like, "What the fuck? You're getting 100k a year in Challenger Series? Like what?" And they were like, "Yeah," and I was like, "Bro, that's fucking crazy." And I was, dude, in Schalke 2017, how much was I getting paid? I was getting paid like 48k a year, I think. 56k a year in Schalke. 2017. I was like, what the fuck? And then we won Challenger Series and got the LEC. He thinks that the current T2 system was heavily flawed with mandatory academy teams. Should be optional. Being mandatory is why there are so many veterans in it and high buyouts. In LEC, I think academy is optional in LEC. Am I wrong? I feel like it's optional because G2 got rid of their academy team, didn't they?
I love you, Cater, but you seem out of the loop, man. Our Dominate was tuned in, man. He was tuned in, man. He was tuned in. He had a notepad. He had a fucking notepad, man. He had a notepad.
I would feel like this fucking sucks.
Holy, you know when the skin is like this, man? Like a leopard? Then you know the banana is about to fucking pop off, by the way. Oh my goodness. Yes.
They ain't ready.
Blood. Nice. I love it.
When we think of the giants from the past and their approach sizes like muscle and balance, your own main driver of your chest gains. Superset from one part of the combo workout. 8 reps. Hucking the chest press as a single. Continue to hit some of those more resilient chest exercises. Now, as we've done with every chest exercise so far, we still have an option to train not just 2, but through failure by smoothly transitioning into something called, this time, the Phelps press. The second I reach concentric fatigue on the dumbbell fly.
Some weird ass
And
exercises.
here you can actually cheat the
He also released a chest video. Everyone released a chest video.
Like in here at the end in the tree. So we're gonna fix a couple things really quick, really minor. I want you to keep thinking like shoulders always in a stick now. Okay. So when you're going up, at the top you kind of like this a little bit. Right. And then they shift, and then it kind of comes up. Yeah. So think if you're using this, pull it this way. Okay. Right. So my shoulders stay down. Yeah. That's like my cue. Right. So if
No
if
chest,
I'm
no
thinking to
sex.
pull this up, then I will kind of do this. If I'm thinking about pushing this like this, yeah, my shoulders will stay down. So then we'll just put pressure this way. Now, other thing too, is that when you're doing flies, same where your hands are, right? Like you should be able to almost like balance this right on that nice meaty part of your hand. But I'm going from here, and I'm rocking a bit, and then I'm closing the top. Okay. Right. So I'm here, not here. Nice deep stretch, then the elbows go behind. Yeah.
All right. You guys know the move. It's time. Ladies and gentlemen. Actually, I need to take a moment, guys. I need to take a moment. Let me take a moment. I want to give a shout out to... well, this is an ad, guys. Just a heads up, this is an ad. My stream is sponsored by nordvpn. nordvpn. You see the link that is on the screen, the nordvpn.com/imarocan. If you use the link, you get a very special deal right now. You get to try it for 1 month. 30-day money-back guarantee. You get a little free gift. You get money-back guarantee. So if you don't like it, boom, just send it back. Money-back guarantee. NordVPN, it's like the way I use personally NordVPN is first and foremost, you can protect all your data, protect all your data. Some websites use your data for not so good things. Usually if you're using something for free, then you're the product, right? Protecting your data is a real thing, especially for me, like in Germany, right? In Germany, they are very strict in terms of like watching streams and so forth. So making sure that your data is safe and secure is a big deal for me. And then, of course, I think the number one use case of something like NordVPN is just you can access region lock content. There's also this new feature called threat protection, which is just specialized in protecting users from malware and other harmful sites. You know, you can never be too safe. You know, one day it happens that you get screwed, right? Maybe someone gets access to your email is connected to something else, you click something, download something, maybe, you know, that you shouldn't be clicking. And then it might be too late, and then you get a massive headache, you know? You can never be too safe because everything is becoming more and more digital, so protect yourself out there. NordVPN is my recommendation to you. NordVPN. Use the link for a free gift, 30-day money back guarantee. Boom. It's time to Diablo it up. Thank you, NordVPN. Now my nutsack searches can't be traced back to me. Exactly. That's what's up. No gym. I will gym, but I'm drinking my pre-workout. I'm leveling a bit in Diablo 4 and then I go gym. What are we hitting today? We're doing chess today.
I lack the needed mana.
Guys, if you want to join the clan, you're welcome. You're welcome to do so. Join my clan, guys. It's called... Tagline is nut. Tagline nut. Nut. Tagline nut. Yes. Good shit, guys. Join the sack. Did Victor get a buff? There's a build that people are using which is Imperial Mandate second because your ability is slow, which is pretty strong, I'd say.
I wondered what happened. I cannot do that here.
What would Diablo's ability be at the Champion League? That's just Heroes of the Storm, mate. Did you check out Ellis's new tier list? I didn't. I did not. I'll probably check it out tomorrow. Today I'm going to go gym and then I have like some individual coaching later. I need to do that individual coaching later. I need to check some of the gear that I have here. Are you official Top G member? What the fuck is Top G? Mana cost reduction.
You don't want that.
Intelligence. Fireball.
All things have value, I suppose.
Incinerate. Intelli. Mana cost reduction, ultimate skill damage. Mana cost reduction is 6%. 2.6% Intelli. I think that might be a little upgrade, guys.
Yes, I'll take it.
Ga weg. Let's remove the socket here. Unsocket. Socket! Socket! Alright, we're going to this dungeon. We have 30 minutes to clear it.
I cannot do that here.
What exercise do you do for hitting chest? So basically for upper chest, I like to do cables. I think the most important thing when you do chest is to be really careful with how you move your shoulders. I think in most positions you want your shoulders to be depressed, meaning they are down. Because often like the shoulders start flying here, right? And that's where like you are no longer doing a good job, you know? And then I do flies. So basically I like to do cables. And it's very important like to keep a firm position and maintain the position of your shoulders and straighten your arms, you know? This is the clan. This is the clan right here. Isn't it in breathing? What do you mean?
That exceeds my funds.
What are cinders? Battle cruiser operational. Let me see. I have a nightmare dungeon for this one. Shema. So basically, I do cables, I do bench, I do dumbbell press, I do incline press, and then I really like the fly machine. And then keep in mind another tip I have for you, like when you're doing bench as an example, right? Heavier doesn't necessarily mean better, okay? Right? It's like heavier isn't necessarily better. You can make exercises more difficult in other ways. So basically what I try to do, right? Well, I call it the squeeze. It's like when you are in the top position, right? You do a squeeze, and then on the decline, you know, on the way back. I don't. There's a word for it. I'm blanking on it because I'm fucking playing Diablo. There's a word for it. But basically, as you're lowering the weight, you do that shit. The eccentric. Exactly. The eccentric, you do that shit slow, man. Do it slow. I am playing Zeri, actually. You're right.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare. I'm out of mana.
Basically, what I try to follow is I do 1-1-3. I do down 3 seconds, Lift 1 second, squeeze 1 second. The reason you do the squeeze is because you don't want the fucking weight to be bouncing, you know? You don't want to like carry momentum. It's like you want to control the movement as much as possible.
I need time to prepare that.
Because that's where the difficulty lies. For dumbbell press,
I'm out of mana. I'm not ready yet.
so basically what I mean with a squeeze, so you're doing dumbbell press, imagine I'm laying down, right? The squeeze happens here, oos. And then I do the eccentric slow, dush. Oos. Because you don't want to do this. You don't want to do this shit. The fun part of this game is just killing monsters and progressing and becoming stronger. And also the fun part. Yeah, of course it depends on your goal, yeah. Bodybuilding is very different from strength.
I need time to prepare that.
Like personally, I don't have... My point, the reason I want to exercise is I want to be stronger, of course. But I want to be healthy and look good. And also, I think it's fucking fun, by the way.
I'm out of mana. I'm not ready yet.
To finish the main quest, yes.
Ready yet. I'm out of mana.
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned because I want to train chess today, but usually like chess is the most busiest thing ever.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
How many languages do you know? 5. I just do push-ups next to the bench. Maybe that's the move, yeah. Eat shit. There we go again. Oh, this is a bit too much. Tips on learning languages. I don't know, for me, well, he's actually really OP. But for me, what makes a really big difference is it's like just usage, right? It's like you need to expose yourself to usage of language. That has taught me the most. It's like I learned German in school for really long, but it really wasn't useful until I forced myself to talk to my girlfriend's parents. That is when I learned the most German.
Come back and see.
And exposing yourself to languages can be through series, through shows, through Duolingo app. Ooh. But shit, the stats suck. At least it's useful. Polish now, we go. Though that the cold wind blows. Let's see what kind of nightmare dungeons we can do. Conclave. Alderwood and Scousglen. Alderwood. Like if I wanted to learn more Korean, I would watch Korean dramas all the time. I would try to let my ear get used to it phonetically. Because that shit is important too.
Not while I'm in town.
No, 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 no. Whoa.
I'm out of mana.
The fuck?
I'm not ready yet.
Hey, I was writing to Dash last night. I was trying to tell him he needs to connect to you, since person like you and him offering is required to grow. Even it's strategy because they milked the game in the wrong way. I don't know what you're saying, bro. Siema. Vamos, shocking in anything I ever knew. I'm saying what I wrote. Did you saw the broadcasters since Dash left the LCS? Did you know how much people don't go to P when you're on cam in LEC? I appreciate it. You're very kind. But what do you want me to do, brother? It felt like you had like a call to action. What do you want me to do, Psycho to Psycho? I'm playing a bit slower, guys, because it's a nightmare dungeon. I'm kind of scared, I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to die. Oh shit, what the fuck happened? Fuck, I'm doing this so slow, man. What level is someone when finished with the story? Like 45-ish. What the fuck just did damage to me?
I need time to prepare that.
See, what the fuck is pushing me? What is that bug? You guys see that? The fucking dead boars tackle me. What's your favorite shrine? The cannon shrine. That one is a little bit too unbalanced, I think.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh! Transmog. Little horse. You just one-shot everything, honestly. The cooldown and mana one is also pretty cool. Alright, we're not doing that. Nice. Okay. I think that's what the bros are doing, right? With One Free Nation. Like, One Free Nation, they're doing... No, Last Free Nation, sorry. They're cooking up their own thing, and I'm trying to build my own thing too, but... On the product side, like, that's not something that is my strength. Okay, well, I think I'm gonna call it there, guys. I'm gonna head to the gym. I'll catch you guys on the flippity flop, yeah? All the best to all of you, yeah? No gym stream. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. We're gonna do some LPL, LCK, all morning long. 9 a.m, yeah? 9 a.m. It starts with OMG versus JDG, and then we follow up with some LCK. We have KT versus Hanwha Live. It's gonna be a banger, yeah? All the best, guys.